Chapter 701. Seeing this palm wind, which could split a small mountain in half, about to strike him, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. All his vital qi surged like a surging river. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged and burned. Now that the firmament body tempering art had reached the 7th layer, Xiao Chen's physical body was already comparable to a sage body, giving off a strong life force. The acupoints on Xiao Chen's arms burst open. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand into a tiger. As he crossed his arms, the roars of a dragon and a tiger rang out endlessly, forming the stance of a crouching tiger hidden dragon. Bang! A surging energy came from Xiao Chen's arms, causing his internal organs to churn. His qi and blood surged, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Chen's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, not moving at all, blocking Gu Mu's attack. When Gu Mu discovered that not only did his palm strike fail to kill Xiao Chen, but it also failed to push him back, he could not help but feel astonished. Xiao Chen was a medial-grade martial monarch. How could he be qualified to resist him? Damn it! After his first attack failed, Gu Mu immediately sent out another palm strike. This time, he used 120% of his quintessence. If Xiao Chen did not retreat, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Xiao! However, Gu Mu no longer had a chance to send out this palm strike. For the first time, Shui Lingling, who was in the depths of the cave, drew the purple bow in her hand into the shape of a full moon. A green profound sun true flame burned on the arrow. She gently released it, and the flaming arrow streaked across the dark cave like a meteor, disappearing in a flash. It was so fast that no one could catch it. They could only vaguely see a beam of light flash by before disappearing. Bang! Gu Mu's skinny head suddenly exploded into a clump of fire. Then, he turned into a headless corpse and fell heavily to the ground. Jun Si and the others rushed over. When they saw Xiao Chen bleeding from his lips, they asked out of concern, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Xiao Chen's sage body was almost complete. As long as he was not severely injured, he would recover very quickly. At this moment, he was already more than halfway healed. He smiled faintly, indicating that it was nothing serious. When the others saw this, they were all extremely shocked. They couldn't figure out why Xiao Chen only suffered such a minor injury after receiving Gu Mu's palm strike. Shui Lingling carried her purple bow on her back and leisurely walked over. She was not surprised that Xiao Chen was able to block Gu Mu. On the other side, the amorous young master waved his folding fan and beheaded the middle-aged man. Now that the two of them were dead, the blood crystal mine would be split in half. After Murong Lingfeng and Shui Lingling killed two experts ranked in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking, their expressions were calm. There was not the slightest hint of complacency. It was as if they had done something extremely ordinary. Shui Lingling, I haven't seen you for a year, and your skills have become even better. Gently fanning himself, Murong Lingfeng, dressed in blue, fully displayed his scholarly aura. Then he sized up Shui Lingling. Murong Lingfeng did not hide the desire in his heart, adding a sinister air to his scholarly aura, an aura that could bewitch young girls. Unfortunately, Shui Lingling was not interested in this. She did not purposely show any dislike or any intention of getting close to him. She said calmly, "Now that the problem is dealt with, Murong Lingfeng, how do you think we should split the medial-grade blood crystal mine?" Murong Lingfeng was rather open-minded about this. In the Tianwu domain, there were only two women that could make him fail. Shui Lingling was one of them. Murong Lingfeng could not take down this girl, so he had long since lost interest in her. He only felt admiration for her. Let's split it according to the number of people. You and I do not need medial-grade blood crystals. You have 5 people on your side and I have 4. How about a 9th each? Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." After the medial-grade blood crystal mine was mined, the group obtained close to 500 medial-grade blood crystals. Xiao Chen received more than 50. The people who obtained the medial-grade blood crystals all revealed smiles. Each medial-grade blood crystal was worth more than 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to obtaining 6 or 7 million superior-grade spirit stones in just a short while. However, no one was foolish enough to exchange medial-grade blood crystals for spirit stones. Using medial-grade blood crystals to strengthen and stabilize one's mental energy was the right way to go. As for spirit stones, there were many other ways to obtain them. Before leaving, Murong Lingfeng invited Shui Lingling. I received news from my sect that another true dragon cave was exposed in the dragon burial mound. How about we work together to explore it? Ancient true dragons were buried in true dragon caves. Aside from the true dragon skeletons and other precious spirit treasures, there would normally be many rare spirit herbs and ores around the true dragon cave. These ores and spirit herbs were worth cities and held a fatal attraction to half-sages. Shui Lingling knew about this as well. The herbs that the inner sect's first elder wanted her to pick were all around the true dragon cave. Shui Lingling muttered to herself for a while before saying, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I still have to help my junior brothers search for their fortuitous encounters." Murong Lingfeng performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Very well then, I'll take my leave first." As one of the 7 giants, Murong Lingfeng did not put on any airs. Before he left, aside from saying goodbye to Shui Lingling, he also nodded to Xiao Chun and the others. He could be considered a truly carefree person. After leaving this place, Shui Lingling intended to go to the superior-grade blood crystal mine to try her luck. However, she found nothing. Superior-grade blood crystals took too long to form. After they were all mined, it would take decades or even centuries to recover. As Xiao Chun followed behind the others, he was still pondering the palm strike he received from Gu Mu. Xiao Chun had taken the risk to receive that palm strike because he wanted to test how strong his physical body was. He wanted to know the consequences of receiving a full-powered strike from a half-sage expert. The answer he obtained did not satisfy Xiao Chun. Compared to a sage body, his physical body was still somewhat lacking. Xiao Chun needed to strengthen his defense, and his qi and blood were insufficient. He could not recover from his injuries quickly. Barely receiving a palm strike was not much of a problem. However, if the other party did not give him time to react and sent another palm strike, he would not have a good time. No, I have to be able to receive at least 3 moves from a half-sage's full-powered strike. Otherwise, with such a huge difference in cultivation, I can only run against a half-sage. I would not even have a 10% chance of victory. Xiao Chun thought to himself, setting a clear goal for himself. When Bai Wuxia saw Murong Lingfeng and Shui Lingling's true strength, the sense of danger he felt became even more intense. The strength of the 7 giants was not that far apart. Bai Wuxia's strength was definitely not weaker than these 2. They could even kill a famous half-sage loose cultivator without hesitation. It was easy to imagine how lowly Xiao Chun was in their eyes. The demonic barrier around the savage battlefield's periphery had already weakened. Several groups of sect cultivators could already be seen in the vast bloody ground wasteland. These people were filled with anticipation as they searched for blood crystal raw ores. Some people accidentally found some scattered inferior-grade blood crystals and were wild with joy. When Xiao Chun and the others thought about the 50-odd medial-grade blood crystals in their hands, they sighed. With someone like Shui Lingling leading them, they were much luckier than others. In the bloody ground wasteland, only blood crystals were valuable. The other natural treasures were inferior. Shui Lingling could not find any superior-grade blood crystals, so she did not waste any more time here. After passing through the long bloody ground wasteland, the scene in front of the group finally changed. A pitch-black swamp appeared before them. Many cultivators gathered at the entrance of the swamp, hesitating to advance. They all cursed, not knowing what was going on. Shui Lingling said, "In front is the death swamp. The swamp is divided into the periphery and the inner area. Many demonic pythons reside in the periphery. The inner area is the true death swamp. When martial emperors died, their mental energy turned into departed spirits." Hu Hai thought for a while and said, "I heard that there are many strange fruits in Python Swamp. There is an earth essence fruit that can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. An earth essence fruit that can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. When he looked at the death swamp, which was filled with poisonous gas and dirty water, He could not help but feel excited. Although the group had not been to the savage battlefield before, they clearly had some understanding of some of the forbidden lands there. Chun Xiao continued, after we pass Python Swamp and enter the True Death Swamp, we can exchange moves with the departed spirits of martial emperors. If we are lucky and do not die, our martial techniques will improve greatly. Shui Lingling revealed a faint smile on her elegant and refined face. Her red lips parted as she said, "You are right. However, the strange fruits all have strong venomous pythons guarding them. The Death Swamp is even more dangerous. If you meet the departed spirits of martial emperors above 3-star, you will not have any chance of surviving." Xiao Chun looked at the crowd and frowned. It seems like something is blocking the entrance. These people are not in a rush to enter. Any cultivator would be tempted by a strange fruit that could increase a cultivator's cultivation. They would not wait outside for no reason. Let's go over and take a look. When the group got close, they finally understood what was going on. Surging black miasma spread outside Python Swamp. Not only did it contain a strong poison, but it also blocked the vision of cultivators, preventing them from seeing the dirty water under their feet. There was only a path in the middle that someone had opened. The miasma was thin, and it provided a wide field of vision. This was the only entrance. However, at this moment, for some reason, a 600-meter-long venomous black snake as thick as a bathtub coiled around this only entrance. His body was covered in black scales. A 7-centimeter-long black horn protruded from the middle of its head. Its body coiled up like a small hill, completely blocking the group's path. That bastard. Shimin Bao is too much of a bastard. He lured over such a huge python and blocked us all here. That bastard snatched a 200-year-old earth essence fruit for himself and dumped all the trouble on us. The cultivators blocking the entrance all showed rage on their faces. However, no one dared to take the lead against this huge creature. They could only curse in their hearts. The Shimin clan was one of the rank 9 clans of the Tianwu domain. They had Emperor Wu as their protector. They had deep accumulations and strong strength, comparable to Murong Lingfeng's clan. However, Shimin Bao was slightly weaker than Murong Lingfeng. He was not ranked among the 7 giants, but he was an expert second only to them, on the same level as Feng Xingxing. Chapter 702. When Hu Hai and the others heard that this 300-meter-long python was lured over by Shimin Bao, they did not reveal any surprised expressions. This person was arrogant and despotic. Relying on his clan status, he acted fearless outside and often did things that harmed others to benefit himself. His great-grandfather was as strong as Emperor Wu. Even if he went overboard, the older generation experts would not dare to kill him. They could only teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if he angered Emperor Wu, the consequences would be dire. When Shui Lingling saw the 300-meter-long venomous snake, joy flashed in her eyes. She muttered, "A 300-year-old black-horned venomous snake. Its venomous horn is worth cities." Ha ha ha, a 300-year-old venomous horn. This old man is really lucky. I just arrived here, and I already obtained such a treasure. My poison attacks will improve further. Just as Shui Lingling prepared to kill the snake, loud laughter came from behind. A black figure streaked through the air, leaving behind a black beam of light. That beam of light crossed the distance of a few kilometers in a few breaths, heading straight for the black-horned venomous snake. Huang Qianren, the 31st ranked loose cultivator of the evil cultivator gang. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. When the others saw Huang Qianren's appearance, they all paled in fright and retreated, afraid that this person would target them and kill them. Huang Qianren was dressed in black, and his figure was scarily skinny. His eyes were sunken in, and black lines formed by poison circled them. This made his skinny face look exceptionally horrifying. This person was good at using poison and was infamous in the Tianwu domain. He had once poisoned 100,000 people to death in a city, not even sparing women or children. Huang Qianren's poison techniques were unfathomable. Several half-sages with stronger cultivations did not dare to make an enemy out of him. Even if they killed him, they would not be able to escape death after being poisoned. It would be easy for both sides to suffer. As a result, Huang Qianren was still active in the Tianwu domain, committing all sorts of crimes and inspiring fear in others. When such a ruthless person arrived, the cultivators stuck outside felt horrified. However, they all heaved a sigh of relief. With Huang Qianren here, the 300-meter-long venomous snake blocking the entrance could finally be eliminated. As Shui Lingling watched Huang Qianren make his move, she entered deep thought. However, in the end, she gave up. She didn't practice poison techniques, and she didn't have any friends who did. There was no need to fight with Huang Qianren just to collect a poisonous horn, especially when there were so many people present. Piu. Just as Huang Qianren was about to reach the entrance, a long whip made of lightning tore through the air and attacked him with a thunderous sound. The lightning whip was like a wriggling venomous snake. The electric light was dazzling, illuminating the dark space. The dust floating in the air was all blasted into smithereens by the static electricity, forming balls of powder that were blown away by the wind, causing the air in that area to be especially pure. As soon as the lightning whip appeared, Huang Qianren's hair stood on end. The black streak of light that had been rapidly streaking through the air was forced to come to a stop. It condensed quintessential essence to protect its body and then shot out a palm to block the sharp whip. Bang! The palm wind formed by quintessential essence clashed with the lightning whip. A loud sound rang out in the air, and electricity exploded, giving off a dazzling light. As soon as the lightning whip dissipated, another lightning whip immediately formed and attacked. There were countless whip shadows, and they were continuous, bursting with terrifying power. As the electric light exploded, it forced Huang Qianren, who was flying over, back. The cultivators outside all looked to the side curiously. They wanted to know who was so powerful that they could force Huang Qianren back. The newcomer was handsome and wore long robes with lightning patterns. He held a purple whip in his hand and flew across the ground, leaving behind afterimages. As he held the whip in his right hand, he brandished it in the air. As the whip lashed the air, it gave off thunderous sounds. Under the control of the whip, the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air took shape, allowing it to attack Huang Qianren from a kilometer away. The thunder and lightning palaces and Juanxi. So, it's him. Seeing this person's appearance, the originally curious cultivators all revealed expressions that should have been expected. The Thunder and Lightning Palace was one of the 39 ranks of the great families in the 23 eastern provinces of the Tianwu domain. Its top true inheritor was in Juanxi, one of the 7 giants of the younger generation. Of the 7 giants, and Juanxi was the first to become famous. He was also the oldest, already 30 years old. Rumor had it that he was the strongest of the 7 giants. 4 years ago, and Juanxi fought with Feng Wuji, the first ranker of the proud son of heaven ranking. After exchanging 1,000 moves, he finally lost. Feng Wuji was the leader of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. He frequently occupied the first rank of the proud son of heaven ranking, glistening with golden light and resplendent starlight. Feng Wuji had already left to travel the various outer regions. However, no one could surpass the legend he left behind. Everyone could only look up to him. Even the other 2 holy scions were suppressed by him. Within the same generation, aside from the other 2 holy scions, and Juanxi was the only outstanding talent who could exchange more than 1,000 moves with Feng Wuji. And Juanxi's strength went without saying. Being able to knock back Huang Qianren from a distance was completely within reason. After all, in terms of quintessence, Huang Qianren was not particularly strong. As in Juanxi flew, he did not stop moving. When he arrived at the entrance, he glanced at the black horn on the 300-meter-long venomous python's head and attacked at lightning speed. The long whip gave off countless sparks. Shoo! It wrapped around the venomous black horn. And Juanxi's expression turned cold as he pulled with his right hand. An intense electric light burst out of the black-horned venomous snake's head, and blood spurted out. Unexpectedly, and Juanxi forcibly pulled that venomous black horn out of the 300-meter-long snake's body. The black-horned venomous snake let out a low, miserable shriek. And Juanxi's figure flashed, not pausing for even a moment. He turned around and flew over the entrance. Then, he casually put away the venomous horn with his left hand. The mound-sized venomous snake soared into the air, shooting out like a sharp arrow. Compared to its huge body, it looked very uncoordinated. The terrifying mouth opened wide and bit at Enjuanshi. If he was bitten, he would die on the spot. There was no other ending. Who would have imagined that Enjuanshi would not even look at Xiao Qun? Instead, he lashed out with his whip. A dazzling electric light burst forth from the whip. Pa! When the whip struck the venomous snake, the huge body of the black-horned venomous snake immediately trembled violently in the air. He was whipped into the air and spun around before falling heavily onto the swamp. Mud splattered everywhere like raindrops. Everything happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Huang Qianren, who had just dispersed the 2 lightning whips, watched as the treasure he wanted was taken away. Roaring angrily, he charged forward in hot pursuit. The 300-meter-long venomous snake on the ground had just suffered a heavy blow. When it saw that someone else was about to charge forward, it immediately stopped. The huge tail swept through the air, carrying with it 1,000,000 Jin of force, wanting to smash Huang Qianren into a meat patty. Get lost! Huang Qianren's heart was burning with anxiety. He let out a furious roar and took off his glove. Then, he swung his smoky palm forward and pressed it against the giant tail. Chi! The scales on the 300-meter-long snake's skin quickly corroded away, revealing a bowl-sized bloody hole. The snake felt intense pain as it pulled back its tail and thrashed about on the ground. The lightning-fast battle happened in merely a few breaths of time. However, the various scenes were deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, unable to be erased. Be it in Juanshi's backhand whip, which overturned the 300-meter-long snake, or Huang Qianren's palm, which corroded a bowl-sized bloody hole, they left a deep impression on everyone. Both of them left a deep impression on everyone. Everyone was shocked by the two's terrifying strength. Xiao Qun entered deep thought as he looked in the direction that Juanshi left in. He felt extremely shocked in his heart as well. This was the first time Xiao Qun saw such horrifying lightning-attributed quintessence among those of the same generation. Furthermore, Juanshi executed it to perfection. The lightning-attributed quintessence in the air seemed to have become a part of his body. The Kunlun realm truly produced many geniuses, countless heroes. Just the Tianwu domain alone had so many outstanding talents. What kind of scenery did the other 4 outer domains have? Outside the Azure Sky Pavilion, there was a mountain higher than the one before. After the 300-meter-long snake was injured, it no longer posed much of a threat. The remaining cultivators quickly beat it up while it was down. Soon, they surrounded it and beat it to death. Then, at an even faster speed, Xiao Qun cleanly cut off all the valuable materials in the body of the 300-meter-long python. Let's go. We should go in as well. After everyone left, Shui Lingling called out and led the 5 to the entrance. After a while, a vast swamp appeared before their eyes. Black poison gas lingered in the air, not scattering for a long time. Dirty water covered the ground. There was barely any flat land. Several places were even covered in water. When looking into the distance, they occasionally saw venomous snakes peeking out of the swamp. Shui Lingling took out 5 jade bottles and handed them to the group. She said, "These are rank 8 detoxification pills. Keep one in your mouth. When the poison gas accumulates in your body to a certain level, it will erupt with a terrifying toxicity." After that, Shui Lingling took out a bright red fruit with an overwhelming fragrance. She explained, "There are many kinds of strange fruits here, but most of them are poisonous. Do not casually consume them. This is the earth essence fruit you are looking for. Make sure you do not mistake it." The group held the earth essence fruit in their hands and checked it one by one before handing it to Shui Lingling. "In that case, let's split up for now. Go search for the earth essence fruit on your own. How much you can obtain will depend on your own abilities. If there is any danger, remember to sound the sex alarm, and I will rush over immediately." Shui Lingling explained the things they needed to take note of in Python Swamp before sending them off. After all, they were searching for fortuitous encounters. They could not always let Shui Lingling lead them. That way, there would be no point in going on an adventure. Xiao Qun was the last to leave. However, Shui Lingling stopped him. She tossed him a spatial ring and said, "This is Gu Mu's treasure. It's for you." Seeing Xiao Chun hesitate, Shui Lingling smiled faintly and said, "Take it. I cannot let you suffer that palm strike for nothing. Furthermore, his corpse is even more valuable than this spatial ring." At that time, Xiao Chun had not thought too much about it. He had only wanted to test the resistance of his physical body. He had not expected to gain such a harvest. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and thanked Shui Lingling before leaving. Ao Jiao, who was anxiously nurturing the netherworld flower in the immortal spirit ring, smiled meaningfully and said, "Trashy master, your first senior sister seems to be pretty good to you." Chapter 703. Flabbergasted, Xiao Chun said, "Stop talking nonsense. Is the netherworld flower about to ripen?" Having seen too many ruthless people, Xiao Chun felt that his trump cards were not enough. Now, he was even more anxious to raise the combat prowess of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Ao Jiao's nimble fingers moved quickly in the rain of light. She said in a bad mood, "What's the rush? If you keep rushing me, I'll crush this broken flower." Naturally, Xiao Chun did not believe that Ao Jiao would really do that. He smiled and said, "All right, I won't rush you. Just tell me how much longer it will take." 3 days at most. Ka-ca. Saber lights flashed, and blood splattered. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiao Chun killed a venomous python that was more than 70 centimeters long. After extracting the demonic core, Xiao Chun did not spend any more time on the venomous python's corpse. The corpse of a venomous python that was not more than 200 years old was not very valuable. Xiao Chun circulated his vital qi and kicked the venomous python's corpse aside. A red spirit fruit appeared before Xiao Chun. He bent down and gently picked the spirit fruit. When he looked at it carefully, he saw a few golden spots on the black leaves. Xiao Chun could not help but feel slightly disappointed. This fruit was called the metal essence fruit. It was a nice name, but unfortunately it was a poisonous fruit. To those who cultivated poison techniques or refined poisons, it was very valuable. An ordinary metal essence fruit could sell for 30,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, aside from that, Xiao Chun did not have any other use for it. The metal essence fruit looked very similar to the earth essence fruit. It was very hard to tell them apart. Unless it was an older earth essence fruit, which was overflowing with spiritual energy, there was no need to distinguish it. The rest had to be personally inspected. After leaving Shui Lingling, Xiao Chun used his spiritual sense to find 10 fruits. All of them were metal essence fruits. His luck was extremely bad. There is a similar fruit 5 kilometers to the north. I hope it is not a metal essence fruit this time. Using his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun was much more efficient than the other cultivators who relied on their perception and vision to find the earth essence fruit. Logically speaking, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, Xiao Chen's harvest should be far greater than the others. The tip of Xiao Chen's feet gently pushed off the wet water surface. His body moved like a leaf as he drifted forward. The pitfalls in the swamp did not affect him at all. After 10 minutes, Xiao Chun arrived before his destination. Only the situation this time was slightly difficult. There were actually 2 black-horned venomous pythons that were almost 800 meters long here. Looks like there's a lot of hope. Xiao Chun smiled. He did not retreat because of the difficulty. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. Chi-chi. The 2 black-horned venomous pythons discovered Xiao Chun from far away. Their huge bodies stuck to the swamp as they rapidly swam toward Xiao Chun, moving as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, the black-horned venomous pythons arrived 500 meters away from Xiao Chun. They opened their huge mouths and spat out 2 streams of dense poison fog at Xiao Chun. Insignificant tricks. Xiao Chun circulated his vital qi, and his blood surged. He clenched his fists tightly, and when the force poured into his fists, they exploded. Bang! Bang! Out of nowhere, 2 strong gusts of wind formed and blew the poisonous fog away, diluting it to the point where it was no longer a threat. When the poison fog disappeared, the 2 venomous pythons charged over. They soared into the air and kicked up a large amount of mud. Then, Their huge tails intertwined and swept at Xiao Chun. The huge tail contained a tyrannical power. Everywhere it passed, the air would buzz and the void would tremble. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as a mirror. He drew the lunar shadow saber with his left hand and slowly circulated the energy for the second move of the dragon subduing slash. Soaring dragon. Xiao Chen's figure did not move as he carefully observed. He simulated the trajectory of the two huge tails in his mind, as well as the subsequent changes and possible attacks. A strong wind blew, and his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, the two huge tails would strike Xiao Chen's body. Hidden dragon in the abyss, a gentleman plans before taking action. It is fine if he does not move, but when he does, the clouds in the 9 heavens will scatter, and he will soar into the sky. Dragon roars resounded endlessly. The might of the sound was vast and mighty. The blood in Xiao Chen's body surged. A dragon-shaped heat rose up from his dantian and rushed to the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then it quickly filled his entire body. Xiao Chen's eyes were like torches as he looked at the two snake tails flying over. In Xiao Chen's eyes, everything seemed to be in slow motion. He could clearly see all the tiny objects floating in the air. He could even feel the breathing and pulse of the world. With just one saber strike, he could merge with the world and easily chop the 200-meter-long venomous pythons into pieces. However, this wondrous feeling only lasted for an instant. Xiao Chun could not catch it. By the time he recovered his wits, he could no longer find it. I failed again. Xiao Chun shook his head slightly and continued to circulate his energy. Then he took another step forward. Xiao Chun turned into a true dragon. When he took one step forward, a long, thin crack immediately appeared in the swamp. Bang! Dirty water and silt formed a curtain above the crack and shot out. Kasie! Kasie! The instant the curtain soared into the sky, it was incomparably sharp. The instant it soared into the sky, it chopped off the two entwined snake tails, causing a large scarlet light to fall. A resplendent purple saber light lit up, and Xiao Chun soared into the air, looking like a true dragon soaring into the sky. A dragon image flickered on the saber, merging with the saber. Auspicious clouds covered the sky as he soared into the 9 heavens. Under the ferocious saber light, the two black-horned venomous pythons were chopped in half and fell heavily to the ground. Looking from a distance, Xiao Chen's earlier actions looked like a dormant true dragon, suddenly taking off and rushing into the clouds. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and looked at the corpses of the two black-horned venomous pythons on the ground. Then he entered deep thought. Soaring dragon was indeed very mighty. However, Xiao Chun could not grasp that wondrous feeling. At this moment, he had only brought out about 20% of Soaring Dragon's might. I'll take it slow. Perhaps only through experiential training between life and death can I truly find that feeling. Let's go and take a look at that mutated fruit first. He slowly drifted down, carrying a trace of anticipation as he headed for the mutated fruit, with moving spiritual energy behind him. Strange, I clearly felt the energy fluctuation of a heaven-ranked martial technique earlier. Why did it suddenly disappear? Two figures flew over from a distance. Their gazes quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for clues. Since Xiao Chun used a heaven-ranked martial technique, there had to have been an intense battle. This was the best opportunity to take advantage of the situation. These two usually did such things. When they felt the fluctuation, they immediately flew over. The two wore gorgeous embroidered robes. One was tall and the other was short. There was an eagle embroidered on their chests, the insignia of the Tianwu domain's Shimin clan. The tall youth looked around and discovered Xiao Qin. He quickly rushed over and asked sternly, "Brat, what happened here earlier? Tell us the truth." Xiao Chun was only a medial-grade martial monarch. The two did not think that he was the one who executed the heaven-ranked martial technique. Relying on their advantage in cultivation, the two spoke rudely, overbearingly, and extremely arrogant. The Shimin clan was one of the Tianwu domain's 4 great clans. They had Emperor Wu as their protector. Furthermore, the two had pretty good talent and cultivation, so they did have the capital to be arrogant. Xiao Chun was currently bending over to pick that mutated fruit. He ignored the questions of the two behind him and continued doing what he was doing. After picking the mutated fruit and inspecting it, Xiao Chun could not help but reveal a joyful smile. After failing 10 times, he finally obtained an earth essence fruit. Furthermore, this earth essence fruit was quite old. It was at least 100 years old. With Xiao Chen's cultivation, he could increase his cultivation by 10% after consuming it, saving him a few months. We are asking you a question. Are you mute? When the short youth saw that Xiao Chun ignored him, he immediately became angry. Unexpectedly, a medial-grade martial monarch dared to put on airs with them. Xiao Chun did not panic. He placed the earth essence fruit in his universe ring and turned around. He said, "Everything is normal here. Nothing major happened." The tall youth was standing to the side. When he saw the earth essence fruit from the corner of his eyes immediately lit up. He said excitedly, "Earth essence fruit. What did you put away earlier? Take it out and let us see." When the short youth heard the words earth essence fruit, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. He could not help but take a step forward. He said, "What is it? Take it out and let us see. We brothers will purchase all sorts of mutated fruits at a high price." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. The earth essence fruit appeared in his palm. An alluring spiritual energy spread out, and the turbid air became much fresher. An earth essence fruit with 100-year medicinal effect. The two Shiman clan cultivators did not bother to hide the greed in their eyes. They could not wait to snatch it from Xiao Chen's hands. So. Many figures flew over in the air. They looked around, doing the same thing as the two Shiman clan cultivators did earlier. They were cultivators in the vicinity. When they felt the fluctuations of a heaven-ranked martial technique, they quickly flew over. However, they were far behind the two Shiman clan cultivators. Soon, someone noticed this scene. However, no one was surprised. They only gave Xiao Chun sympathetic gazes. The Shiman clan cultivators were like Shiman Bao. They were all arrogant and despotic, looking down on others. Now that they saw the earth essence fruit, Xiao Chun could only blame himself for being unlucky. TSK, 100-year-old earth essence fruit. That is good stuff. Unexpectedly, a medial-grade martial monarch managed to find it. So what? He ran into Shiman Yuan and Shiman Jian. He is just making things difficult for himself. Strange. How did this brat find the earth essence fruit? The venomous python guarding the earth essence fruit is not that easy to deal with. A peak expert probably passed by earlier and casually executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, killing the venomous python guarding the earth essence fruit and allowing him to take advantage of it. When the cultivators did not find the intense battle that they had expected, they were somewhat disappointed. However, there was a commotion to watch. It added some fun to the boring treasure hunt. Everyone watched interestedly, anticipating the expression of the white-robed cultivator after he spat out the earth essence fruit. The short youth, Shiman Jian, suppressed the greed in his eyes. He took another step forward and said extremely gravely, "Brat, you are in luck. This is a poisonous fruit. It is not worth a single cent, however. I cultivate a poison technique and need it. I will buy it for 100,000 superior grade spirit stones." Xiao Chun looked calmly at the other party and said indifferently, "Do you think I will believe you?" Shiman Jian did not mind. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Sometimes, it is better to be stupid. If you are too serious, you will only suffer physical pain for nothing." Bang! A loud sound rang out. Right after Shiman Jian spoke, a blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, which had been storing up energy for a long time, and carried him into the air. Chapter 704. The acupoints under Xiao Chen's feet burst open, and his figure flashed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he lashed out with his leg. The strong wind was like a saber, roaring like thunder. Amid the howling of the wind, Xiao Chen's leg landed on Shiman Jian's face. Bang! Shiman Jian flew back to the side. A huge force burst forth from Xiao Chen's foot, and his jaw cracked. Then, he vomited a mouthful of broken teeth and blood. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He stood on the blue dragon image, and the acupoint under his left foot burst open again. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and the dragon acupoint under his left foot burst open again. Xiao Chen's figure flickered as he burst forth with power at close range. No one could even see his afterimage. In an instant, he arrived at Shimin Jian's side. Xiao Chen stomped down again. His foot landed on Shimin Jian's chest, but it did not stop. Then he continued stomping downwards. 600 tons of force surged out. Kasie! Kasie! Several of Shimin Jian's internal organs were crushed under the pressure of the force. Shimin Jian cried out in pain as he sank deep into the mud. All sorts of dirty water and mud flowed into his mouth. In the time it took for a spark to fly, only 2 blinks of an eye had passed since Xiao Chen's attack. Shimin Jian, who was an early-stage superior-grade martial monarch, was beaten up by Xiao Chen to the point where he could not even be seen. From the moment Xiao Chen made up his mind to attack, he had not thought of giving his opponent a chance to react. Shimin Jian dared to get so close to him and neglected his defense. If he could not take him down after making the first move, Xiao Chen would not be able to forgive himself. The cultivators rushing over all felt their minds go blank, thinking that they were seeing things. On the other side, the tall youth, Shimin Yuan, showed a grave expression. He looked at Xiao Chen and said in a trembling voice, "Body-tempering cultivator. You are actually a body-tempering cultivator." The strength of a body-tempering cultivator could no longer be measured by cultivation. A medial-grade martial monarch with a horrifying force of 600 tons. With Xiao Chen's strength, when he made the first move, defeating a regular early-stage superior-grade martial monarch would be as easy as eating or drinking. To Xiao Chen, challenging someone of a higher cultivation realm would not pose any difficulty. These 2 people did not know what was good for them. Relying on the power of the Shimin clan, they wanted to target Xiao Chen. Could only be said that they kicked an iron plate. Just you wait. After you injure the Shimin clan's people, no one will be able to save you. The tall youth looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Then, without saying anything, he immediately ran. He fully displayed the Shimin clan style of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing this person flee, Xiao Chen too, and did not give chase. Xiao Chen did chin. Xiao Chen had no, and had to take for Shimin Yuan's chens. Xiao Chen too. Dong Chen to he, to Xiao to he too, and had he to, and had. Chen. Was. Chen's Chen, and. Was. He to. Chen. If Xiao Chen fought with Shimin Yuan now, even if he used all his trump cards, his chances of victory would not exceed 50%. Ignore him for now. My only goal now is to find enough earth essence fruits. At the very least, I need to raise my cultivation to peak medial-grade martial monarch. After scanning the area with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen immediately discovered another earth essence fruit. Xiao Chen glanced at Shimin Jian, who was floating in the air again. Then, he casually kicked him high into the air and ignored him. Who is this person? How dare he humiliate the Shimin clan's people like that? I don't know him. I've never heard of him before. With a strong physical body and a medial-grade martial monarch cultivation, he should have appeared long ago. No matter how strong he is, it is useless. When Shimin Bao finds out, he will not have a good time. Indeed, if not for fear of Shimin Bao, he would not care about these Shimin clan cultivators, letting them do whatever they want. Xiao Chen dealt with Shimin Jian at lightning speed. Then, he tossed him away like he was kicking a piece of trash. It seemed like Xiao Chen did not care about the Shimin clan at all. Such a scene shocked the others. They did not know where Xiao Chen came from. On the other side, the tall youth, Shimin Yuan, feared that Xiao Chen would chase after him. After he ran for 5 kilometers, he heaved a sigh of relief and activated the Shimin clan's alarms. Soon, the Shimin clan's exploration team rushed over. 10 minutes later, they all gathered here. There was a total of 8 people with vast auras. They were all superior-grade martial monarchs. Among them, a square-faced cultivator about 30 years old had the highest cultivation. He was a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, the same as the Haotian sex Hu Hai. This person's name was Shimin Yi. He was Shimin Bao's cousin and held a high position in the team. He glanced at Shimin Yuan and asked with a frown, "What's going on? Aren't you in the same team as Shimin Jian? Where is he?" Shimin Yuan did not feel very confident. After all, he had been scared off and had not cared about Shimin Jian's life or death. This did not seem right. Shimin Ye's expression turned slightly angry. He shouted, "Speak!" Shimin Yuan's cold shout contained a trace of might. Shimin Yuan's body trembled as he quickly explained everything in detail. Trash. After Shimin Yi heard everything, he immediately scolded angrily. "I told you long ago that it is fine to snatch treasures. However, you cannot underestimate anyone in this savage battlefield. Given your cultivations, as long as you pay attention, even if you cannot defeat that brat, it will be easy for you to leave with dignity." Shimin Yuan did not dare to retort. He asked in a soft voice, "What should we do now?" Shimin Yi muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Don't make a move for now. Cousin is currently practicing his martial technique in Death Swamp. I am not confident of stopping him alone. After you find him, just follow him from afar." Great! We obtained another Earth Essence fruit. After Xiao Chun checked the mutated fruit, he revealed a joyful expression. The corpses of 2 venomous pythons lay at his feet. Their blood flowed like fountains into the swamp. After finding the first Earth Essence fruit, Xiao Chen's luck started to improve. He obtained Earth Essence fruits a few times in a row. He only made one mistake, finding a Metal Essence fruit. Slowly, Xiao Chen discovered a pattern. If there were more than 2 venomous pythons guarding it, it was very likely to be an Earth Essence fruit. Following this pattern and with the help of his strong spiritual sense, Xiao Chun reaped a gratifying harvest. Up until now, he had already obtained 20 Earth Essence fruits. However, with the lesson from earlier, Xiao Chun did not dare to casually execute his heaven-ranked martial technique. It would be too troublesome to attract the attention of a group of cultivators. Unfortunately, the 20 Earth Essence fruits were all about 100 years old. They could barely raise Xiao Chen's cultivation to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. After consuming a quintessence gathering pill, the exhaustion would be even greater. Xiao Chen needed to find Earth Essence fruits that were more than 100 years old, or even 200 or 300 years old. Only then could he truly push his cultivation to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun carefully put away the Earth Essence fruit in his hand and looked into the distance. He said, "It looks like I have to go to the depths of venomous snake swamp. While it is safe outside, it will only be a small area." The air in the depths of Python Swamp was even more turbid. Poisonous gas permeated the air, making it even more peaceful than in the periphery. The cultivators searching for Earth Essence fruits here were clearly stronger. They were more or less as strong as Huhai. There were fewer venomous pythons as well. However, each of them was 300 meters long. Aside from the black horn on their heads being longer than the one at the entrance, they were about the same size. Xiao Chun looked around and discovered several loose cultivators here as well. The moment he arrived, he sensed several gazes filled with malicious intent. Where did this brat come from? How dare he barge into this place? The loose cultivator closest to Xiao Chun was in a bad mood. He had just killed a 300-meter-long venomous python and obtained only one venomous fruit. When this loose cultivator saw Xiao Chun, he wanted to vent his frustration. Without saying a word, he charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression did not fluster. Loose cultivators always did as they pleased. They were strange and cruel. Without great strength, one would not be able to suppress them. Xiao Chun could make an example of this loose cultivator to prevent them from bothering him endlessly. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber and executed burning to desolation with a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent and the immortal state of thunder. Chong! Chong! When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. A strong shock wave spread out into the surroundings. The loose cultivator who attacked had not expected Xiao Chun to be so strong. Although Xiao Chen's quintessence was not very vast, it was very dense. Furthermore, his saber intent had reached 60% comprehended, and his state of thunder had reached the limits. Furthermore, it contained the immortal attribute, Adding these two together with the tyrannical burning to desolation, the middle stage superior grade martial monarch loose cultivator flew back with blood leaking out of a corner of his mouth. After the loose cultivator landed, he looked at Xiao Chun in horror before turning to flee. How could Xiao Chun let the loose cultivator do as he wished? The blue dragon under his feet soared up and chased after the loose cultivator. Such a scene startled the surrounding loose cultivators. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun managed to force back a superior grade martial monarch with one move. This fellow should be a genius cultivator. It is best not to offend him. The crowd's gazes scattered. No one cared about Xiao Chun anymore. As for that loose cultivator's life or death, it had nothing to do with them. The blue dragon image bared its fangs and brandished its claws, moving up and down as it carried Xiao Chun in hot pursuit. The black-robed loose cultivator in front complained bitterly in his heart. Originally, the loose cultivator had intended to kill someone to vent his anger. A medial-grade martial monarch should have been easy to deal with. In the end, he ended up kicking a steel plate. Blue dragon tail whip. The dragon raised its head and carried Xiao Chun in a long arc. A strong wind blew, and everywhere it passed, the dirty water and silt above the swamp shot out, forming a screen of water. The black-robed loose cultivator cursed angrily. His quintessence surged and shattered the dirty water and silt flying over into powder. Then he charged at Xiao Chun. Brat, don't push things too far. A life and death struggle will not do you any good, the black-robed loose cultivator said sullenly. When the weapons clashed, the black-robed loose cultivator flew back 100 meters. He revealed a ferocious look as a baleful aura spread out. Xiao Chun pointed his weapon at the other party. He smiled coldly to himself and said, "Don't overestimate yourself. A life and death struggle is not something you can do." The other party was only as strong as Chun Xiao and the others. He was slightly weaker than Hu Hai. Xiao Chun only used his 60% comprehended saber intent and immortal state of thunder to firmly suppress the other party. He did not even use his great perfection saber intent or peak state of massacre. I will make you pay for this. When the black-robed loose cultivator saw that Xiao Chun wanted to kill him, he went all out. All his quintessence surged, and a boundless baleful aura formed a sea of blood around him. Profound ice ghost chop. The black-robed loose cultivator roared ferociously and froze the sea of blood around him into ice. Then, he formed a sword light made of ice and blood and chopped at Xiao Chun. Chapter 705. Xiao Chun froze the blood into ice, infusing all the baleful aura into the sword chi. When he chopped down, the baleful aura in the air turned the poisonous gas into a white mist and scattered. The scarlet sword light in the white mist was bright and dazzling, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Indeed, as a loose cultivator, he had his own trump cards. This sword strike was able to raise the might of an earth-ranked martial technique to that of a heaven-ranked martial technique. This person was rather capable. However, in the end, it was still an earth-ranked martial technique. It was slightly weaker than a genuine heaven-ranked martial technique. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. Bang! An intense explosion resounded, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the mud-filled swamp. Xiao Chun turned into a true dragon. His body merged with his saber, looking like a soaring true dragon. Auspicious clouds covered the sky, and a boundless aura burst forth. Xiao Chun could feel the true dragon filling his entire body, so he naturally soared into the sky. Kasie! The true dragon roared ferociously, and the scarlet sword light the black-robed loose cultivator condensed shattered, turning into motes of scarlet light. Bang! 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 The scarlet motes of light landed on the swamp and blasted out deep pits. Dirty water and sludge filled the air. Die! Before the momentum of soaring dragon in the sky ended, Xiao Chun chopped down with his saber. It was like a true dragon swinging its claw in rage, unparalleled and unblockable. The protective quintessence of the black-robed loose cultivator shattered, and blood spurted out as he was chopped in half. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and checked the quintessence in his body. He discovered that only a little more than a third remained. Soaring dragon in the sky is indeed unparalleled, soaring into the sky in one go. However, this quintessence consumption is too high. Furthermore, this is an incomplete soaring dragon. In the future, the consumption will be even more horrifying. After killing the black-robed loose cultivator, Xiao Chun did not show much excitement. He continued to calmly analyze the gains and losses of this move. After seeing ruthless people like Shui Lingling, the passionate young master, and in Juanxi, no matter how proud Xiao Chun was, he would not show it. After retrieving the black-robed loose cultivator's interspatial ring, Xiao Chun continued searching for the Earth Essence fruit. In the depths of Python Swamp, there were very few Earth Essence fruits. There were less than 4 times as many as in the outskirts, but without exception, they were all mutant fruits that were over 100 years old. Even those that were 200 or 300 years old were not rare. Found it. There's a strange fruit 5,000 meters ahead with a venomous snake guarding it. I hope our luck isn't too bad. Xiao Chun withdrew his divine sense and quickly walked forward. In less than 10 minutes, he found his target. If the other people who had been searching for him found out about his efficiency, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Gulp, gulp. Bubbles appeared in the swamp in front of them, and steam rose up. When the bubbles burst, the poisonous gas in the air was corroded away. Perplexed, Xiao Chun halted his footsteps and stood to the side. He looked at a floating corpse in the swamp and found it somewhat familiar. Could it be him? With a vague answer in his heart, Xiao Chun sent out a palm wind with a flip of his palm. Water splashed everywhere, and the floating corpse flipped over. It was the infamous Huang Qianren. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked into the distance. The true death swamp was in front. There were the souls of the deceased martial emperors in there. The strength of Emperor Wu's soul had already reached an inconceivable level. After their physical bodies died, their souls would be hard to disperse. In that distant martial emperor war, countless martial emperors had fallen. The moment their souls left their bodies, they were shattered into tens of thousands of pieces. After a long time under the special environment of this place, those soul fragments turned into true departed spirits, retaining a trace of the martial techniques of the martial emperors back then. However, they lost their intelligence and became resentful spirits that only knew how to kill, cruel and violent. And Juanxi had already planned to enter Death Swamp and look for Emperor Wu to temper his martial techniques. However, Huang Qianren chased after him. In the end, he angered Huang Qianren and got killed here. This person's strength is really horrifying. He could even kill a ruthless person like Huang Qianren just like that. When Xiao Chun felt the huge gap between him and Juanxi, the motivation in his heart grew stronger, and he increased his speed significantly. After a while, Xiao Chun arrived at his destination. When he saw the 300-meter-long python waiting there, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to charge over. There were many experts here. Many of them knew heaven-ranked martial techniques. There was no need for Xiao Chun to hide his strength. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with Soaring Dragon. Then, he would not have to worry about fighting. After exhausting a third of his quintessence, Xiao Chun paid the price of minor injuries and successfully killed this venomous python. Xiao Chun waved his right hand. Before the quintessence reached his hand, he felt spiritual energy assaulting his nose. Joy appeared on his face as he checked it. Indeed, it was an earth essence fruit. Furthermore, it was close to 200 years old. This would save Xiao Chun half a year. After putting away this earth essence fruit, Xiao Chun extravagantly took out a spirit-gathering pearl and quickly replenished his quintessence. After that, he started searching for treasures without stopping. Time went by. Xiao Chun had already remained in the depths of this python swamp for 7 days. His figure could be seen everywhere. Xiao Chen's harvest was bountiful. He had already obtained 20 100-year-old earth essence fruits, 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old earth essence fruit. Furthermore, the reputation of the white-robed bladesman spread throughout this place. At first, when many people saw that he was only a medial-grade martial monarch, they all wanted to seek trouble for him. However, after a few bloody lessons, no one dared to target Xiao Chun anymore. When they saw that white figure, they all gave way. Xiao Chun had always been like this. In this cruel world, he maintained his principles. He would not snatch the treasures of others. However, if anyone dared to target him, he would not show mercy. He would chase them to the ends of the world and kill them no matter the price. This was how the reputation of the white-robed bladesman spread. On this particular day, as usual, Xiao Chun continued to search for Earth Essence fruits. As time went by, the Earth Essence fruits became increasingly difficult to find. However, Xiao Chun was not in a rush. He had already collected enough Earth Essence fruits. Even if he found more, he could save them for later or sell them for spirit stones. A group of cultivators wearing the Shimin clan's uniform watched Xiao Chun from a kilometer in the air behind him. Compared to the previous time, this group had an additional young cultivator with sharp eyebrows. Aside from Shimin Yi, the others maintained a significant distance from this person, acting very reserved. "Cousin, Shimin Jian was crippled by someone," Shimin Yi said as he pointed to the distant Xiao Chun. This person was the arrogant Shimin Bao. His strength was unfathomable. As a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, it seemed like he could break through to half-sage at any time. A sharp light flickered in Shimin Bao's eyes. No one dared to look him in the eye. He smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I have already perfected my heaven-ranked martial technique to 70% comprehension. Let's go and see if this person is as powerful as you say and if he can block a few moves from me." After killing a venomous python, Xiao Chun picked the mutated fruit behind him. After checking it, he discovered it to be a poisonous fruit. So, he tossed it into his universe ring and prepared to continue on his way. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt a strand of killing qi. His spiritual sense quickly followed the killing qi, and a scene appeared in his mind. It was a strand of sharp sword qi. It looked like a crystalline jade as it flew through the air, tearing a clear path through the turbid space. Dang! The sword qi was sharp and swift. Without much time to think, Xiao Chun circulated his quintessence and turned around, holding his scabbard horizontally in front of his chest. A melodious clang resounded. The energy contained in the sword qi exploded, forcing Xiao Chun back 500 meters. A 50-meter-wide pit appeared where he had been standing. Xiao Chen's left hand, which was holding the scabbard, turned stiff and numb. When he looked up, he discovered the Shimin clan's people flying down from the sky. When Xiao Chun noticed Shimin Bao, who was clearly much stronger than the others, he raised his guard. "You are quite capable to be able to block my sword qi and not suffer any light injuries." Shimin Bao landed on the swamp and looked at Xiao Chun. He smiled coldly and said, "However, you dare to injure my Shimin clan's people with just this bit of ability? You are far from sufficient." "Pu Ci." Shimin Bao flicked his wrist and did not say anything else. He swung his sword upwards and sent out a curtain-like sword qi at Xiao Chun. The curtain-like sword qi was as thin as a cicada's wings. It was more than 50 meters tall. As it flew, it easily split the swamp in half. It even seemed like it could cut the air apart. In the blink of an eye, the sword curtain arrived before Xiao Chun, trying to split him in half. A saber light flickered as Xiao Chun instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. He did not dare to be careless. He unleashed his great perfection saber intent without holding anything back, and his aura soared. Xiao Chen's saber became incredibly sharp, splitting the ground. Quintessence surged and gathered in the slender saber blade. At the same time, the immortal state of thunder condensed in the sky above, forming thunderclouds flickering with boundless electricity. Thunder roared ferociously like immortal divine thunder. Xiao Chun grasped his saber with both hands and blocked the sword curtain before it reached him. Bang! The saber and the sword curtain burst forth with resplendent quintessence shock waves. A horrifying energy surged out, and the surface of the swamp was shaved off by 4 or 5 meters. The might of the sword curtain did not diminish. It blocked the saber and forced Xiao Chun back step by step. Explosions came from both sides in an unending chain. Mud shot into the air like pillars of water. Shimin Bao was somewhat astonished. This seemingly casual sword strike was not that simple. Not only did Shimin Bao use 70% of his strength, but it also contained his 60% comprehended sword intent. Aside from not adding in the state, this was equivalent to using most of his strength. However, it still did not injure Xiaochun, only forcing him back. Should we attack together? Shimin suggested when he saw that Xiaochun was not defeated immediately. Shimin Bao smiled proudly and said, "There's no need, just surround him and don't let him run. If I cannot deal with such trash, I would not be called Shimin Bao." Xiao! The sword curtain stopped, and Shimin Bao leaped up, moving like a sharp arrow as he tore through the air. Shimin Bao was extraordinarily fast, arriving before Xiaochun in the blink of an eye. Then he thrust his sword at Xiaochun's eyes. A sword light gathered, and a cold light appeared. This sword strike took advantage of the fact that Xiaochun could not withdraw quickly to attack Xiaochun's eyes. It was extremely vicious. A scarlet light flickered in Xiaochun's eyes as he infused the state of massacre into his saber technique. Then, he swung both his hands, and a scarlet light filled the sky, shattering the sword curtain. Xiaochun managed to extricate himself and brandished his saber, parrying Shimin Bao's vicious sword strike. Shimin Bao took advantage of the situation and headed straight for Xiaochun's midsection. His reaction was extremely fast, and his attack was so fast that it was hard for others to do anything else. The saber tilted, and Xiaochun could only continue defending. The vast quintessence surging from the sword did not numb his arm. Instead, he retreated another 10 meters. Chapter 706. Shimin Bao followed closely behind Xiaochun. His sword light moved like a shadow, moving up and down. His attacks were fast and ruthless. Dang! 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 The two moved extremely fast. To others, they could only see two figures of light dancing around. The sound of sabers clashing resounded endlessly. Quintessence surged, and shock waves swept out. The surrounding ground exploded inch by inch. Several venomous pythons hidden in the depths of the ground were riddled with holes by the shock waves of quintessence. They bled profusely as they howled in pain. Shimin Bao comprehended the state of wind. His sword was very fast. The moment he executed the first move, he immediately followed up. He had a firm grasp of the rhythm of the battlefield. Speed was not the most important thing. Xiaochun's attack speed was not much slower than Shimin Bao's. The scary thing was that Shimin Bao's quintessence was too strong. With the difference in cultivation, even if Xiaochun had the same attack speed as Shimin Bao, Xiaochun would not have the upper hand. Every time Shimin Bao blocked, his quintessence would knock him back. If not for Shimin Bao's great perfection saber intent, which could amplify the might of his quintessence, the lunar shadow saber in his hand would have been knocked away in less than 10 moves. "It's useless. You are not a match for me. Hand over the mutated fruit on you and the saber in your hand, and I can spare you from death." With everything under control, Shimin Bao verbally attacked Xiaochun. This was the rhythm that he liked the most. When Shimin Bao met a strong opponent, he would not feel nothing when the opponent was too weak, nor would he be at a loss when the opponent was too strong. Verbal attacks gave Shimin Bao even greater pleasure. If Xiaochun really agreed, Shimin Bao would immediately break his promise and enjoy the spectacular expression on Xiaochun's face before he died. Xiaochun remained silent, indifferent in his heart. He did not answer the other party. Be it the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram or the golden savage ox sculpture, he had at least 3 ways to escape. The intense battle spread increasingly wider. As the two fought, several venomous pythons went into a frenzy, fleeing in all directions, afraid of getting caught in the shockwaves. The cultivators in the area all noticed this battle and stopped to watch from afar. Why is Shimin Bao here? His strength is second only to the 7 giants. The python swamp should not attract him this much. Wait, it looks like his opponent is Ruthless White Robe. They are actually fighting. During this period of time, Xiaochun was well known in the depths of Python Swamp. He had practically become the overlord of this place, and no one dared to cause trouble for him. Seeing that Shimin Bao's opponent was Xiaochun, the attractiveness of this battle immediately increased. I really did not expect Ruthless White Robe to be so strong. He did not immediately lose to Shimin Bao. Everyone was somewhat astonished. Young experts second only to the 7 giants were not common in the Tianwu domain. Even including the hidden clans, there would not be more than 20 of them. Moreover, every single one of them had already made a name for themselves a long time ago. Their backgrounds were illustrious, and they would not be unknown. Their future accomplishments would definitely not be low. Xiao Chen looked to be only 21 or 22 years old. With such a young age, could it be that he had the strength to fight against Shimin Bao without losing? This was too shocking. They had never heard of such a young expert using the saber in the Tianwu domain. This won't do. The difference in quintessence is too great. If I continue fighting, no matter how strong my physical body is, I will not be able to endure the accumulated damage. Xiao Chen wanted to retreat. He did not want to continue fighting with this person. The acupoints on his feet burst open at the same time, and a huge force shot out from under his feet. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, instantly widening the distance between him and Shimin Bao. 2 dragon roars came from his chest, and 2 blue dragon images appeared beside Xiao Chen. The 3 blue dragon images circled around each other, carrying Xiao Chen into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had risen more than 200 meters. This unexpected scene stunned Shimin Bao. Then he shouted, "Trying to run? How can it be that easy?" If a nameless brat like Xiao Chen managed to escape in front of so many people, Shimin Bao would not be able to accept it. The sword light pointed at Xiao Chen, and the ferocious wind in the surroundings suddenly stopped. Time seemed to freeze, and the world seemed to freeze. Sword-like strong wind. Under Shimin Bao's control, the frozen strong wind and the drifting wind-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly turned into swords. Out of nowhere, a huge, solid-looking sword instantly formed. Wind blades circled the sword, and a brilliant light flowed around it. Then, it appeared 10 meters in front of Xiao Chen. Sword-like strong wind. Sword-like strong wind. The 3 blue dragon images circling around Xiao Chen suddenly exploded into beams of azure light and disappeared. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. The fine sword wind tore holes in Xiao Chen's clothes and scratched his skin, covering him in wounds. 70% comprehension of a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, it is not enough to block me. Xiao Chen did not show any fear in the face of danger. He had comprehended 80% of the might of his blue dragon goes to sea, 10% more than his opponent. The sea behind Xiao Chen exploded into 999 pillars of water. The blue dragon leaped out of the sea and gathered on the saber, forming a 3-kilometer-long saber light. Under the restriction of the Great Perfection Saber intent, the dragon-shaped saber light quickly shrank. Then, Xiao Chen casually raised his hand and clashed with the sword formed by the strong wind. Boom! The 70% comprehended heaven-ranked martial technique strong wind like sword clashed with the 80% comprehended heaven-ranked martial technique blue dragon goes to sea. The boundless saber chi and sword chi intertwined and soared into the sky. Dust flew everywhere, reaching a height of 1 kilometer. A horrifying shock wave swept out, and a huge bottomless hole appeared in the muddy swamp. The remnant might of the Great Perfection Heaven-ranked martial technique lingered in the air for a long time. The humming of the sword and saber resounded endlessly in the wind. Xiao Chen's quintessence was not comparable to his opponent's. However, his understanding of the heaven-ranked martial technique was superior. In this move, they were evenly matched. Xiao Chen flew back like a cannonball. While he was in the air, he took advantage of this opportunity to increase the distance between him and Shimin Bao. "Brat! Where are you going?" The 2 Shimin clan cultivators guarding the periphery leaped into the air and blocked in front of Xiao Chen. They quickly made their moves, trying to force Xiao Chen back. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He had not expected anyone to block his way. He grasped his saber with his right hand and circulated his remaining quintessence, executing Soaring Dragon. Xiao Chen took 1 step in the air, and a surging energy spread out from his feet. Space trembled intensely like it was a solid object. The 2 cultivators in front of Xiao Chen felt like their bodies were stuck in the air. Their movements immediately paused. After transforming into a true dragon, Xiao Chen merged with his saber. Seizing this opportunity, he chopped down with his saber light. It was like a true dragon's claw tore through the sky. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Bang! Soaring Dragon's aura surged. The two Shiman clan cultivators in front of Xiao Chun were immediately knocked back, vomiting blood and severely injured. After his quintessence was completely exhausted, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and quickly tore off the strip of cloth on his forehead. A scarlet light flickered on Xiao Chen's forehead, and the scarlet throne appeared. Then, it carried Xiao Chun into the distance, turning into a beam of scarlet light. The shock waves from the swamp scattered. Shiman Bao looked into the distance and saw a strand of scarlet light growing fainter in the sky. There was no sign of Xiao Chen. Shiman Bao lowered his head and looked at the two Shiman clan cultivators vomiting blood. Shiman Bao's expression was frighteningly sullen. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun managed to escape unscathed from his hands. How could this be? When the cultivators here saw the distant Xiao Chun, they were all flabbergasted. They had not expected this. Earlier, Xiao Chun had managed to remain undefeated against Shiman Bao. That had already shocked them. Now he actually managed to retreat so calmly. Shiman Bao's rage soared. He glared at the surrounding people, scaring them into hiding, afraid that Shiman Bao would vent his anger on them. After flying far away, Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense to its limits. After he verified that no one followed him, he heaved a sigh of relief on the throne. Xiao Chen's quintessence was already drained. If not for the Scarlet Throne, the consequences would have been dire. Damn it! If my cultivation were higher, I would not have to fear him. Xiao Chun clenched his right fist tightly as he sat on the throne. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. The throne flew close to the ground. After a long time, Xiao Chun stopped at a remote and safe place. Then, he took out spirit gathering pearls and started to recover his quintessence. After using 5 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, Xiao Chun completely recovered his exhausted quintessence. On the throne above the scarlet clouds, Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he vomited out all the bruises from the earlier battle. Now he felt much better. I have enough earth essence fruits. However, now is not the time to consume them. I should go and meet up with first senior sister and the others first. Xiao Chun needed an absolutely safe and quiet place to use the earth essence fruits to raise his cultivation. This place was Python Swamp. Who knew when a venomous python would emerge from the ground? If Xiao Chun was disturbed while advancing, not only would he waste all the earth essence fruits he had worked so hard to collect, but he might even suffer a backlash. His cultivation might even regress. The risk was too great. Xiao Chun was not willing to take the risk. He returned the scarlet throne to his sea of consciousness. Then, he tied the blue strip of cloth around his forehead again, covering up his demonic aura. Half a day later, Xiao Chun appeared at the periphery of Python Swamp. This was the place where he agreed to meet up with first senior sister and the others. There was no one here. The others were probably still working hard. After all, not everyone had the help of spiritual sense like Xiao Chun. Their efficiency in searching for the earth essence fruits was terrifying. Since there was nothing to do, Xiao Chun organized the earth essence fruits he obtained. There were 40-50-year-old earth essence fruits, 2,500-year-old earth essence fruits, 10 close to 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. Naturally, the most valuable one was the 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. If nothing else, the earth essence fruit only had a lifespan of 500 years. A peak-grade earth essence fruit that could live for 300 years was worthy of the word peak-grade. That was what Xiao Chun obtained after killing a 300-year-old venomous python with much difficulty. It was even more valuable than all the other earth essence fruits combined. Could save Xiao Chun 2 years of cultivation. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun took out Gu Mu's spatial ring. Ever since he received it from Shui Lingling, he had not taken the time to look at it. Although Gu Mu was a loose cultivator, the treasures of a half-sage should be a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chun sent in his spiritual sense and looked around. However, he could not help feeling disappointed. There were only a few superior grade spirit stones in the spatial ring. There were only a few 100,000 of them. They were even poorer than Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun found about 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. As for medial grade spirit gathering pearls, he did not see a single one. This made sense. If a loose cultivator did not come out for 10 or 20 years, all the resources he collected would have been exhausted long ago. Otherwise, he would not have to use medial-grade blood crystals to exchange for spirit stones. Furthermore, Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng, who were also half-sages, did not care about medial-grade blood crystals at all. Chapter 707. There were also some messy medicinal pills inside. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to look through them one by one. However, a secret manual caught his attention. Xiao Chun took it out and saw the words "Withered wood comes to spring" clearly written on the cover. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, it was the heaven-defying martial technique, "Withered wood comes to spring." When Withered Wood Old Man used this martial technique, his cultivation increased by 20% and he instantly repelled Shui Lingling. The scene was still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind. He quickly flipped through the manual to see if he could cultivate it. Xiao Chun discovered that there were no special requirements. He did not have to cultivate wood-attributed quintessence. However, the side effects were rather terrifying. If one could not obtain a 5,000-year-old spirit herb to replenish qi and blood in time, it would overdraft the cultivator's life force. Furthermore, after using it, one would be weakened for a long time. Although the side effects of raising my cultivation by 20% are terrifying, it is still acceptable as a life-saving measure. After memorizing the contents of the secret manual, Xiao Chun stood where he was and started comprehending it. Only when Hu Hai and the other three arrived did Xiao Chun stop comprehending and start chatting with them. The four all had excited expressions on their faces. They had probably gained a lot. When Wang Chung saw that Xiao Chun had arrived long ago, he purposely smiled and asked, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, I see that you have been waiting for a long time already. You should not be satisfied with your harvest on this trip, right?" Xiao Chun did not want to speak too much with this person. He only replied politely, "It's all right." Wang Chung treated it as an excuse. He laughed loudly and said, "On this trip, I obtained a total of 10 50-year-old Earth Essence fruits, 3 100-year-old Earth Essence fruits, and 1 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit by luck." 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit? A strange look flashed in the eyes of the other three. They were clearly astonished. Hu Hai said, "A 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit is extremely rare. It can save you half a year of cultivation time. This is indeed a bountiful harvest. Congratulations, junior brother Wang." Hu Hai wanted to find another kind of mutated fruit, so he did not go to the depths of Python Swamp. Hence, he did not obtain any 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits. Jun Si and Chun Xiao only wandered around the periphery. They did not have such good luck, so they could only reveal envious expressions. Wang Chung felt somewhat pleased with himself. He told Xiao Chun about how hard he worked and how he managed to obtain the 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit by chance. After that, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Chun. Then, he asked, "Junior brother Xiao, how is your harvest? Tell us about it. If it is really not enough, I can give you an Earth Essence fruit." Xiao Chun felt helpless in his heart. Some people would never shut up in front of them if they didn't ruthlessly slap their faces. Back then, Xiao Chun tried to stop Xiao Chun from entering the savage battlefield. Now Xiao Chun was flaunting this trivial matter. Xiao Chun really did not know what Xiao Chun was thinking. Xiao Chun replied calmly, "Not many, just 10 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits. As for the 100-year-old ones and below, there should be about 60 or 70. Wang Cheng's expression turned serious. He immediately said unhappily, "Junior brother Xiao, what kind of attitude is this? I wanted to give you an Earth Essence fruit out of goodwill. To think that you are boasting to me, purposely trying to disgust me." Wang Cheng waved his left hand, and 5 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits appeared. Then, he waved his right hand, and another 5 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits appeared. Xiao Chun looked at Wang Cheng and said calmly, "Open your eyes and see what this is. Do I need you to give me an Earth Essence fruit?" The 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits contained overwhelming spiritual energy. They had a pleasant fragrance, especially when there were 10 of them together. They made one feel relaxed and happy, making one's gaze linger on them. Wang Cheng showed a horrified expression. not daring to believe this scene. His finger trembled as he said, "How can this be? These are 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Given your strength, how could you obtain so many?" Hu Hai and the other two were shocked as well, their eyes filled with astonishment. They could not figure it out either. 200-year-old earth essence fruits were worth cities. Obtaining one was already very lucky. Even if one went to the depths of Python Swamp, it would be impossible to find so many 200-year-old earth essence fruits. This was because that place was too big. An individual's strength was too insignificant there. Searching and fighting took time. More importantly, there were hundreds or thousands of cultivators like them searching for earth essence fruits. The competition was intense. How could Xiao Chun find so many 200-year-old earth essence fruits alone? This was too incredible. However, no matter what, the truth was right before their eyes. What they saw was not an illusion. Even though Xiao Chun had the lowest cultivation, his harvest was higher than the four of them combined. This made them feel disappointed. Hu Hai smiled bitterly and said, "These are indeed 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Junior brother Xiao Chun, congratulations." Jun Si and Chun Xiao recovered their wits and congratulated Xiao Chun as well. Only Wang Cheng blushed in embarrassment. Xiao Chun obtained 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits, but he did not show any complacent expression. Then, when Wang Cheng thought about himself, he bragged about obtaining a 200-year-old earth essence fruit. What was even more embarrassing was that Wang Cheng actually said that he would split the earth essence fruits with Wang Cheng. This was like slapping his own face. Seeing that Wang Cheng had shut up completely, Xiao Chun put away the earth essence fruits and ignored Wang Cheng, who had a strange expression on his face. "Xiao!" A petite purple figure descended from the air. Shui Lingling, who had come out of Death Swamp, had also returned to the group. At this moment, there were not many cultivators left in Python Swamp. All the earth essence fruits that could be found had already been collected. There was no point in remaining here. Shui Lingling must have gained something in the depths of Death Swamp. A smile appeared on her soft, pretty face. Hu Hai asked somewhat impatiently, "First senior sister, where are we going next?" Shui Lingling raised her head and looked into the distance. Then she said sullenly, "To the Dragon Burial Mound. Of the forbidden lands that were made public this time, the most valuable is the true dragon cave there." Xiao Chun looked in the direction of Death Swamp and asked, "We are not going in there?" Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "There are no natural treasures in Death Swamp. It is mainly for tempering one's martial techniques. Furthermore, it is very dangerous." Hu Hai and the others had clearly heard of Death Swamp before. They did not show any regret in their eyes, nor did they feel that it was a loss. Xiao Chun really wanted to give it a try, to find a departed spirit of Emperor Wu who practiced the saber and spar with him, improving his saber techniques. However, if he followed the group, he would have to follow the orders of the group. It would not be good to act independently. If there is an opportunity in the future, I must come to Death Swamp. It was much safer to travel with a group. However, one would lose their freedom. They would be restricted to a certain extent, unable to bring out their full potential. After taking one last look in the direction of Death Swamp, Xiao Chun silently followed the group, heading forward. Shui Lingling did not want to waste any more time. As she moved forward, she released her strong aura. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made the poisonous python, which sensed this aura, immediately flee far away. From time to time, bubbles and surging silt could be seen around the team. Those were the venomous pythons below. They were swimming around desperately, afraid that Shui Lingling would kill them. Without any obstructions, the group moved forward at full speed. They managed to catch up to several groups that had set off earlier. When they were about to cross the Python Swamp, Shui Lingling's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. She looked at the other team that she unexpectedly encountered, and her beautiful brows knitted together with a displeased expression. Along the way, Xiao Chun had been comprehending the mysteries of giving spring to withered wood. He had not extended his spiritual sense out, so he had not seen this group in advance. When Xiao Chun raised his head and saw the leader of the group, his expression could not help but turn grave. Unexpectedly, he ran into the extreme insects people here. When Bai Wuxia saw Shui Lingling's group, he felt it was strange as well. Then, he noticed Xiao Chun behind him, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. First senior brother, is that the white-robed brat who challenged you? An extreme insect true inheritor behind Bai Wuxia asked. Bai Wuxia seemed to be smiling as he replied, "That's him. He told me to wait for him at the Extreme Insects Challenge platform." The person who spoke first mocked. He overestimates himself. I thought he had something extraordinary about him. It turns out that he is just a medial-grade martial monarch. He is indeed crazy. To think that he is worthy of being first senior brother's opponent. He overestimates himself. I do not even need 10 moves to defeat this fellow, another person said with disdain as he looked at Xiao Chun. With Bai Wuxia and Shui Lingling here, it was impossible for the two groups to fight to the death. Xiao Chun withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes. He only remembered the appearance of the person who mocked him. Xiao Chun remained silent, not saying a word. He had never liked to use words to gain an advantage. He did not want to do useless things. When that person saw that Xiao Chun did not say anything, his expression turned even more chaotic. He took a step forward and shouted, "White-robed brat, are you that cowardly? If you cannot even receive 10 moves from me, what qualifications do you have to challenge our first senior brother? Do you dare to come out today and receive 10 moves from me? Let our extreme insects senior brother see how capable you are." Bai Wuxia smiled faintly and did not stop this person. He said indifferently, "Shui Lingling, what do you think? If he does not come out, then any random person in your Hao insect can challenge me Bai Wuxia in the future." Shui Lingling was placed in a difficult position. That person was a true inheritor of the extreme insect. He was stronger than Chen Xiao and the others, just slightly weaker than Hu Hai. Xiao Chun was merely an inner disciple of the Hao insect. Although he was very talented, he had not fully matured yet. In a battle, weapons were blind. It would be too unfortunate if Xiao Chun fell here. However, the other party was bullying him. If Xiao Chun did not agree, the reputation of the Hao insect would be tarnished. "I agree." A voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the quiet place. His white robes fluttered, and a cool breeze blew. Xiao Chun leaped over the group and walked out calmly. Bai Wuxia's eyelids twitched. He immediately rejoiced in his heart. If he wanted to kill Xiao Chun, Shui Lingling would definitely stop him. However, if it were someone else fighting Xiao Chun and killing him, Shui Lingling would have nothing to say. "Shin Tu, don't show any mercy. Kill him directly. After this, I will give you a 200-year-old earth essence fruit." Bai Wuxia sent a voice projection to Shin Tu, saying sinisterly. Shin Tu rejoiced in his heart. He quickly replied, "First senior brother, don't worry. I will not let you down. I will definitely take his life within 10 moves." As Wang Cheng watched the two about to fight, a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. Back then, when Xiao Chun sent him flying with a palm strike, it had left a knot in his heart. Chapter 708. In the future, as Wang Cheng watched Xiao Chun grow stronger, he would feel even more dissatisfied with him. This was especially so after he was humiliated by Xiao Chun earlier, which made his resentment even more intense. It would be best if he died at the other party's hands. Ending all troubles, Wang Cheng cursed viciously. Shui Lingling asked worriedly, "Xiao Chen, have you thought it through?" Xiao Chun did not turn his head. He said indifferently, "Many thanks for first senior sister's concern. I know my limits." Shun Tu held a long sword in his hand and strode forward. He laughed and said, "You do have some courage. However, you are ultimately just a joke. Today, I will let you know that some words that you speak carelessly can lead to death." The others scattered, leaving a spacious area for Xiao Chun and Shin Tu to fight. The vast vital qi in Xiao Chen's body burned, and his blood surged like a gushing river. Xiao Chen's physical body, which was close to a sage body, started circulating quietly. Xiao Chun was like a flood dragon in hibernation, possessing boundless might, waiting for the moment to erupt. Shin Tu looked at his opponent with a relaxed expression. He had already comprehended 50% of the heaven-ranked martial technique that he grasped. Furthermore, his cultivation was one cultivation grade higher than his opponent's. The extreme Yin sect had abundant resources and many great teachers. Shintu had climbed to where he was today step by step. His strength was not exaggerated at all. With such a huge advantage, Shintu did not believe that there was a reason for him to lose. I'll play with him first. Then, I'll use my heaven-ranked martial technique on the 10th move and destroy him, crushing all his hopes. Not wanting to defeat Xiao Chun immediately, Shintu decided to play with his opponent slowly. Perhaps his first senior brother could give him more benefits. After observing Xiao Chen's aura, Shintu could not see anything extraordinary about it. He lost his patience and used his movement technique to charge over. Shintu's figure slowly grew larger in Xiao Chen's eyes as he approached. Xiao Chun remained silent, not moving at all. He only continuously burned his vital qi, forming a fiery clump of energy in his dantian. That was the essence of energy formed after burning his vital qi. The clump of energy trembled continuously, trying to struggle free. Xiao Chun guarded his mind, not letting it struggle free. All he did was burn his vital qi and accumulate power. The blood in his body surged, becoming more and more intense. His qi and blood were exuberant to the extreme, and his body was like a high-temperature furnace that could explode at any moment. 100 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters. The distance between Shintu and Xiao Chun shrank rapidly. The tip of Shintu's sword rose and a gust of wind blew. It gently lifted the hair in front of Xiao Chen's forehead, revealing his delicate and handsome facial features. After Shintu imprinted Xiao Chen's face deeply in his mind, he smiled cruelly. With a turn of his sword, he arrived 20 meters in front of Xiao Chun. That's enough, Xiao Chun called out softly in his heart. His calm eyes suddenly erupted with a frightening light. The trace of monarch bloodline hidden in his blood was instantly activated. That trace of the ancient sovereign's aura burst forth. It was like a vast mountain or a vast ocean, vast and boundless, heavy and distant. Shintu, who had not felt any pressure all this while, suddenly felt a heavy mountain pressing down on his shoulders. His expression changed slightly, and his movements immediately slowed. Burning the heavens! Xiao Chun seized this opportunity and shouted. The energy that he had been suppressing for a long time turned into azure smoke at the Tianmen acupoint on his head and rushed into the sky, burning away large patches of white clouds. The ancient sovereign's aura that suddenly appeared lasted less than a second before Shintu broke free. However, this 1 second was enough to change the situation. The azure dragon claw tore through the sky and clenched into a fist. Then it descended from the sky like a meteor. Shintu turned pale with fright. He quickly held his sword across his chest and circulated his quintessence to defend. However, in his haste, he did not even gather 50% of his quintessence. As for Xiao Chen's 1,800,000 kilograms of force, after accumulating it, he erupted with 120% of its might. When comparing the two at this moment, Xiao Chun held the absolute advantage in strength. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the sword in Shintu's hand broke with a ka sound. The dragon fist struck his protective quintessence. The force seeped in and broke Shintu's ribs, severely injuring his internal organs. Shintu flew back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The light of his protective quintessence faded. A murderous intent flashed in Shintu's eyes as a blue dragon image shot out from under his feet, carrying Xiao Chun into the air. A vast ocean appeared behind him, and 999 pillars of water shot into the sky. Dragon subduing / Blue dragon goes to sea. Xiao Chun did not show any expression on his face. The dragon-shaped saber light covered in auspicious clouds swept out with a surging dragon might. Under the attack of the heaven-burning fist, Shintu's aura plummeted. He was severely injured. He could not block this heaven-ranked martial technique that followed closely behind. All this happened in an instant. There was not even a chance for anyone to save Shintu's day. Bai Wuxia's expression changed drastically as he roared, "Stop!" Bai Wuxia's voice was like thunder, inspiring fear in everyone. Clearly, he was already angered to the extreme. However, Xiao Chen ignored him. The blue dragon goes to sea continued to chop down ferociously. Blood spurted out, and Shintu's head separated from his body. The eyes of the head flying in the air widened. Even in death, it did not dare to believe what had happened. The others were all dumbfounded as well. They had not expected such a scene. There were some things that could lead to death if one spoke carelessly. This was what Shintu had said earlier. Now, someone had indeed died. However, the one who died was Shintu himself and not Xiao Chen. The person that Shintu had thought was just a joke had killed him in 2 moves. No matter how you humiliate me, scold me, say 1,000 words or a sharp tongue, with the saber in hand, if I am unhappy, I will just kill you. Why would I bother speaking any nonsense with you? The faces of the extreme Yin sect disciples turned pale. They could not believe that Shintu had been killed just like that. When Bai Wuxia saw the flying head, he was slightly stunned. Then, rage burned in his chest. He said coldly, "How dare you kill my extreme Yin sect's true inheritors? You must be tired of living." Great icy cold hand. In his rage, Bai Wuxia brought out the strength of a half-sage without holding anything back. A huge palm made of icy quintessence instantly formed in the air and appeared in front of Xiao Chen. This palm carried a force that could shatter mountains and tear the ground apart as it smashed towards Xiao Chen. Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen's face sank, and 2 beams of light, one purple and one white, flew out of his eyes. They continuously circled around in the air, forming a beautiful Taiji diagram. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, the innate 8 trigrams, and many other mysterious phenomena appeared. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram glowed with a golden light, radiating a boundless radiance. The horrifying icy cold hand smashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. A loud explosion resounded, shaking space and the ground. Kasie, Kasie. Cracks appeared in the golden Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Then, it shattered and turned back into 2 beams of fiery light that returned to Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and he felt somewhat dizzy. However, he managed to block Bai Wuxia's full power strike without suffering any injuries. Xiao. When Bai Wuxia saw Xiao Chen block his palm strike, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to continue, he saw an arrow flying over like a meteor. The arrow tore through the air, leaving behind a long, flaming tail. Bai Wuxia felt a dangerous aura, and his figure flashed, dodging this extremely fast arrow. Bang! The arrow exploded in the air, and a fiery shock wave surged out in all directions. The other extreme Yin sect disciples who could not dodge in time were all blasted into the air. Shui Lingling drew back the bowstring. She drew the purple bow until it looked like a full moon as she pointed it at Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia, what are you trying to do? Sabers and swords have no eyes. Since this is a competition, death is inevitable. If Xiao Chen loses, Shintu will not spare Xiao Chen's life. Bai Wuxia stood in the air with a cold expression. He looked at the bow in Shui Lingling's hand with some fear. Bai Wuxia had lost a true inheritor with a bright future for no reason. When he saw Xiao Chen land on the ground, he hated that he could not kill him on the spot. However, with Shui Lingling here, that was impossible. Bai Wuxia waved his sleeves heavily and gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then, he led the remaining extreme Yin sect disciples away with large strides. Shui Lingling heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Wuxia did not force his way through. Otherwise, both sides would end up injured, and no one would have a good ending. Junior brother Xiao, are you all right? Shui Lingling asked Xiao Chen as she placed the ancient purple bow on her back. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine. I am not severely injured. Hu Hai asked out of curiosity, may I ask what martial technique that Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was? How come I have never heard of it before? That Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram perfectly merged the 2 attributes of Yin and Yang, bringing out its might. It allowed Xiao Chen, a medial-grade martial monarch, to block Bai Wuxia's full-powered strike unscathed. It was hard not to be curious. Xiao Chen nodded and said, yes, I created that myself. When the others heard this, doubt flashed in their eyes. They did not think that Xiao Chun could create such a profound martial technique. They just took it as an excuse. However, cultivators always had their own secrets. Hu Hai was purely curious and did not intend to pursue the matter. Wang Chong looked at the ground, at Xin Tu, who had been chopped in half at the waist. Then he looked at Xiao Chun again. A hard-to-detect fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chun had not expected this fellow to be so decisive, killing a true inheritor of the extreme insect just like that. I stopped him from coming to the savage battlefield. If he holds a grudge and rises up, I will not have a good time in the future. Wang Chong sized up Xiao Chun and lowered his head. A strange light flickered in his eyes, appearing extremely complicated. By Wuxia's appearance was only a small interlude to the advancing group. It did not have much of an impact on them. Under Shui Lingling's lead, the group continued heading for the dragon burial mound. They passed through deserts, desolate forests, and all sorts of dangers. The group experienced the vastness of the savage battlefield for themselves. When they heard Shui Lingling say that the place they had been to was just the tip of the iceberg, they felt a headache coming on. However, they also gained a lot. The rare spirit herbs and medicinal fruits that were hard to find in the outside world could be found everywhere here. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they might even find a spirit herb worth 1,000,000 spirit stones in a small crack that no one noticed. 3 days later, a desolate plain appeared before the group. 5 peaks stood in the middle of the plain. The peaks formed a ring around an azure palace. Compared to the other 5 peaks, the one in front of the group was clearly taller. It was like someone had chopped it in half. Chapter 709. The azure-colored palace in the middle of the 5 peaks was a kilometer tall. Dust covered the palace. From a distance, it looked ancient and somewhat dilapidated. When looking at the azure-colored palace, Xiao Chun felt a strange throbbing in his heart. He found it very familiar, like he had been here 10,000 years ago. This strange feeling made Xiao Chun ask hoarsely, "What is that place?" Hu Hai and the others gave Xiao Chun strange looks. Then, Shui Lingling said, "Don't you know? That is the Blue Dragon Palace. 10,000 years ago, after the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, their main palace appeared here." Xiao Chun said in shock, "The Tianwu domain really has 4 holy lands? Aside from the White Emperor City, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, and the profound Martial Gate, there is another holy land." Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That is natural. The Dragon's Gate was once the leader of the Holy Lands. 10,000 years ago, the last master of the Dragon's Gate, the Qing Emperor, was the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era. He was the strongest palace master of the Bushin Palace, ruling over the entire Kunlun realm. If he was that strong, then how did the Dragon's Gate get destroyed?" Xiao Chun muttered, his gaze never leaving that palace. Shui Lingling did not know much either. She answered vaguely, "It has something to do with your Sky Dome realm's Tianwu dynasty. As for the specifics, no one knows. Later generations only know that the Tianwu dynasty and the Blue Dragon Palace were destroyed at almost the same time." Xiao Chun felt a yearning for that palace. He asked, "Are we going in?" When the others heard this, they all smiled bitterly. Hu Hai explained, "Who does not want to enter the palace left behind by the sovereign martial emperor, the Qing Emperor? However, no one can enter. The Thunder King, who was known as the strongest offensive power 5,000 years ago, tried to barge in but failed. In the end, he even got injured." Xiao Chun was startled. He asked Ao Jiao, "Is what he said true?" Ao Jiao nodded her head and said, "Each of the 5 mountains represents a type of attribute. They form a 5 elements absolute ceiling array and lock up the time and space of this world. Back then, the Thunder King chopped off half of the mountain, but he was also attacked by the 5 elements absolute ceiling formation for 100 years. Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by attacking for 100 years? Ao Jiao had a deep memory of that. She pondered for a moment before saying, "It's like compressing 100 years into an instant. It's just one sword, but it's enough to hurt you for 100 years. One sword for 100 years, one sword for 100 years." After Xiao Qian heard this, he could not help but sink into deep thought. There was actually such a martial technique. It was truly unimaginable. Let's go. There are no flying demonic beasts here. We can fly there directly. Shui Lingling waved her hand, and the profound sun bird on her shoulder chirped happily. Then it revealed its true form. The group gently pushed off the ground and landed on the profound sun bird's wide back. The group could see the other cultivators soaring into the air as well, either riding on flying spirit beasts or warships. They all headed in the same direction. Savage battlefield? Dragon burial mound. There were many spirit beasts in the world with the word dragon in their names. For example, flood dragons, coiling dragons, earth dragons, flood dragons, and fire dragons. There were many kinds of them, and they were all very strong. However, these were not true dragons. Even in the Immortal epic, true dragons were legendary holy beasts. They possessed startling magic energy and vast magic abilities. Several strong immortal cultivators were no match for them. Since the birth of the martial epic, no one had ever seen a true dragon. All they had seen were some remains. Even the dragon might contained in the remains was unbearable for regular martial monarchs. As the name suggested, the dragon burial mound was a place where dragons were buried. Furthermore, they were all true dragons. The dragon burial mound had already existed in the savage battlefield before the Emperor's War. Many people even believed that the dragon burial mound had existed for a long time in the Immortal epic. No one knew for sure when the dragon burial mound had existed. They only knew that a significant number of true dragons were buried here. Every true dragon grave had a huge treasure trove, spirit trees that grew with the true dragon's immortal chi, and rare fruits that grew with the dragon's blood. After 10,000 years of being contaminated by dragon chi, the special ores that appeared were all priceless treasures, tempting treasures. After a new true dragon cave was exposed, the other forbidden lands of the savage battlefield and even the immortal sect remnant became less tempting. Shui Lingling's main goal in coming to the savage battlefield this time was the true dragon cave. Black spots of light appeared in the sky 50 kilometers in front. Xiao Chun focused his spiritual sense into a line and looked into the distance. He discovered that it was a black storm sweeping through the sky. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. The mountains and trees in the way of the storm were all torn to shreds. Several strong demonic beasts could not resist the storm at all. In an instant, they were sucked into the storm and turned into pools of blood. What is that? The cultivators flying in the air looked into the distance and discovered the strange scene in front as well. However, their mental energy was not as strong as Xiao Chen's. They could only see some blurry scenes and felt that something was wrong. However, they could not clearly see what was happening. Due to the distance, Hu Hai could not see clearly. However, the faint smell of blood in the air made him frown. He said, "It seems like it is in the direction of the dragon burial mound. I wonder what it is." Shui Lingling's bright eyes observed for a while. Then, she said calmly, "It is a true dragon storm. It looks like someone opened the door to the true dragon cave. Since there is a true dragon storm, it should not be an empty cave." Boom! 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 The speed of the true dragon storm was unparalleled. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, everyone could clearly see the scene in front. They were immediately shocked. That black storm connected the sky and the ground, stretching for a kilometer. Before it, even the tall mountains seemed as insignificant as ants. The cultivators were even more insignificant. "Run!" The other cultivators were startled. Without saying anything, they fled to the sides. No one dared to face this storm head-on. A storm that could even flatten a mountain peak. How strong exactly was it? No one dared to imagine it. Probably only martial sages could survive if they entered. Shui Lingling gently leaped up and hid under the profound sunbird's wings. She said, "Don't run around. All of you, hide under the profound sunbird's wings. This is an opportunity for us to reach the true dragon cave before others." The storm was just 10 kilometers away. As the strong wind blew, clothes flapped noisily, making them feel like they would fly. The group did not dare to be careless. They leaped under the profound sunbird's wings with some difficulty and grabbed the green feathers on its wings with their right hands. Xiao Chun, Wang Cheng, and Junsi hid behind the left wing. The other three hid under the right wing. A strong wind howled, and a huge force blew. The profound sunbird's huge body trembled slightly. The wind was like a knife, making it hard for the group to keep their eyes open. They stuck close to the side of the profound sunbird's wings. No one dared to be careless. If they got pulled out by the wind, they would most likely die. Shui Lingling stared at the storm in front. Just as the storm was about to arrive, she quickly gave the profound sunbird a command. The profound sunbird's wide wings slowly closed. Its entire body was like a sharp sword piercing through the storm. However, just as the profound sunbird's wings were about to close completely, Wang Cheng ferociously sent a palm strike at Xiao Chun. When the storm arrived, it was already hard to block in the first place. There was the danger of getting pulled out at any moment. Wang Cheng's palm strike added fuel to the fire, immediately sending Xiao Chun flying. The suction force from the storm didn't even have time to let out a cry of surprise before he was sucked out and thrown high into the air along with the strong wind. Everything happened very quickly. The others did not notice it at all. Wang Cheng smiled cruelly. Then he said anxiously, "Junior sister June." Junior brother Xiao Chun flew out. June C's expression froze. Indeed, she discovered that Xiao Chun had disappeared. She panicked and immediately shouted to inform Shui Lingling. "Don't move. I got it." The profound sunbird's wings were already completely closed. Shui Lingling gave the command before turning into a beam of purple light and flying towards Xiao Chun. The true dragon storm contained dragon force. The force it drew out was terrifyingly strong. Within the storm, Xiao Chun was like a piece of wood. He quickly floated up and down, bobbing up and down like a dead object. The veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body and all his abilities were useless before such might. He had no chance to use them at all. The wind was like a knife, covering Xiao Chen's body in cuts and bruises. He tumbled up and down, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Xiao Chen suffered both physical and mental torture. He felt like he would die at any moment. The wind made Xiao Chen's vision blurry. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he vaguely heard a purple figure calling out his name. This figure risked its life in the true dragon storm, advancing ferociously, trying to get closer to Xiao Chen, trying to pull him out of the whirlpool of the storm. He himself seemed to have made some effort to get close to it, but every time at the last moment it was too late. However, every time the storm surged, it would pull Xiao Chen back. All his efforts would be for naught, unable to succeed. Xiao Chen did not know what happened after that. He simply fainted and lost consciousness. Xiao Chen had a splitting headache, and his mouth was dry. He tried to open his eyes, but it was incredibly difficult. His eyelids felt like heavy mountains, unable to open. When Xiao Chun tried to move his arms, he felt intense pain. His lips twitched. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiao Chun finally opened his eyes. The dark sky appeared in his vision. He had not left the savage battlefield yet. Xiao Chun struggled to get up. Then he sat up and checked his injuries. Wounds of varying depths covered his body, stained with blood. Every time he moved, he would feel extreme pain. Fortunately, these were just external wounds. The more serious ones were his internal injuries. While Xiao Chun was unconscious, the dragon force contained in the storm surged through his internal organs and meridians. Xiao Chen's heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, and lungs all suffered varying degrees of damage. If he were an ordinary person, his internal organs would have been crushed to smithereens long ago. Xiao Chun silently circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, and the circulation of his veritable essence energy did not experience much obstruction. However, his meridians were somewhat injured, so he did not dare to unleash his veritable essence energy without restraint. A faint bloody smell lingered in the air. Xiao Chun turned his head and looked around. The corpses of several demonic beasts littered the surroundings. This should be Ao Jiao's doing, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then, he sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring. He discovered Ao Jiao lying quietly beside the netherworld flower. Her breathing was even as she fell asleep. Chapter 7:10. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and recovered some of his strength. Then, he stood up and started to size up his surroundings. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw desolate plains with demonic beasts roaming in the distance. The dark space seemed somewhat dangerous. Not far behind him was a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Standing not far away, Xiao Chun looked extremely insignificant. Strange. I seem to have been here before. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and entered deep thought. Then his eyes lit up. He suddenly recalled that this was the Blue Dragon Palace that he had once seen from afar. However, at that time he had been very far away. The 5 peaks had looked very close to each other. However, when he got closer, he discovered that the peaks were a kilometer apart. Unexpectedly, I got blown here. Xiao Chun took a few steps, and his vision widened. When he saw the Azure Palace surrounded by the 5 peaks, he revealed a bitter smile. Suddenly, Xiao Chun recalled Wang Cheng's name, and his expression turned sullen again. The storm containing dragon energy was startlingly mighty. If not for Xiao Chen's strong physical body, having refined his blood, skin, and meridians, he would not have been able to survive the storm. The instant he was blown away, his body would have been torn to shreds, not even leaving a corpse behind. Although Xiao Chun knew that Wang Cheng did not like him and that there was a rift between them, he had never expected Wang Cheng to be so despicable as to plot against him while they were in the same team. However, this is fine as well. The strength of the team is not balanced, and there are many restrictions. With the help of the map, it might not be a bad thing for me to enter the savage battlefield alone. Xiao Chun thought to himself as he took out the brocade box containing the map of the savage battlefield. There were some detailed 3-dimensional images in the map, allowing Xiao Chun to familiarize himself with the various passages of the Forbidden Lands. Several small paths that no one knew of could allow him to reach the Forbidden Lands smoothly. Furthermore, there were red dots on the map for every Forbidden Land. Based on the depth of one's gaze, Xiao Chun could determine which Forbidden Lands he could enter and which Forbidden Lands he could not. The most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, everything would have been for naught. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from behind. Xiao Chun turned around and saw a 10-meter-tall scarlet blood demonic ape charging at him. The scarlet blood demonic ape could tell that Xiao Chun was severely injured and found it difficult to move. This peak rank 7 demonic beast scarlet blood demonic ape did not hold back as it charged. Xiao Chun took a few steps back. Now that his internal organs were damaged, he could not move rashly. Otherwise, he would be even more injured, and it would be even harder to recuperate. However, it was only a pinnacle tier 7 demonic beast, so there was no need for him to make things difficult for it. With a wave of his hand, a sculpture appeared on his palm. Life bestowal spell. The mountain-like body of the golden savage bull suddenly appeared. Its golden hooves bent vertically before bouncing off and landing a heavy kick on the scarlet blood demonic ape. Xiao Chen's vital qi exploded out with 1,000 tons of force. The kick sent him tumbling back, causing him to cry out in pain. He looked at the golden savage ox that suddenly appeared in horror. Up Xiao Chun up with qi. He up with the qi and up Chun. I can still use it 5 or 6 more times. However, that should be enough for me to recover completely. After checking the damage to the life bestowal spell, Xiao Chun muttered to himself. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to treat his internal injuries. Now that Xiao Chen's physical body was close to a rank 1 sage body, his recovery and defense were not something a regular martial monarch could compare to. It could be said that even the 7 giants' accomplishments in the physical body were far inferior to Xiao Chen's. If they were in Xiao Chen's shoes, they would not be able to recover as fast as Xiao Chun after suffering such severe injuries. Time passed. 3 days later, Xiao Chen's severe internal injuries were mostly healed, no longer affecting his combat prowess. No one would believe that Xiao Chen had recovered from the true dragon storm in 3 days. However, in reality, if not for the demonic beasts harassing Xiao Chun from time to time, forcing him to use the life bestowal spell to chase them away, the time would have been much shorter. Xiao Chun stretched his body and quintessence flowed freely in his body. When he felt the surging energy, a smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. A demonic beast flew past Xiao Chen. Originally, it was targeting Xiao Chen. However, the instant Xiao Chen stood up, the aura that he unintentionally released startled the demonic beast, prompting it to flee in a hurry. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. How could he let the demonic beast flee? He executed a blue dragon tail whip and chased after it. His figure flashed, and his fists moved like the wind. Bang! 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 The quintessence on Xiao Chen's fists exploded, giving off loud rumbles. In just a few punches, he killed the demonic beast. Finally, Xiao Chun had relied on his own strength to kill a demonic beast. The haze that had clouded his heart for the past few days was swept away. Xiao Chun looked at the empty area between the peaks 2 kilometers in front and entered deep thought. Back then, even the Thunder King could not enter this place. He was blocked outside. However, when Xiao Chun looked at it from the outside, he did not find anything strange about it. Xiao Chun looked deeply at the dusty azure palace surrounded by the peaks. He could feel a mysterious connection between himself and this palace. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground, and a rock appeared in his hand. Then he took a deep breath and tossed it with all his might. With the support of force, the rock flew through the air. As it got closer to the 2 peaks, Xiao Chun opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. Something strange happened. As the rock got closer, the surface of the rock slowly weathered, giving off rustling sounds. Then, it slowly vanished into the air. There was clearly nothing there. However, the rock looked like it had experienced 100 years of natural weathering. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. After thinking for a while, he grabbed a demonic beast and tossed it over. Xiao! There seemed to be a formless barrier in the empty space between the peaks. The moment the demonic beast touched it, a sharp sword light pierced its chest. The same action repeated itself in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was clearly only an instant. However, Xiao Chun saw the sword light pierce various parts of the demonic beast. When the sword light faded, the demonic beast's body exploded, turning into a clump of scarlet light and disappearing. 1 sword for 100 years. 1 sword for 100 years. Such a strange scene was an eye-opener for Xiao Chun. The shock in his heart was indescribable. The weathering of the rock earlier did not show the horrifying concept of the 5-element absolute sealing formation sealing time and space. However, the way the demonic beast died made Xiao Chun understand how horrifying this formation was. No one could break this sword, unless one could control time and space, condensing 100 years into an instant. There was no other way. At the very least, Xiao Chun felt that there was no way to break this formation. In the future, when Xiao Chen's cultivation rose and his horizons widened, he might have a different view. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun could only think of so much. He could not see too far ahead. Xiao Chun glanced at the peak that the Thunder King chopped off. He felt rueful. This formation was so horrifying that it could even control time and space. However, the Thunder King still managed to chop off half of the peak with 1 sword strike and escape. It looks like there is no way to enter this place. As Xiao Chun looked at the dust-covered azure palace, he yearned for it. However, he still sighed helplessly. After hearing what Shui Lingling said, Xiao Chun was sure that the Qing Emperor was related to the Shao clan's ancestor. 10,000 years ago, there must have been a huge battle between the Dragon's Gate's Holy Land and the Tianwu dynasty. According to what Shui Lingling said, the Qing Emperor was the Bushan Palace's palace master at that time. That was to say, the Tianwu dynasty did not just fight the Dragon's Gate. Instead, it fought the entire Tianwu domain of the Kunlun realm. It was hard to imagine that the Sky Dome realm's Tianwu dynasty had such horrifying strength. Xiao Chun really wanted to see what was in this sealed blue dragon palace. For the powerful sovereign martial emperor, the Qing Emperor, to lay a 5-element absolute sealing formation that could control time and space, even someone as strong as the Thunder King could not enter. There was no point in thinking too much. After giving the sealed blue dragon palace one last look, Xiao Chun prepared to leave this place and find an absolutely safe place to consume the earth essence fruit to raise his cultivation. You have been looking at it for so long. Do you really want to go in? Ao Jiao asked slowly from the immortal spirit ring, having woken up at some point. Xiao Chen nodded and did not hide anything. This blue dragon palace gives me a very familiar feeling. It feels like I have seen it many years ago. Ao Jiao said, I have a way to let you in. However, if you enter the 5-element absolute ceiling formation, the doors to the blue dragon palace will probably not open. Back then, the Thunder King's full power strike could not even shake it at all. According to him, this blue dragon palace itself is a strong secret treasure. It is no weaker than the immortal equipment of the immortal epic. Xiao Chun did not pay attention to the latter part. He only paid attention to the first part. Feeling joyful, he said, Little Ao Jiao, do you really have a way? Seeing Xiao Chun question her, expressing his clear distrust of her, Ao Jiao grumbled, It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, your wings have hardened. There is a chance. Ao Jiao's attitude showed that she was very confident. After interacting with her for so long, Xiao Chun understood her temper very well. He quickly apologized. I was wrong. Little Ao Jiao, tell me how to enter. The 5-element absolute ceiling formation was a formation that could even block Emperor Wu. If Xiao Chun, an insignificant medial-grade martial monarch, could enter, it would shake the entire Kunlun realm. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and revealed her true form. Then, she led Xiao Chun forward until they arrived before the half of the mountain. Come, let's fly up. Ao Jiao took the lead and leaped up. Her exquisite figure, coupled with her cold, girlish appearance, made Ao Jiao look as alluring as before. Seeing that Ao Jiao had leaped onto the platform without any danger, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. In a few breaths, he landed beside Ao Jiao. When Xiao Chun stood there and looked to the front, he could see the Blue Dragon Palace even more clearly. The mysterious throbbing in Xiao Chen's heart intensified. He wished he could immediately jump down and push open the azure doors at the bottom of the palace. Hey, what are you doing? Don't go. Suddenly, Ao Jiao spoke up and grabbed Xiao Chun. Only then did Xiao Chun realize that he had unknowingly taken a half-step into the air. This startled Xiao Chun, and he quickly pulled his foot back. He felt a lingering fear. If he had triggered the formation, he would not be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Xiao Chun said, Many thanks. Ao Jiao said seriously, Pay attention and focus. Although the Thunder King destroyed some of the formations, the lines and the Dao are not damaged. Chapter 7:11. Suppressing the throbbing in the depths of his heart, Xiao Chun said calmly, I understand. You can tell me how to enter now, right? Ao Jiao did not say anything. She closed her clear eyes, revealing only her long eyelashes. Then, she slowly formed hand seals with her hands, and a faint white light spread out from her body. The white light was like starlight, drifting and covering the entire space. As the white light spread out, interweaving lines appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. The lines were black and white, interweaving and flowing. Aside from the Blue Dragon Palace, they cut the space in this place into pieces. Xiao Chun was astonished. He could feel the most primitive truth and reason in the world from these 2 lines. It was like everything was born from them. Ao Jiao opened her eyes and said, White represents space, and black represents the world. As long as you do not touch these 2 lines, you will be able to pass through safely. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He discovered that if he could find the pattern in which the 2 lines combined, he could pass through them without touching them. How incredible! How did you do it? Xiao Chen praised sincerely. To be able to reveal space and time and find the weak points, it was truly incredible. Ao Jiao smiled and said, The Thunder King was only 1 step away from Sovereign Martial Emperor. Although he could not control space and time, he had touched the threshold. He suffered a great loss in this formation. After that, he spent a lot of time researching this formation. I am just using it. Remember, you only have 1 chance. If you fail, the sword chi will immediately tear you apart. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and started to observe carefully. The black and white lines crisscrossed before him like they were on a go board. The dull lines became vivid in Xiao Chen's eyes. He also slowly understood the mysteries of space and time, gaining some comprehension in his heart. Xiao! Suddenly, Xiao Chen moved. He did not hesitate to fly forward. Without any hesitation, he flew straight ahead. The lines brushed past him. The white lines represented space and the black lines represented the world. As long as he touched any one of them, he would activate the five-element absolute ceiling formation. Xiao Chun landed firmly and arrived before the Blue Dragon Palace. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. If he remembered correctly, there were no lines around the palace. Who? The white light from Ao Jiao vanished. The visible lines of time and space turned into nothingness once more. Aside from the occasional junk in the air, there was nothing else. The palace doors were tightly shut, and the steps were covered in a thick layer of dust. It had not been cleaned for a long time. This place looked like a desolate temple in the wilderness. Xiao Chun looked at the doors and said, "There is no need to test the doors." Even with the strongest single-target attack of the Thunder King, he could not move them. Of Xiao Chun of the steps, Xiao Chun left footprints on the steps. Ka-ca. Xiao Chun opened the doors of. The bronze doors were covered in dust. The instant the doors opened, the dust fell like snowflakes, landing on Xiao Chun. Behind him, Ao Jiao's pretty face was filled with shock. Her bright eyes widened as she stammered, You, why did you push it open?" The doors were slightly ajar, not fully open. Xiao Chun peered through the crack and discovered that there were still lights flickering. It was not completely dark inside. As for Ao Jiao's question, Xiao Chun could not figure it out. When he saw these doors, Xiao Chun felt like he had returned to his own home. Xiao Chun very naturally pushed the doors open. He had never thought about not being able to enter. Could it be that he was not allowed to enter his own home? Xiao Chun pushed hard, and the two bronze doors opened. The scenery of the first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace appeared before his eyes. There was an oil lamp on each of the four walls. It was unknown what the wick was made of. Unexpectedly, after burning for 10,000 years, they still did not extinguish. When the doors opened, wind blew in, causing the flames to flicker continuously. The flickering flames made this ancient palace look even more mysterious. The walls were dark yellow, and there were some murals carved on them. As he was far away, Xiao Chun could not make out what the murals were. On the wall facing him there was a painting. On the painting there was a stalwart man in green clothes, but there was nothing else on the painting. The azure-robed man had a saber hanging at his waist, and his right hand was on the saber hilt. However, his appearance was not clear. There was a wooden table below the painting with a brocade box on it. Xiao Chun did not know what it contained. Everything in the palace gave off a mysterious aura, deterring anyone from making a rash move. When Xiao Chun looked down, he saw an extremely complicated formation carved in golden blood on the floor. A faint emperor's might came from it, making one's breathing hasty. Xiao Chun quickly activated that trace of monarch bloodline. Only then did he feel better. As he continued looking, he saw a bright, transparent crystal embedded in the center of the formation. Everything here seemed familiar. The various scenes made Xiao Chun feel dazzled. Finally, his gaze fixed on the painting. He could not help but walk forward, wanting to take a closer look. Who exactly is the person in the painting? Don't go in yet. Just as Xiao Chun raised his foot and was about to enter, Ao Jiao stopped him. Xiao Chun became more clear-headed. This was the Blue Dragon Palace that even the Thunder King could block. How could he enter so casually? Ao Jiao pulled Xiao Chun back. Then, she closed the two bronze doors with a pa sound again. Feeling strange, Xiao Chun asked, "What are you trying to do?" Ao Jiao looked somewhat depressed. She clenched her teeth and said, "I don't believe that this door can be opened so easily." Back then, the Thunder King's strength character formula did not fail. With one saber strike, he could even kill a rank 10 demonic beast. She pulled Xiao Chun back a few steps before leaping up. Her jade-like hands glowed with a bright light, and a strong quintessence gathered in her palm. Then, she pressed her palm against the bronze doors. There was a loud sound, but the bronze doors did not budge at all. The huge force was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing any ripples. Bang! 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 Ao Jiao pressed her palm a few more times. However, the bronze doors did not budge at all. Only then did she withdraw her palm in satisfaction. A crafty look flashed in her eyes as she smiled and said, "Hee hee, that's more like it. Trashy master, go and try again." Xiao Chun gaped slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. What if I really cannot open it? So this is why Ao Jiao stopped him. However, Xiao Chun believed that this door would still open for him. There would not be any accidents. Stepping forward, Xiao Chun gently touched the bronze doors with his palm. There did not seem to be any changes. However, the core formation of the Blue Dragon Palace, which was connected to the underground, gave off a bright light as it quickly confirmed something. Xiao Chun gently pushed, and the doors of the Great Hall opened with a creak, easily opening again without any obstruction. After walking in with large strides, Xiao Chun turned his head to look at Ao Jiao, who had a strange expression on her face. He smiled and said, "Come in. I'll bring you to the scenery that the Thunder King did not bring you to see back then." Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she muttered, "Who cares?" Even though she said that, she still walked in quickly. Her bright and adorable eyes curiously looked around at everything around her. Clearly, Ao Jiao was very interested in this place. She did not care as much as she said. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and walked past the formation drawn in the Golden Emperor's blood. Then, he arrived before the painting and focused on it. The long robes of the azure-robed man depicted 18 circling blue dragons. Each blue dragon looked very lifelike, like they were alive. Xiao Chun could even see them swimming on the robes. The blue dragon robes gave off a faint glow. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he seemed to see a boundless mysterious phenomenon spanning 5,000 kilometers in his mind. This blue dragon robes was definitely a supreme secret treasure, surpassing superior grade secret treasures and peak grade secret treasures. As for what grade it was, Xiao Chun was not sure. However, what attracted Xiao Chun's attention was the posture of the azure-robed man holding the saber. As a bladesman, Xiao Chun immediately noticed that there was something strange about this simple posture of holding the saber. Hence, Xiao Chun quickly simulated the direction of the azure-robed man's saber in his mind. Where would the saber in the scabbard come from? How should Xiao Chun block? Whoosh! Just after Xiao Chun finished calculating, he felt a saber light flying at him. The person in the painting actually came to life. Furthermore, he attacked from an angle that Xiao Chun had not expected. The saber light flashed, and Xiao Chun's eyes widened in shock. Before he could cry out, he felt his head being chopped off and tossed high into the air. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun took 3 steps back, his face filled with horror as he touched his neck. There was no wound or blood. Xiao Chun's head was still there. He was not dead. Xiao Chun looked forward. The person in the painting was as graceful as an immortal, not moving at all. Could I be seeing things? However, that feeling was very real. Xiao Chun could not figure it out. In that instant earlier, he really thought that he had died. That horror was indescribable with words. In the instant before he died, he even thought of many things. Everything was still vivid in his mind. Ao Jiao, who was studying the formations on the ground, looked up and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Xiao Chun answered awkwardly. Naturally, he could not say that he was frightened by a painting. After thinking for a while, he quickly stepped forward and removed the painting without hesitation. Then, he rolled it up and placed it in the universe ring. There was definitely a universe within this painting, containing boundless mysteries. The person in the painting was very powerful and definitely had a great background. "Hey, why are you putting away a painting of a dead person like it is a treasure?" Ao Jiao could not help mocking Xiao Chun when she saw what he was doing. Martial emperors had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Sovereign martial emperors could live for more than 5,000 years. Xiao Chun did not think that this person was definitely dead. He felt a strange sense of closeness to this person. He replied, "Who said that he is dead? Perhaps the senior is undergoing experiential training in the starry heavens or the demonic world." That is the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor. He has been dead for more than 10,000 years. If it is not a painting of a dead person, what is it? This person was the Qing Emperor. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He was somewhat speechless. He wanted to take out the painting and take a closer look. However, he was afraid of that strange scene. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "He." Although the Qing Emperor was the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era, sweeping through the Kunlun realm and shaking the 18 demonic worlds with his might, he has been dead for 10,000 years. There is no need for him to scare you to this extent. Come and take a look at this. This is the truly scary thing. Ao Jiao called out to Xiao Chun. Then, they went to the center of the hall, to the side of the formation carved in Golden Emperor's blood. Chapter 7:12. When Xiao Chun walked over to take a look, he felt incredibly shocked as well. The moment he entered, he discovered the extraordinariness of this formation. That golden blood was definitely Emperor Wu's blood. Otherwise, it would not have such might. The physical bodies of emperors already surpassed that of ordinary bodies. Their blood, bones, and every part of their bodies were supreme treasures. This was especially so for their blood, which already contained spiritual origin energy. As long as the emperor's blood did not run dry, they could revive from a single drop of blood, unkillable. Unexpectedly, this formation was drawn entirely with emperor's blood. One could easily imagine how mighty the formation was and how shocking the items it sealed were. Ao Jiao looked for a while before saying, "This is not an ordinary emperor's blood. It is the golden deity blood of the outer realm deity race's Emperor Wu. The spiritual energy it contains is even stronger. With this formation, the might of the seal will double." The outer realm deity race was one of the 5 great races of the Kunlun realm. The so-called deity race was only in their original world. No one in the Kunlun realm saw them as gods. This group of outer realm deity race came from another world. In that world, they held a high position. They were born to be superior people, possessing boundless magic abilities and boundless strength, possessing supreme strength. Their world suffered a calamity that they could not resolve. For the sake of survival, they migrated their entire race, using formations to traverse the boundless starry heavens, breaking through the barrier of the crystal wall, and arriving in the ancient Kunlun realm. The outer realm deity race was very strong, especially in the aspect of mental energy. They far surpassed the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. Unfortunately, they ran into the most glorious age of cultivators in the Kunlun realm, an age where emperors were as common as clouds and sages were everywhere. This group of deity race people, who originally held high positions, wanted to reunite the Kunlun realm and restore the deity race to its former glory. However, they were taught a ruthless lesson. Nearly all the peak experts were killed, and their race nearly went extinct. Fortunately, the various races of the Kunlun realm fought each other, giving them a chance to catch their breath and survive. After the Emperor War, the various races of the Kunlun realm suffered significant losses. The deity race, who felt that they were not qualified to participate in the Emperor War, managed to preserve the elites of their race. Things changed with the passage of time. 50,000 years after the Emperor War, many of the races that once bullied the deity race vanished in the boundless river of history. As for the outer realm god race, they developed bit by bit, cultivating and recuperating, concealing their strengths and biding their time. Now, they were one of the 5 major races of the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, they were very strong, showing signs of surpassing the other races. Xiao Chen's understanding of the outer realm god race was limited to this. It was all official information. As for some of the deity race's experts, the characteristics of their martial techniques and their structure were not clear at all. Ao Jiao rubbed her head, revealing a reminiscing expression. "Let me think. 10,000 years ago, the celestial race was powerful and the human race was weak. The Bushin Palace's spirit veins near Kunlun Mountain are often harassed by the God clan and have suffered heavy losses. The situation only improved after the Qing Emperor took over the Bushin Palace. So it's not strange that he killed a few great emperors of the God clan. The golden formation had a diameter of 100 meters, and the golden blood on it gave off a faint radiance. Even after 10,000 years, the blood had not solidified. In the center of the formation the transparent crystal was perfectly embedded with the ground, without any gaps. Ao Jiao entered deep thought. She could not understand it no matter how she thought about it. She said, "However, why did they go through so much trouble to seal a piece of white jade crystal? Furthermore, there is a 5-element absolute sealing formation outside. The doors of the Blue Dragon Palace are another formation. There are formations within formations, and formations within formations. Furthermore, even Emperor Wu did not dare to barge into each of these formations." Xiao Chun looked at the resplendent, transparent white jade crystal in the center of the formation and said, "If you want to know, just take it out and take a look." Ao Jiao looked at the golden formation in front and said, "You'd best not have such thoughts. Given your physical body that barely counts as a rank 1 sage body, the golden blood will burn you into slag in less than a minute." Xiao Chun laughed disapprovingly. He had just said it casually and did not mean anything else. Just the might contained in the blood required Xiao Chun to circulate his sovereign bloodline at full power to resist. How could he barge into it? Xiao Chun was not as conflicted as Ao Jiao. He did not care what was being sealed. Since it was unrelated to him, there was no need to think too much about it, no matter how strange it was. Xiao Chun thought about the brocade box on the wooden table behind him. He turned around to see if there was anything good in it. Boom! At this moment, the dimly lit hall suddenly became bright, and the temperature continued to rise. Xiao Chun, who had already touched the brocade box, was startled by this scene. He quickly turned his head back to look. He saw every line of the golden formation giving off a faint glow. A boundless might suddenly soared. An irresistible force came over and sent Xiao Chun flying back. Then he crashed into the wall and vomited a mouthful of blood in a sorry state. In that instant, the Emperor's might contained in the golden blood was completely activated. Xiao Chun only had a trace of sovereign bloodline. It was not enough to face this. The jade-white crystal in the center of the formation shot out a golden pillar of light. This was the source of the light in the hall. At the same time, unknown to Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao, the ground 10 kilometers away from the Blue Dragon Palace trembled continuously. All sorts of demonic beasts fled in panic. On the surface, the Azure Dragon Palace appeared calm. However, the sealed item was currently resisting intensely. The light slowly scattered. When everything calmed down, Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao saw a flame that looked like a golden spiritual spring swimming around in the transparent jade-white crystal. A wisp of flame that looked like a golden spirit fountain quickly swam one round inside the crystal before sinking into the interior of the crystal. This is the heavenly flame. Xiao Chun was no stranger to this item. There were legends of the heavenly flame in the Sky Dome realm. He had also seen Chu Chaoyun's heavenly flame, which was only 1/10 of its original size. The flames of the world were split into yin and yang. Only the heavenly flame stood outside yin and yang, transcending the world. It was the king of all flames. Its might was so great that it could even burn down the entire Tianwu continent, destroying a small realm. However, it was clear that Chu Chaoyun had not completely refined and absorbed 1/10 of the heavenly flame back then. At best, he could bring out 20% of its strength. A strange look flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. She said, "I heard that the original Tianwu emperor split the complete heavenly flame into 10 portions. Unexpectedly, there is a portion sealed here as well. Furthermore, it is in the hands of the Qing emperor." Xiao Chen's eyes also filled with shock. The Qing emperor had fought a great war with the Tianwu dynasty. It was understandable that he had snatched away the other party's heavenly flame. However, it was just 1/10 of the heavenly flame. Using such a large formation to seal it felt like making a big fuss over a minor issue. When Ao Jiao heard Xiao Chen's doubts, she explained, "It should not be that simple. This strand of heavenly flame contains the origin flame of the heavenly flame. If one cannot obtain the origin flame, even if one gathers 9 portions of the heavenly flame, they will not be able to bring out the might of the complete heavenly flame." Looking at the resplendent, transparent, white jade-like crystal, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He said, "There should be a formation in this white jade-like crystal. Even if someone snatches away the crystal, they will have to put in a lot of effort to obtain the heavenly flame. Ao Jiao clapped her hands and stopped thinking about this. Then, she turned her head and looked at Xiao Chun. She smiled and said, "All right, I figured out the problem. Let's see what is in this brocade box." After coming to the Blue Dragon Palace, if we do not obtain anything, it would be too much of a loss. After Ao Jiao spoke, she rushed ahead of Xiao Chun and opened the brocade box, catching Xiao Chun somewhat unprepared. Gently opening the brocade box, Ao Jiao saw what was inside. She exclaimed in shock, "It is a jade strip." Martial techniques stored in jade strips are normally secret techniques of the Holy Lands that are not taught to outsiders. Xiao Chun received the jade strip and fiddled with it. He discovered that he could not use his spiritual sense to enter it. He looked at Ao Jiao and asked, "How do I use this jade strip?" Ao Jiao had followed the Thunder King everywhere. Her horizons were much broader than Xiao Chen's. Naturally, she knew this like the back of her hand. She replied casually, "Drip your blood on it, and you will be able to sense it. However, after dripping your blood, you will have to make a blood oath to not teach this martial technique to outsiders." Xiao Chen did as she said. Soon, some information appeared in his mind. He quickly closed his eyes and tried to sense it carefully. Soon, the light from the jade strip faded and turned into powder. Xiao Chen only opened his eyes after a long time. Ao Jiao asked in anticipation, "How is it? What martial technique is it? Heaven-ranked or a sage-ranked martial technique that surpasses heaven-ranked?" Xiao Chun shook his head, indicating that it was neither. Ao Jiao's mouth gaped slightly as she exclaimed in shock, "Could it be a legendary divine-ranked martial technique or an immortal secret technique?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "It is not that exaggerated. It is just a dragon tone art, a sound wave martial technique. It is able to infuse sound waves with dragon might and can be used to attack directly. It can also destroy the opponent's aura and intimidate them." Ao Jiao's eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. She said joyfully, "It is actually the dragon tone art. It has been lost for 10,000 years already. This is like picking up a treasure." Xiao Chun did not feel that there was anything special about this martial technique. He asked, "Why do you say so?" Ao Jiao explained, "This dragon tone art was comprehended by the Qing Emperor himself. Only the true inheritors of the Dragon's Gate are qualified to learn it. It is specifically used to counter the mental energy martial techniques of the deity race. The deity race cultivators use their mental energy martial techniques to move about unhindered. They are rather difficult to deal with. In the future, when you meet a deity race expert, there will be nothing to fear." Xiao Chen thought for a while. In the future, he would not just cultivate in the Tianwu domain. He would definitely go to the outer realm like the disciples of the three holy masters. At that time, this dragon tone art would be of great use. Even if it was not used to deal with the deity race, it would have an unexpected effect on breaking the aura of an expert. The two continued searching, hoping to find more good things. However, they found nothing. Xiao Chun glanced at the entrance to the second floor and hesitated for a while. Then he said, "Come, let's go to the second floor." Dong. Just as the two were about to enter the second floor, a black energy seal fell down and completely blocked the entrance. This startled Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao. They stood at the entrance and turned their heads to look. To their surprise, they discovered a black-robed wandering spirit on the first floor at some point in time. The black-robed wandering spirit slowly lowered his right hand that was pointing at the two. Clearly, he was the one who had obtained the seal earlier. The black-robed wandering spirit was an old man. His body was a shadow of light, giving off an ethereal feeling. Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao were both startled at the same time. Earlier, the two had searched the first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace but had not found anything suspicious. Ao Jiao looked at the old man and immediately thought of something. She pointed at him and said, "You are the item spirit. You are the item spirit of this Blue Dragon Palace." Chapter 713. A faint smile appeared on the black-robed spirit's aged face. He said, "You guessed right. However, this is not a place you can enter." After saying that, The black-robed spirit stretched out his finger, and a dazzling light appeared on his fingertip. Before Ao Jiao could react, her body turned into light and entered the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He quickly summoned the lunar shadow saber and stared coldly at the black-robed spirit. There is no need to be nervous. I just let her have a good sleep. When she wakes up, she might even thank me properly. The black-robed spirit smiled amicably as he asked Xiao Chen calmly. Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring. Indeed, it was as the other party said. Ao Jiao lay peacefully beside the netherworld flower, asleep. I have already waited for you for 10,000 years. The Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit looked at Xiao Chen with excitement in his eyes. Xiao Chen's heart did not fluctuate much. When he first saw the Blue Dragon Palace, he already had such a feeling. Long ago, when Xiao Xiong discovered that Xiao Chen possessed the Blue Dragon martial spirit and chased him out of the clan, Xiao Chen had already guessed that Xiao Chen's origins were extraordinary. However, was this black-robed spirit trustworthy? Xiao Chen gently leaped out of the corridor and looked at the other party. He asked calmly, "Who are you? Why have you waited for me for 10,000 years?" The Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit had an unfathomable expression in his deep eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Who am I? Why don't you ask who you are?" Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he stared at the black-robed spirit, trying to find some clues in the other party's eyes. Who was he? He was the Xiao clan's Xiao Chen. He was the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. However, this was what others thought of him. Only Xiao Chen knew that he was not. He came from another world. Although he was also called Xiao Chen, he was not the true Xiao Chen. However, the old man's eyes were deep and boundless, and no clues could be seen. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking, and there was no way to find out what he was thinking. When the black-clothed old man saw Xiao Chen's expression, he smiled in a friendly manner and said, "There is no need to be so wary. I will not harm you. In fact, if you did not go to the second level, I would not even appear in front of you." "I can't go up?" The artifact spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace smiled helplessly and said, "Of course, the entire Blue Dragon Palace is yours. I won't stop you if you pass the 5-element absolute ceiling formation. But you're too weak. The second floor's test will take your life on the spot. I can't even figure out how you managed to pass through the 5 elements absolute ceiling array outside." Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and told him how he used the trick to pass through the 5 elements absolute ceiling formation. So that's how it is. That youth from 5,000 years ago was indeed startling. To think that he could think of such a method to break the formation. It looks like I have to make up for this weakness in the future. The black-clothed old man revealed an expression of understanding. Then he turned to Xiao Chen and asked, "How is that youth now? He should be the strongest sovereign martial emperor of this era. The title of Thunder King will probably belong to him." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "No, he died many years ago." The black-clothed old man revealed an expression of shock. He said, "How can that be? He has great luck. Emperor Wu, who was already a minor heavenly martial emperor 5,000 years ago, has already risen to prominence. How could he fall for no reason? The sovereign martial emperors of the Tianwu domain would not allow him to die. This person could have grown to the level of the Qing emperor." When the black-clothed old man heard this news, some panic appeared on his old face. He muttered non-stop, not daring to believe it. An absolute genius like the Thunder King, who survived many tribulations to become Emperor Wu, already possesses supreme luck. Even the martial emperors of the other races would not dare to make a move on him. Could it be that they did it? That must be the case. One Qing emperor is already troublesome enough for them. They will not allow another to appear. The black-clothed old man muttered to himself. Xiao Chen was confused. He could not understand what was going on. He did not understand why the death of the Thunder King affected this person so much. After a long time, the black-clothed old man calmed down. He looked at Xiao Chen and seemed to have made up his mind about something. He said, "Your martial spirit is already scattered. Originally, I was planning to let you reunite it in the future. It looks like I do not have that much time. The old man walked around Xiao Chun and arrived behind him. He said, "Turn around. Let me ask you, have you practiced the dragon subduing slash to the second slash? In the end, you have not been able to improve, unable to find the feeling of truly drawing your saber?" Xiao Chun asked in shock, "How did you know?" The black-clothed old man smiled faintly and said, "My martial spirit is already scattered. How can I learn the essence of soaring dragon? Quickly become Emperor Wu and pass the five-element absolute sealing formation. At that time, this old man will serve you." Ding! He pointed a finger at Xiao Chen's forehead. In an instant, a strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's body floated up uncontrollably. Azure light radiated from his body, and a berserk energy surged out. All 360 acupoints in Xiao Chen's body exploded. Dragon chi flowed through his body, scattering everywhere. The berserk energy battered every inch of Xiao Chen's skin and internal organs. It was extremely painful. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth, and his expression twisted. He was in extreme pain. The blue dragon martial spirit hidden in his acupoints was completely drawn out. The blue dragon tattoo on his left and right arms slowly dimmed. Under the control of the black-clothed old man's item spirit, more than 300 strands of dragon chi flowed into Xiao Chen's dantian. Boom! When all the strands of dragon chi clashed together, they formed and produced an intense explosion in Xiao Chen's body. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. When the light scattered, Xiao Chun sank his consciousness into his dantian. He discovered that the blue dragon martial spirit, which Song Ke had scattered, had actually reformed in his dantian. Golden patterns appeared on the surface of the originally ordinary dantian, making it look even more solid, dense, and mysterious. The veritable essence energy liquid around the dantian formed 100 white clouds floating around the dantian. After the Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit finished doing all this, his body became even fainter. He placed his finger on Xiao Chen's forehead and pushed. Xiao Chen's body flew back like a cannonball. Then, he landed on the mountain that the Thunder Emperor chopped off with a loud bang. Pa! The two bronze doors closed, and the black-clothed old man's voice came from inside. 10,000 years is not long, but it is not short either. Advance to Martial Emperor quickly, for the Dragon's Gate and for yourself. As Xiao Chun looked at the tightly shut bronze doors, his mind filled with doubts. He could not connect all these things together. Why was the heavenly flame's origin flame-sealed in the palace? Why did the Thunder King's death make the old man so anxious? Why did he say that he had waited 10,000 years for me? The extraordinary secret treasure, the Blue Dragon Palace, the fallen Holy Land, the Dragon's Gate, and the unrivaled Qing Emperor. What did all this have to do with him? Everything was a mess. He could not make sense of it or make sense of it. Never mind. I'll just treat it as if I never came here. It will just add to my worries. Xiao Chun shook his head and sighed. If possible, he just wanted to be a pure bladesman, pursuing the great Tao of cultivation and standing at the peak of the world. However, all the clues and everything pointed to the fact that he did not come to this world by chance. His fate might have been decided from the start. No matter what, increasing his strength was the most important thing. Whether it was simply wanting to survive or to unravel all the mysteries, strength was always the most important. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and stopped looking at the dust-covered Blue Dragon Palace. He condensed his martial spirit again, and the blue dragon tattoo on his arm vanished. The most important thing now was to see what kind of changes this would bring to his strength. Song Ke had once shattered Xiao Chen's martial spirit, severely injuring him and leaving him on the verge of death. He had been in a sorry state in the underground river, narrowly escaping death. This was something that Xiao Chun would never forget. Since then, Xiao Chun had always thought that his martial spirit would never recover. Unexpectedly, it reunited today. This made Xiao Chen, who had not had a martial spirit for a long time, suddenly feel somewhat unaccustomed. So he circulated his quintessence slightly. Half of the white cloud outside his dantian immediately vanished, turning into surging quintessence that surged through his meridians like a gushing sea, unobstructed. Xiao Chun flicked his finger, and a strand of dense purple saber chi whistled through the air. After a long time, it vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Hey! It seems like I can use my quintessence more smoothly than before, Xiao Chun said, feeling somewhat surprised. Then, he tested it a few more times and discovered that it was indeed so. The speed at which his quintessence flowed was even faster, about 20% faster. With a thought, his quintessence gathered at his fingertip and shot out. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and checked his cultivation. He was overjoyed. It seemed like all the dragon chi in his body flowed back and turned into his cultivation. Now, Xiao Chun was a middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. He had already reached late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, not far from the peak. Xiao Chun brandished his fist and circulated pure vital chi. He punched the air, and a surging vital chi exploded in his fist. A deafening clap of thunder seemed to ring out from the flat ground. The wind howled and ripples appeared in the air, extending for 3,000 meters. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, "In the past, after I opened my dragon acupoints, my vital chi would increase by 30%. Now that the martial spirit in my acupoints is no longer there, I no longer have such explosive power. However, my strength has increased from 1,800,000 kilograms to 1 million kilograms. Now that I no longer have the 30% explosive power, my ordinary strength has increased by 20%. Overall, I have gained a little." The only thing that disappointed Xiao Chun was that the dragon acupoints in his feet were no longer there. He would not be able to continue using the technique of quickly changing his position within a short distance. The dragon acupoints in the soles of his feet had helped Xiao Chun many times in his battles. They could be used to attack or retreat. They were very practical. Let's not talk about this for now. I should raise my cultivation first. After I refined my cultivation twice and advanced to late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, I should be able to defeat an opponent like Shimen Bao easily. With a flip of his hand, 50-year-old earth essence fruits appeared in his palm. Then, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and ate 3 in one go. 50-year-old earth essence fruits would only tickle Xiao Chun. Only by consuming a few at the same time could he achieve his goal of raising his cultivation quickly. After refining the medicinal energy of the earth essence fruits, Xiao Chun was not in a rush to consume them. Instead, he spent some time refining the quintessence that the medicinal energy had turned into. Chapter 7:14. Xiao Chun had refined the quintessence that he had obtained using the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls earlier. He would not give up on his hard work here. After Xiao Chun consumed all the earth essence fruits under 100 years of age, he was only a step away from peak late-stage martial monarch. Xiao Chun took out one of his remaining 3 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls. Using the surging quintessence in the medial-grade spirit gathering pearl, he easily broke through this small bottleneck. A medial-grade spirit gathering pearl was worth 1 million superior-grade spirit stones. Even if ordinary people had spirit stones, they would not be able to buy one. It could be used to break through the bottleneck from medial-grade martial monarch to superior-grade martial monarch. It was a waste for Xiao Chun to use it to break through this small bottleneck. However, time was tight. The true dragon cave had already opened, and most of the people had probably arrived already. If Xiao Chun did not want the treasures in there to be snatched away, he had to strengthen himself quickly. When Xiao Chen's cultivation reached peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, he took out a superior-grade quintessence gathering pill. However, he did not rush to consume it. When Xiao Chun thought about the pain of consuming the quintessence gathering pill the last time, he could not help but tremble. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun decisively placed the quintessence gathering pill in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it all. Soon, the expected pain arrived. After experiencing it once, Xiao Chun experienced it once. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and did his best to endure as large beads of sweat rolled off his forehead. Time slowly went by. With every second that Xiao Chun endured, the pain intensified. Wave after wave of pain assaulted him. Even though he had experienced it once, Xiao Chen's willpower was put to a great test. If he was not careful, all his previous efforts would go to waste. All his efforts would be for naught. When the pain vanished, Xiao Chun did not feel relief. Instead, he felt numb. He lost all sensation. After a long time, Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a bitter smile. He said, "Such pain. Only someone like me would challenge it again and again." With the aid of the quintessence gathering pill, Xiao Chen's cultivation returned to early-stage medial-grade martial monarch. However, the 100 white clouds around his dantian had all turned purple. Xiao Chun stood up and withdrew his aura, not letting any of it leak out. His pitch-black eyes were like black gems, filled with luster and spiritual energy. With a thought, Xiao Chun flicked his 10 fingers, and strands of purple saber chi circled around him, dancing around him. Saber chi flew everywhere. Lightning flickered and crackled incessantly. It was like a storm of sabers mixed with lightning. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered in the air. Amidst the storm of blades, he looked like a peerless killing god, showing off his sharpness. Slash! Xiao Chen shouted, and the sabers in front of him shot forward like 10,000 arrows. Kasie! Kasie! They exploded in the air. If there was an enemy in front of him with a slightly weaker cultivation base, he would immediately be riddled with holes. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. After his quintessence became denser, he could clearly feel his strength increasing. For this moment, all the pain was worth it. Xiao Chun sat back down on the top half of the mountain. Then he stretched out his hand, and rows of earth essence fruits appeared in front of him. Even the youngest one was 100 years old. 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits and 1 300-year-old earth essence fruit. Such a horrifying harvest would cause others' eyes to go red with envy. Xiao Chun thought back to when Hu Hai and the others saw 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits. If they knew that Xiao Chun had another peak-grade earth essence fruit, their jaws would probably fall off in shock. As Xiao Chun looked at the earth essence fruits before him, he smiled faintly and said, "The savage battlefield is indeed a land of fortuitous encounters. If it were under normal circumstances, how could my cultivation grow so quickly?" Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought about the ferocious people he had seen since then. And Juanxi, by Wuxia, Shui Lingling, and the passionate young master. The excitement in Xiao Chen's heart could not help but fade. Compared to these people, what did Xiao Chen's current accomplishments count for? How could he be complacent with just a slight improvement? Xiao Chen's gaze was resolute as he said, "It is not enough, far from enough. After this savage battlefield ends, I need to be able to protect myself against the 7 giants." The extreme insect's true inheritors mocked Xiao Chen. Before Bai Wuxia left, he had a cold and sinister look in his eyes. If Xiao Chun stopped there, he would die for sure. And Juanxi's casual whip sent the 300-meter-long venomous python tumbling in the air. Murong Lingfeng's folding fan did not hesitate to kill a half-sage loose cultivator when he saw one. The 7 giants treated half-sages as nothing, casually killing them. However, Xiao Chun was still a medial-grade martial monarch. The mysterious son of the 3 holy masters had already killed his way out of the Kunlun realm. In the vast Kunlun realm, he was the leader of the human race's younger generation, traveling everywhere. His fame spread far and wide, shaking up the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun sighed and said, "This world is very big. For the sake of seeing all the sceneries, I have to work hard and never give up." There were more than 3,100-year-old earth essence fruits, 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. This was an immeasurably vast fortune. Xiao Chun spent 3 days and 3 nights before he completely consumed it. After that, he spent another 2 days before he completely stabilized the medicinal liquid he refined. His cultivation rose to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch once more. Now, he was only 1 step away from superior-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun had already refined his quintessence twice. Long ago, he no longer feared regular superior-grade martial monarchs. Now that he had advanced to peak medial-grade martial monarch, the advantage of superior-grade martial monarchs in quintessence was gone. Xiao Chun would even be able to hold his own against a half-sage in terms of pure quintessence. He would no longer have to face Bai Wuxia's great icy cold palm, which was not a killing move. Xiao Chun would no longer have to use the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Purple clouds drifted around Xiao Chen's dantian, which was covered in golden patterns. The purple clouds crowded together and looked like a moon surrounding the mysterious dantian. Xiao Chen's vast quintessence was at least 3 or 4 times stronger than Xiao Chen's before he entered the Blue Dragon Palace. In the past, if Xiao Chun executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, he could execute it 5 times in a row at most. After that, his quintessence would not be able to keep up. Now, Xiao Chun felt that if he executed the Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, he would have no problem executing it 10 times in a row. Furthermore, he would have more than enough quintessence. The many purple clouds around Xiao Chen's dantian flickered with electricity. They were all the purest and densest lightning-attributed quintessence. At this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes were purple. Occasionally, electricity flickered in the depths of his eyes. He probably would not be able to recover from this mysterious phenomenon anytime soon. Xiao Chun casually opened his hand, and a clump of lightning-attributed quintessence appeared in his palm. Then he tossed it out. The lightning-attributed quintessence landed on the ground and exploded, creating a bottomless pit. Just as the dust rose into the air, the remnant static exploded and turned it into powder. When the wind blew, it disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a 100-meter-wide pit in the ground. Furthermore, this was just a casual strike from Xiao Chun. His true strength was far greater than this. If he refined his quintessence and turned it into saber chi, it would be even more terrifying. Speaking of lightning-attributed quintessence, Xiao Chun could not help but compare it to Injuanshi, the demonic genius rumored to be the strongest of the 7 giants. Back then, Injuanshi had whipped the 300-meter-long venomous python into the air. The vast lightning-attributed quintessence had shocked Xiao Chun greatly. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He supported his chin with his right hand and said, "In terms of quintessence, I cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, which surpasses ordinary heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. I refined my quintessence twice in both inferior-grade Martial Monarch and medial-grade Martial Monarch. Even if he is a half-sage and his quintessence is very strong, it should not be much stronger than mine. However, even now, why do I feel that my lightning-attributed quintessence is on a completely different level from his?" A pretty figure appeared behind Xiao Chun. She said softly, "It is because his state of thunder has already touched the threshold of the will of thunder. Perhaps even more incredible, he has already grasped 10% of the will of thunder." Xiao Chun turned his head and discovered Ao Jiao yawning lazily as she spoke to him. This time, when Ao Jiao woke up, Xiao Chun discovered that she seemed somewhat different. However, he could not tell what was different. He smiled warmly and said, "You are awake." Ao Jiao rolled her eyes at Xiao Chun and muttered, "Nonsense. If you are not awake, who is talking to you? You really do not know how to find a topic to talk about." Xiao Chun had long since understood Ao Jiao's temper. She always retorted first, so he smiled faintly and changed the topic. "Is Injuanshi really as strong as you say? The will of thunder is not that easy to grasp." Ao Jiao replied seriously, "That is natural. Furthermore, that is a conservative estimate. If he had grasped 20% of the will of thunder, I would not be surprised." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help feeling disappointed and frustrated. This was the first time he had been left so far behind by someone of the same generation in what he was best at. Right now, he had no idea what the will of thunder was. He had no idea where it came from. Lung Tianhe once said that aside from Tianwu, the comprehension of a will required opportunities and horizons. Now that he had come to the Kunlun realm and broadened his horizons, where was his opportunity? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen's expression, her heart tightened for some reason. She could feel the disappointment in Xiao Chen's heart. The lazy expression on Ao Jiao's cute face disappeared. She giggled and said, "Don't overthink. You are pretty good yourself. You are not even 22 years old, and your state of thunder has already reached the limits. Furthermore, it contains the immortal attribute. As long as you comprehend a will, your will of thunder will become the immortal will of thunder. At that time, even if he has 30% of the will of thunder, you will not be afraid." The most important thing is that he is already 30 years old. He is 8 years older than you. Xiao Chun sat down and looked at the turbid sky. His gaze was resolute as he said, "There is nothing wrong with overthinking. As long as I do not get frightened by this pressure, it will be fine. I never fear any challenge. Have a tiger in your heart, sniff the rose. Have lofty aspirations, and do not fear the height of the sky." Just at this moment, a rank 8 demonic beast, soaring sky demonic leopard, flapped its scarlet wings. Demonic chi surged from its body as it soared into the sky. Its huge body cast a large shadow over Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes as he stared at the soaring sky demonic leopard in the sky. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his left hand, and a murderous intent slowly gathered in his eyes. Xiao Chun circulated his energy for the second move of the dragon subduing slash. His vast quintessence was like a calm river, gushing and flowing endlessly in his meridians. Hidden dragon in the depths, the gentleman plans before taking action. Soaring dragon in the sky, the dragon soars into the 9 heavens, shaking the world. As Xiao Chen's quintessence circulated, the little azure dragon in his dantian suddenly leaped out of his dantian. It pierced through the thick purple quintessence clouds and soared into the sky. Chapter 7:15. When Xiao Chen's feet landed on the ground, he soared up at the same time as the little azure dragon. The instant he soared up, a resonant dragon roar resounded. Xiao Chun turned into a true dragon and soared into the sky. He was like a bolt of lightning as he charged at the flying sky demonic leopard. Just as the little azure dragon in his dantian was about to follow his meridians and charge out of his body, Xiao Chun drew his lunar shadow saber. Ka-ca, purple electricity lit up. From the moment Xiao Chun turned into a true dragon to the moment he drew his saber, the entire process was completed in one breath. Today, Xiao Chun easily captured the feeling that he had been searching for so long. A saber light flashed like a true dragon opening its mouth in rage. An unparalleled might directly chopped this rank 8 demonic beast in half. With just one saber strike, Xiao Chun easily chopped down a rank 8 demonic beast that was as strong as a superior grade martial monarch. Blood filled the air as the 2 halves of the flying sky demonic leopard's corpse quickly fell to the ground. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and revealed a faint expression of joy. He had never executed Soaring Dragon as smoothly as he did now. Xiao Chun executed it in one breath without any obstructions. He just had to follow the feeling in his heart and attack. As Xiao Chun landed on the demonic beast's corpse, he thought to himself, "It looks like the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace was right. The problem lies with the martial spirit." The exquisite and pretty Ao Jiao, who was dressed in a silk dress, squinted her eyes as she stood on the top half of the mountain peak. As she looked at the confident Xiao Chun in the air, her lips curled up in a satisfied smile. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed beside Ao Jiao. After thinking for a while, he took out the brocade box containing the map of the savage battlefield. Originally, Xiao Chun intended to practice the dragon tone art first before going out to search for the Forbidden Lands. However, the surging and thick quintessence in his body and his small accomplishments in Soaring Dragon gave Xiao Chun great confidence. They had already wasted too much time, so they couldn't delay any longer. The experts of the Tianwu domain's younger generation had probably all appeared. The situation was changing, and the opportunity was fleeting. If he didn't make a move now, then when would he? Ao Jiao looked at the brocade box that Xiao Chun took out and asked curiously, "What is it that you were using a spirit sealing box to store it?" Xiao Chun opened the brocade box. Then, he took out an ancient beast skin map that emanated spiritual energy from the hidden compartment. As soon as the beast hide map was taken out from the box, a boundless desolate aura burst out from it. It quickly merged with the vast savage battlefield in reality, becoming indistinguishable from each other, forming a wondrous connection. Ao Jiao's eyelashes fluttered as her bright eyes widened. First, she was slightly stunned. After she reacted, the expression in her eyes clearly fluctuated. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Ao Jiao said joyfully, "This is the map of the savage region. Where did you get it?" Xiao Chun unfurled the map of the savage region and gave a simple explanation of how he obtained it from the loose cultivator Lone Wolf. After Ao Jiao heard that, she clicked her tongue and sighed, "You are really lucky." Back then, the Thunder King searched the entire Tianwu domain for this savage region map, but he could not find it. This savage region map has such a great origin. Back then, even the Thunder King had to put in a lot of effort to search for it. Ao Jiao nodded and said very naturally, "Of course, before the War of the Emperors, the savage battlefield was one of the two centers of the Kunlun realm. It hides the secret of the immortal epic's destruction. What you are seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. To the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu, the savage battlefield is a land of great fortuitous encounters." Xiao Chun revealed a grave expression. He had not expected the savage battlefield to be so vast and vast. Didn't they say that martial sages and above are not allowed to come to the savage battlefield? Why would Emperor Wu come here? This is too much. Before coming here, Xiao Chun had heard that the various sects would not send any martial sages for this experiential training. Even loose cultivators would not dare to break this taboo. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said quickly, "The experiential training of sect disciples will only start once every 3 years, when the demonic barrier weakens. At other times, there are not so many restrictions. Why would Emperor Wu care about that demonic barrier?" This answer answered one of Xiao Chen's doubts. The two did not say anything else and focused on studying the various forbidden lands on the map. Wherever Xiao Chen looked, a vast scene would appear in Xiao Chen's mind. Mountains and rivers from front to back. There was nothing missing. Even the demonic beasts in the surroundings of the forbidden lands could see everything clearly. It was like they were here in person, a wondrous feeling. Every forbidden land would be marked with a bright red dot. Xiao Chen knew his own limits. He did not look at the others, only at the forbidden lands with the weakest color. However, even so, he felt a headache when he looked at them. The forbidden lands with the lowest danger were probably not places that he could venture alone. The demonic beasts in the surroundings were mutated demonic beasts. They were much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. There were also extremely dangerous environments in the forbidden lands that made one's scalp go numb. For example, there were endless pools of lava, forests filled with 7-colored poison fog, and dangerous lands with ancient formations carved on them. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and sighed. "It looks like I thought too simply. It is too difficult to barge into these forbidden lands alone without advancing to martial sage." When Ao Jiao heard this, she smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, it will be difficult to barge into the entire forbidden land. However, you will be able to gain a lot from some of the forbidden lands that no one has discovered." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he asked, "What did you discover?" Ao Jiao pointed to a corner of the map and said, "Look here, here, and here. Monarch bloodgrass." Xiao Chun cried out in pleasant surprise. Scarlet monarch bloodgrass lay quietly in the desolate corners of the forbidden lands that Ao Jiao pointed to. Furthermore, these forbidden lands were not far from where he was now. It would not take much time. Xiao Chun had experienced the wondrous uses of monarch bloodgrass long ago. Could refine blood and strengthen qi and blood. It also contained the aura of an ancient sovereign. Just one stalk would allow Xiao Chun to resist the aura of a martial sage. If he had a few more, the sovereign bloodline in his blood would increase significantly. Not only would he be able to resist the aura of a martial sage, he might even be able to resist it. However, these monarch bloodgrass do not seem that easy to obtain. Each stalk has a mutated rank 8 demonic beast guarding it. Xiao Chun calmed down and frowned slightly. Mutated demonic beasts were not easy to deal with. Even when Shui Lingling faced a group of mutated flying demonic beasts in the bloody ground wasteland, she did not dare to be careless. Ao Jiao withdrew her finger and said with a calm expression, "That is natural. There is no free lunch in this world. You are too naive to think that you can pick up treasures just by obtaining a map." Xiao Chun nodded to himself in agreement. After thinking for a while, he said, "Find the map of the Dragon Burial Mound. I want to see how far the true dragon cave has been explored." After looking around the map of the Savage Plains, Xiao Chun already understood that it was impossible to explore the Forbidden Lands with one's own strength, even if it was the least dangerous. Currently, Xiao Chun placed his greatest hope on the True Dragon Cave, which the 7 giants led. Only by venturing deep into the Forbidden Lands could he obtain the truly good things. Ao Jiao gently swiped her finger and quickly found the dragon burial mound on the map. She looked around and found the place with the most people. That should be the True Dragon Cave that was exposed this time. Many people could be seen at the pitch-black entrance of the True Dragon Cave with excited expressions. Along the way to the True Dragon Cave, Xiao Chun saw the corpses of several cultivators. Based on the wounds, they were all saber wounds, sword wounds, and quintessence wounds. Clearly, the owners of these corpses did not die at the hands of demonic beasts. Instead, they died in the intense competition for the strange fruits, spirit herbs, and ores in the periphery. As Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao looked deeper, the interior of the True Dragon Cave appeared before their eyes. The obstacles in front of them had already been swept away. Xiao Chun saw many corpses of demonic beasts lying at the side with their stomachs cut open. The precious materials in their bodies had all been harvested. Xiao Chun could only take a look at the scattered ordinary sect disciples. They did not dare to go too deep into the True Dragon Cave. Instead, they tried their luck here. As Xiao Chun continued looking, he could feel the vastness and complexity of the True Dragon Cave. The caves were connected to each other, looking very complicated. Several cultivators walked around in circles but could not find the true path. As Xiao Chun watched the other party walk around in circles on the map, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that the other party was very stupid. With the map to guide him, Xiao Chen's vision smoothly passed through this huge and complicated cave. He even discovered a few rank 8 spirit herbs that no one had noticed. Boom! The scene on the map suddenly changed. A red fiery light assaulted Xiao Chen's face. The ground was covered in surging lava. Occasionally, golden flames leaped up from the lava. In the magma, one could see long snakes that were made of red flaming stones. Their hole-like eyes were spurting out red flames. Just by looking at the map from afar, Xiao Chun could feel the heat wave assaulting him, deterring him from getting too close. A large group of cultivators stood in front of the lava. They all frowned, not in a rush to barge in. Xiao Chun saw the figures of the Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi, the passionate young master Morong Lingfeng, the extreme insects by Wuxia, and the other giants. There were also the Battle Realm geniuses led by Niu Deng, the Shiman clan led by Shiman Bao, the Full Moon Pavilions Feng Xingxing, and the Thousand Mystery Sects Hua Dao. These were all young experts that Xiao Chun was familiar with or had met before. As for the other experts that he was not familiar with, it would be better. Without exception, this group of people was blocked in front of the fiery lava. They cautiously discussed countermeasures. As Xiao Chun looked around, he finally saw Shui Lingling. She had a calm expression, not showing any fear or dread on her icy face. However, she did not show the joy of reclaiming a desolate land. Instead, there was an indescribable longing in the depths of her eyes. Now that Xiao Chun thought about it, the person who risked the danger of the True Dragon Storm to bring him back was definitely Shui Lingling. She probably thinks that I'm dead, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then he shifted his gaze to Wang Cheng, who was behind Shui Lingling. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Wang Cheng was glowing. He looked very happy. He must have gained a lot of benefits in this True Dragon Cave. Chapter 7:16. Ao Jiao withdrew her gaze. Her delicate face did not reveal much surprise. She smiled and said, "You can rest assured now. The True Dragon Cave is not a place that a group of youths can explore as they wish. They will need at least a week to reach the core region." Xiao Chun put away the map and tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The mark on his forehead flickered with a red light, and the scarlet throne appeared in a flash of red light. The instant the blue strip of cloth was removed, Xiao Chun could no longer hide his king's aura. No matter how much he withdrew his sharpness, no one dared to look at him directly. Xiao Chun leaped up gently and landed on the scarlet throne carried by the scarlet clouds. The scarlet clouds churned like a sovereign descending on the world, sweeping through the surroundings. Oh Jiao's exquisite figure drifted down from the sky like a falling leaf. Then, she sat on the armrest of the scarlet throne. A scarlet light flashed, and the scarlet throne carried Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao to the nearest forbidden land. That place had the absolute treasure that he needed, the monarch bloodgrass. Hundreds of kilometers north of the Blue Dragon Palace, there was a huge skeleton. Half of it was buried in the ground, and the other half was exposed. The exposed skeleton was already 100 meters tall. If it was buried underground, it would be even larger. If the entire skeleton was dug out, who knew how big it would be and what kind of scene it would be? Not a single blade of grass grew within a kilometer of the skeleton, only sand. The skeleton was covered in dust, obscuring the original color of the bones. 1,000 meters away, it was a different scene. The vegetation was flourishing, and there were many tall plants growing, forming a vast forest. In the dense forest, tall and broad trees could be found everywhere. The branches of the towering trees were luxuriant, and the originally dim sunlight was completely covered. Several extremely horrifying demonic beasts hid in the dark forest. A mutated twin-armed demonic ape rested quietly under a large tree. The skin of this twin-armed demonic ape had already turned into bone. It did not have the fur of a regular demonic ape. Its skin was like metal, giving off a metallic texture. The twin-armed demonic ape's entire body was like a monster made of metal. It did not look like a living animal but more like a machine. The twin-armed demonic ape's eyes were cold and emotionless as it scanned its territory, not allowing any demonic beasts or cultivators to pass. In the distance, Xiao Chun stood on a large tree with lush foliage. He gently pushed aside the branches in front of him and narrowed his eyes into a line. At the limits of his vision was a scarlet herb with a golden line on its scarlet leaves. This was Xiao Chen's target, the monarch bloodgrass. This monarch bloodgrass was only 5 meters away from the mutated twin-armed demonic ape. If Xiao Chun wanted to pick it, he would have to anger this demonic beast. The twin-armed demonic ape was a rank 8 demonic beast. Its strength was equal to of Hu Hai's. Even if there were 2 Hu Hais working together, they might not be a match for it. The defense of its metallic body alone was enough to give one a headache. If he did it and the fiend it not, the fiend he of the Demoth the Wu, the fiend of the Xiao of the Chun, the fiend. If Xiao Chun ended up startling the fiend emperor remains in the desert in the center of the forest, it would be even harder to deal with. After thinking of countermeasures, Xiao Chun waved his hand, and a small, exquisite, golden sculpture appeared in his right hand. This golden savage ox sculpture will probably have to go to waste. Xiao Chun sighed. The golden savage ox possessed the bloodline of a savage beast. If its true body came here, it would not be much weaker than the mutated twin-armed demonic ape. However, the life bestowal spell was much weaker. It was already very good that it could buy some time for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and gained a clear understanding of his surroundings. Then he gently tossed out the golden sculpture. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun formed hand seals with both hands, and the golden sculpture quickly enlarged. Then it suddenly took form. The huge golden savage ox immediately landed on the ground. Ka! Before the golden savage ox landed, there was a crisp sound. The twin-armed demonic ape's feet bounced off the ground, creating a black line in the air. Then, its metallic palm smashed heavily on the golden savage ox. The golden savage ox was sent flying, and its small hill-like body crushed many trees, causing them to fall to the ground with a loud rumble. Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and he felt somewhat dizzy. He was flabbergasted at the twin-armed demonic ape's reaction speed. Xiao Chun calmed himself and controlled the golden savage ox to run forward. He did not care about anything else. All he needed to do was lure this twin-armed demonic ape away. Bang! 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 Loud sounds came from the quiet forest. The golden savage ox's huge body shook the ground, startling several demonic beasts out of their hiding places. When they saw the twin-armed demonic ape chasing its prey, they all gave way, scattering in all directions. There were no other demonic beasts within a kilometer of the monarch bloodgrass. It's about time, Xiao Chen gently pushed off a tree trunk and moved as nimbly as a bird, weaving through the dense forest, advancing continuously. After a while, Xiao Chen landed beside the monarch bloodgrass. He revealed an expression of joy as he carefully dug out the monarch bloodgrass and quickly placed it in his universe ring. The monarch bloodgrass, a treasure that even the 7 giants would be interested in, fell into Xiao Chen's hands just like that. Wait a moment. Don't go. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in the universe ring. Xiao Chen asked in confusion, "What's wrong? I have to go. The golden savage ox statue will not last for long." Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and pointed to a 10-meter-tall green tree in front. She said, "That is a sapling of the lunar cassia tree. When it matures, it will bloom with lunar cassia flowers. They are worth cities. Dig it out and transplant it into the immortal spirit ring. It will be very useful in the future." Xiao Chen frowned and said, "However, the golden savage ox can only last for 5 minutes at most. If the twin-armed demonic ape rushes back, it will be problematic. We cannot miss this opportunity. When this spirit tree matures, even Emperor Wu will be interested. Obtaining it after that will be as difficult as ascending to heaven," Ao Jiao said encouragingly. Xiao Chen's eyes wandered as he thought quickly. Then he made a decision. "Let's be faster." The two arrived before the sapling of the lunar cassia tree and started to dig it out. For them to transplant it completely, the roots could not be damaged. The two dug very carefully, afraid of damaging the roots. Hence, they could not move quickly. Buzz! Xiao Chen's churning sea of consciousness trembled. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, "The golden savage ox is crippled." Ao Jiao moved even faster. Her fingers moved nimbly as she sent out quintessence, digging out piles of soil. Without raising her head, she said, "Just be faster. It will be fine." Bang! The twin-armed demonic ape's footsteps rang out in Xiao Chen's ears as it drew closer. Xiao Chen could still clearly feel the twin-armed demonic ape's unique cold fiendish qi. When the final root was dug out, Ao Jiao happily flew into the immortal spirit ring with the sapling. She said, "All right, congratulations on obtaining a future spirit tree." However, Xiao Chen found it hard to smile. The twin-armed demonic ape had already returned. A battle could not be avoided. Hu Qi! A sharp sonic boom came from behind. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, and 1,000 tons of force quickly poured into his fist. Then he turned around and punched. Bang! This punch happened to catch the twin-armed demonic ape's palm strike. A surging energy surged out like a saber. Cassie! Cassie! The towering trees fell. Xiao Chen did not move at all. The twin-armed demonic ape flew back 100 meters, crying out in pain. Then, it nimbly turned around in the air and turned into a black shadow charging at Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and executed the dragon claw fist. An azure-colored dragon head howled, and a ferocious force burst forth, knocking back the twin-armed demonic ape again. Show! Before the twin-armed demonic ape could get up, Xiao Chen took the initiative to charge over. A blue dragon image appeared under his feet, carrying him like a strong wind as he arrived before the twin-armed demonic ape. Xiao Chen sent out another berserk dragon claw. The azure-colored dragon claw left 5 clear marks on the twin-armed demonic ape's chest. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The berserk dragon claw did not even leave a mark on the twin-armed demonic ape. The defense of this twin-armed demonic ape was too ridiculous. The twin-armed demonic ape roared and charged over again. The dragon head on the left hand and the dragon claw on the right joined together, forming a complete dragon image. Then, Xiao Chen pushed his hands forward. Berserk dragon break. The dragon image roared ferociously. It was made of pure vital qi. It quickly clashed with the twin-armed demonic ape and knocked it back again. Xiao Chen did not even bother to look at it. He immediately turned around and retreated. The twin-armed demonic ape's defense was too strong. If he dragged this out, it would not end well for him. Boom! 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 Xiao Chun blasted away all the trees in his way, turning them into wood shavings that filled the air. Then Xiao Chun flew off in a straight line. With such a commotion, all the demonic beasts in the forest were startled. The demonic beasts chasing after him quickly formed a huge army. If they caught up to him, they would tear Xiao Chun to shreds. Xiao Chun executed his movement technique to its limits and dodged all the attacks, making his way through the forest with much difficulty. A scarlet light flickered on Xiao Chun's forehead, and the scarlet throne appeared. Then, he quickly leaped onto it and turned into a beam of scarlet light. After finally escaping, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but ask Ao Jiao, who was currently planting the lunar cassia tree in the Immortal Spirit Ring. You said that this lunar cassia tree is a seedling. In that case, how long will it take to mature? Ao Jiao smiled and replied, Not long. Under normal circumstances, it will mature in 200 or 300 years. However, for it to truly bloom, it will probably take 500 years. 500 years. It turned out that the thing that he obtained after putting his life on the line could only be used after 500 years. Xiao Chun nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. What can be used in the future? Originally, he could have easily obtained the monarch bloodgrass and left the situation easily. Now, after spending so much effort to escape, the thing that he obtained could indeed only be used after 500 years. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Xiao Chun asked, Even spirit trees have their wondrous uses. What can this lunar cassia tree do? Inside the Immortal Spirit Ring, Ao Jiao rejoiced as she carefully tended to the seedling of the lunar cassia tree. She smiled and said, The lunar cassia flower that the lunar cassia tree blooms can immediately recover from any serious internal injuries. The lunar cassia fruit that blooms after 1,000 years is even more effective. It can permanently increase the recovery ability of a cultivator's body. You should know that most cultivators do not focus on cultivating the physical body. Permanently increasing the recovery ability of the body was very attractive to cultivators who did not focus on cultivating the physical body. Chapter 7:17. Even if Xiao Chun could not use it, he could sell it as a resource and not lack spirit stones in the future. However, it bloomed once every 500 years and bore fruit once every 500 years. If Xiao Chun had to wait 1,000 years for this absolute treasure, he could only sleep. When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chun's appearance, she covered her mouth and smiled gently. Hee, don't look so dispirited. Since I told you to do this, how could I make you wait 1,000 years? A glimmer of hope appeared in Xiao Chun's heart. He asked, Could it be that there is another way to shorten the growth time of the lunar cassia tree? Naturally, there is. Don't forget that this Immortal Spirit Ring of yours is a peak-grade Immortal Spirit Ring. It has been passed down since the Immortal epoch. It is much stronger than the replicas and fixes of later generations. Ao Jiao said unhurriedly, As long as you obtain a higher-ranked spirit vein's origin, you can make any spirit tree, including the lunar cassia tree, grow faster. It wasn't that easy to obtain a spiritual vein source. However, at least he didn't have to wait for 1,000 years to obtain one. Xiao Chun stopped thinking about this problem. He took out the monarch bloodgrass that he obtained. His somewhat depressed face finally revealed a smile. No matter what, he still managed to obtain the precious monarch bloodgrass. After washing the monarch bloodgrass, Xiao Chun placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. Then, he slowly refined the trace of the ancient sovereign's bloodline in it. His blood surged like lava. Xiao Chun could clearly feel his qi and blood strengthening continuously. His aura became more solid and strong. Vast, ancient, distant, and noble. The ancient sovereign's bloodline subtly changed Xiao Chun's mentality and aura. In the following days, relying on the map of the savage battlefield, Xiao Chun went to a few other forbidden lands and obtained 9 stalks of monarch bloodgrass, one after another. After consuming 10 stalks of monarch bloodgrass, Xiao Chun felt his physical body undergo an internal transformation. Such a transformation did not mean that his bones, skin, and internal organs had become stronger or that his strength had increased. Instead, it was a feeling of his mind. In the past, Xiao Chun's physical body was only close to a rank 1 sage body. Now, it was already at the level of a rank 1 sage body. In some aspects, it even surpassed it, As a result, the way Xiao Chun looked at problems changed without him realizing it. This was the wondrous feeling that came with the advancement of his physical body. As for the remaining monarch bloodgrass, it would be difficult to obtain them. This was because they were too far away from each other. Moving around would take a lot of effort and be even more dangerous. Hence, Xiao Chun gave up on this plan. Furthermore, he was already satisfied with the harvest of 10 monarch bloodgrass. Back when Wan Muyun obtained a stalk of monarch bloodgrass, she was somewhat reluctant to use it. However, Xiao Chun directly consumed 10 stalks of monarch bloodgrass like he was eating or drinking. If people knew about this, they would wonder how frightened they would be. Next, we should be going to the True Dragon Cave, right? They are probably in the core region already, Ao Jiao said softly from the world in the ring. At this moment, Xiao Chun was only a peak medial grade martial monarch. Among the sect disciples who came here for experiential training, he was not considered much. There were at least 800 people with higher cultivations than him. However, after consuming 10 stalks of monarch bloodgrass, no matter how much Xiao Chun withdrew his aura, it inspired fear from the depths of his heart. Xiao Chun's aura naturally suppressed everyone else's, gaining the initiative. Xiao Chun said calmly, "There is still one more thing. It is time to take out the netherworld flower in the immortal spirit ring." Since one was going to the True Dragon Cave, one would not be able to obtain any treasures without sufficient trump cards to intimidate others. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, was already prepared. She gently waved her right hand, and the white flame core of the netherworld flower slowly floated out of the ring. A white light flickered in Xiao Chen's left eye. He gently released the pearl-sized extreme Yin flame origin flame and started to consume it. Among the Yin-attributed flames, the netherworld flower was one of the better ones. After consuming the netherworld flame, Xiao Chen's extreme Yin flame would improve significantly. In the past, for the sake of maintaining a balance between Yin and Yang, Xiao Chun could not fully unleash the Purple Thunder True Fire's origin flame. This was because the extreme Yin flame was too weak. As a result, Xiao Chun had not been able to bring out the might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. ZZ. The pearl-sized extreme Yin flame continuously consumed the netherworld flame, giving off soft sizzling sounds. The white origin flame diagram grew larger at a visible pace. Knowing that this matter could not be rushed, Xiao Chun controlled the extreme Yin flame diagram unhurriedly, not showing any anxiety or nervousness. Time passed slowly. When Xiao Chun finished consuming the netherworld flame, the pearl-sized origin flame diagram had already become the size of an infant's fist. The pale white flame floated in the air, giving off a sinister aura. Even though the temperature did not drop, it made one tremble in fear. After muttering to himself for a while, a beam of purple light quickly shot out from Xiao Chen's right eye. At this moment, Xiao Chun unleashed the Purple Thunder True Fire's origin flame without holding anything back. Hoo! The purple and white flames quickly swam around and chased each other. Soon, a Taiji diagram appeared on the surface. At this moment, Xiao Chun perfectly merged the strong Yin and Yang flames. The mental energy in his spiritual sense drained continuously. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, all sorts of scenes appeared. The Taiji diagram gave birth to Yin-Yang, which gave birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams gave birth to all things. The Taiji diagram that merged the Yin and Yang flames contained the dazzling crystallization of the wisdom of ancient Chinese sages. It materialized the creation of the world, the great Tao of everything coming from nothing. Vaguely, Xiao Chun felt like he saw the primal chaos of the world coming from nothing. The various scenes of the world unfolded one by one. Everything appeared in that Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. After the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram reached the most perfect equilibrium, it rose to a whole new level, undergoing a qualitative leap. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and pushed forward. Time and space froze for an instant, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram slowly advanced. The sky shook, the ground trembled, and space trembled. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram seemed to push the entire space. At this moment, even a mountain in front would be uprooted by the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Boom! Suddenly, The flame diagram erupted with golden light, radiating a brilliant radiance. It illuminated the dark space, making it as bright as day. In the next moment, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded. A horrifying energy spread out in all directions, forming golden ripples. Ripples appeared in the air like water. The golden light was like paint, and space trembled intensely. After a long time, the horrifying energy shock waves slowly scattered. The golden light vanished, but transparent ripples could still be seen flickering in the air. When Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, saw this scene, she exclaimed in shock, "This move is becoming more and more divine. No wonder you are confident enough to challenge by Wuxia within half a year." Xiao! Purple and white lights flickered and returned to Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he said calmly, "Let's go. Right now, I can easily retreat from any one of the 7 giants. If I run into Bai Wuxia again, I will not need to rely on First Senior Sister. If he insists on fighting, I do not mind giving him a pleasant surprise." Dragon Burial Mound. Hidden beneath the boundless mountain peaks were countless true dragon graves. Time passed quickly. This place had existed for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years. The past could not be seen, but it was unknown what kind of grand feast it was. The indistinct voice of the true dragon sang ancient legends and solemn epics. How long was 10,000 years? Who knew how many days and nights passed by? No matter how glorious the race was, no matter how long the story was, in the end, it was just a pile of dirt. As time passed, it would become a legend, only for later generations to reminisce about. The resting place of an ancient true dragon should have been solemn, dignified, and peaceful. However, at this moment it was a mess. Traces of destruction from cultivators could be seen everywhere. A red light flashed in the horizon, and the aura of a king spread out. It was long and drawn out, causing the clouds in front to scatter with the wind. Occasionally, a blind demonic beast roared at the red light, wanting to peck at the white-clad man on the throne and eat him. Before the demonic beast got close, thousands of purple lights flickered with electricity and turned into thousands of sharp saber chi, riddling it with thousands of holes. When the red light flashed, it crushed the demonic beast's body into a clump of blood mist, vanishing into the air. The scarlet clouds carried the throne in the sky, leaving behind a long, fiery tail that lingered for a long time. From the ground, it looked like a rainbow piercing through the sky, moving as fast as lightning. Whoosh! The red light paused and stopped in front of a mountain peak. Xiao Chun stood up from the throne. At this moment, he had not tied the blue strip of cloth around his head. The aura of a king spread throughout his body. Combined with the ancient sovereign's bloodline flowing in his veins, his aura was noble, distant, and vast. As Xiao Chun stared at a cave in the distance, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "That should be the true dragon cave that was exposed this time, right?" The true dragon cave buried deep underground would not have been exposed if not for a special phenomenon occurring in the world. Under the circumstances that it was not exposed, even if Emperor Wu came here, he would not dare to rashly open this place and find the true dragon cave. Ao Jiao once said that there was a deity race Emperor Wu who disregarded some of the ancient taboos of the Kunlun realm. Emperor Wu forcefully used energy that surpassed the power of the world and lifted up the entire ground and mountain peak, trying to find all the true dragon caves. He looted all the true dragon remains and all the treasures that came with the true dragon caves. With his actions, the mountain peak crumbled, and the sky changed color. All the true dragon caves in the dragon burial mound were exposed. However, before Emperor Wu could do anything, this deity race Emperor Wu turned pale with fright. He fled in a sorry state. No one knew what horrifying thing he saw. In less than 3 months after he left the savage battlefield, the deity race Emperor Wu died mysteriously. Even the powerful deity race deity sovereign did not know the cause of his death. As time passed, the dragon burial mound's damaged terrain recovered to its original state under the influence of a mysterious energy. No other martial emperors dared to touch the dragon burial mound again. When Xiao Chun heard this rumor from Ao Jiao, he found it incredible. He really wanted to know what that deity race martial emperor saw when he flipped over the dragon burial mound. What was the reason for his strange death? How could Emperor Wu die in such a strange manner? The dragon burial mound was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. Chapter 7:18. Xiao Chun slowly collected his wandering thoughts. A scarlet light flickered as he placed the scarlet throne back into his forehead. Then, he took out a blue strip of cloth and tied it around his forehead. Xiao Chun withdrew his king's qi and circulated his blood. The ancient sovereign's bloodline was hidden, and his aura returned to normal, no different from that of a passerby. Standing on the azure dragon image, Xiao Chun descended quickly. As he rose and fell, he arrived at the entrance of the true dragon cave in an instant. Then he flew in without hesitation. Xiao Chun had seen the interior of the true dragon cave on the map of the savage battlefield earlier. As Xiao Chun advanced, he did not stop at all as he faced the complicated caves and paths. Along the way, Xiao Chun met several cultivators who did not dare to go too deep and could only try their luck in the periphery. Xiao Chun moved like the wind, passing by these people. When they looked back, Xiao Chun was no longer there, which astonished them. Another ferocious person came. It looks like this true dragon cave will not be peaceful. Indeed, the 7 giants are all gathered here. Several of the top loose cultivators on the evil cultivator ranking are here to join in the excitement. That is not all. I heard that some fiend race loose cultivators are here as well. They snatched the treasures of several of our human cultivators. Most of the sect disciples in the periphery were early-stage superior-grade martial monarchs. Because they feared danger, they only dared to loiter around. They hoped that they would be lucky. Perhaps they might be able to obtain some treasures that only the true dragon cave had. The cultivators who dared to barge into the inner area all showed envious expressions. Everyone knew that the true treasures could only be obtained in the depths. Even if one's luck was off the charts, they would not be able to obtain anything great. Senior brother, how about we try our luck as well? Who knows, we might be able to find something good. A young disciple could not help but suggest to the senior brother beside him when he saw someone else heading deeper into the cave. The slightly older senior brother smiled coldly and said, "Go by yourself. I don't want to die yet. Without being a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, you will die for sure. Not to mention the mutated beasts that already exist in the true dragon cave. Even if you obtain the treasures, you will not be able to protect them if others try to snatch them from you." When the young disciple heard this, the fervor in his eyes slowly extinguished. Indeed, no matter how good the treasures were, they were all empty if one didn't have the life to enjoy them. As he sped along, his feet never touching the ground, Xiao Chun finally arrived in front of the fiery magma. This was the place where the 7 giants and the others had been stopped. The 7 giants and the others were nowhere to be seen. They must have passed through the lava and gone to a deeper place. Perhaps they had already reached the place where the remains of the true dragon were buried. However, there were also some cultivators with ferocious gazes and overwhelming baleful auras. With one look, it was clear that they were loose cultivators. As they looked at the boundless lava before them, they frowned slightly. "Kaka, finally, there are people who don't want to live anymore. Old friends, I'll be leaving first." One of the gray-robed old men immediately looked over when Xiao Chun stopped. It was as if he had found his prey, and his eyes lit up. The gray-robed old man smiled sinisterly and soared into the air, charging at Xiao Chun. "Brat, don't blame me for being merciless. Just obediently be my stepping stone." The remaining old men revealed joy in their eyes. They all felt that it was a pity. They hated themselves for being too slow and letting someone snatch the initiative. About peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. He is even weaker than Shimen Bao. With one glance, Xiao Chun clearly saw this person's strength. He could not help but smile coldly to himself. This person dares to make a move against me with such little strength? He is truly reckless. The gray-robed old man's figure flashed, and he arrived before Xiao Chun in the blink of an eye. When he saw that Xiao Chun was only a medial-grade martial monarch, he did not care about him at all. The gray-robed old man's palm surged with quintessence, and his 5 fingers formed a claw. A strong wind blew as he clawed at Xiao Chen's head, trying to kill Xiao Chun in one strike. The gray-robed old man's 5 fingers gleamed with a cold light. They looked incredibly hard. It was clear that this old man had done a lot of research on claw attacks. Just by relying on these claws, he could easily counter the weapons of cultivators. If a regular medial-grade martial monarch were to face this fast and ruthless claw attack and the interference of the baleful aura, 5 holes would immediately appear in their heads, killing them on the spot. Unfortunately, the gray-robed old man ran into Xiao Chun. Even a half-sage would suffer if they treated Xiao Chun as an ordinary medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, the gray-robed old man was just a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch loose cultivator. Furthermore, his horrifying baleful aura had no effect on Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. Just as the claw was about to touch his head, the blood flowing in his veins quickly activated the ancient sovereign's aura. Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered without any wind. Distant, heavy, dignified, noble, and all sorts of strong auras burst forth from his body like a flash flood. At such a close distance, the gray-robed old man received the vast sovereign's aura in Xiao Chen's body head-on. Space froze, and it felt like a mountain had appeared on the gray-robed old man's shoulder. His movements paused uncontrollably. Murderous intent radiated from Xiao Chen's eyes. He took advantage of the moment the gray-robed old man paused and attacked at lightning speed. Xiao Chun clenched his right hand into a fist, and a strong wind blew as he punched the gray-robed old man's head. Bang! The horrifying force of 1,000 tons of force exploded out like a clap of thunder. There was a burst of scarlet light, and the gray-robed old man's head vanished, turning him into a headless corpse. The gray-robed old man's sharp claws also drooped helplessly. He would never have a chance to touch Xiao Chen again. A look of disgust flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he raised his leg and kicked the headless corpse away. Then, the headless corpse slowly fell towards the steaming red lava. The loose cultivators exchanged glances with each other, their jaws hanging open. Disbelief filled their eyes. The surroundings fell silent. From the moment the gray-robed old man stood up to the moment he died, only a few breaths of time had passed. The gray-robed old man, who had been radiating a baleful aura and feeling very pleased with himself a moment ago, died in the next. He did not even have time to turn around. He died just like that. The other loose cultivators paled slightly. Earlier, they had felt an aura that rivaled that of a martial sage erupt from Xiao Chen's body. However, when they looked at Xiao Chun now, they saw that his cultivation was dense and solid. He was definitely a bona fide peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. There was no other answer. All sorts of things appeared strange and complicated. As the loose cultivators looked at the white-robed bladesman, horror flashed in their eyes. Their cultivations were not much higher than the gray-robed old man's. If Xiao Chun wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. They would not be able to escape death. Xiao Chun glanced around and walked forward. The loose cultivators standing in front of the surging lava were like a god of death. Like a god of death, they all retreated in a hurry, afraid of angering him by blocking the way. A sinister sound came from where the gray-robed old man's headless corpse fell into the surging lava. A strange snake made of round flaming rocks slithered towards the gray-robed old man's corpse excitedly. His body squirmed and gave off resplendent sparks. The sparks flickered in the air, causing the air to sizzle. It made everyone tremble in fear. If this person's body fell into the lava, he would definitely be burned until only his bones remained. Kasie, Kasie. The flaming rock snakes chewed on the gray-robed old man's bones, giving off crunching sounds. The flaming rock snakes chewed on the bones of the gray-robed old man, appearing very excited. They moved their bodies and splashed the surging lava everywhere. One of the loose cultivators recovered from the shock brought by Xiao Chun. Then, he flew towards the end of the lava, quickly disappearing into the darkness in front. The flaming rock snakes chewing on the bones did not care about the loose cultivator flying over them at all, immersing themselves in the deliciousness of the bones. Only then did the other loose cultivators come to their senses. As they watched the distant old man, they felt very depressed. At this moment, the flaming rock snakes had already finished chewing on the gray-robed old man's bones. If these loose cultivators continued charging forward, they would immediately be attacked by these strange snakes. Death would be hard to escape. Looking at these strange snakes moving about freely in the surging lava, one could tell that they would not be easy to deal with. From this, one could tell that they were definitely not easy to deal with. If they were to gang up on them, it would be hard for them to escape death. When Xiao Chun saw this, he finally understood why the gray-robed old man attacked him the moment he saw him. It turned out that the gray-robed old man wanted to feed Xiao Chun to these strange snakes to open a path for himself. Xiao Chun turned his head back and looked at the group of loose cultivators. Then he entered deep thought, wondering if he should use these loose cultivators to open a path. Loose cultivators were evil and unorthodox. They cultivated a baleful aura and needed to kill. Furthermore, they killed indiscriminately. Their minds were already twisted, and it could be said that everyone wanted to kill them. Back then, when Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng saw Gu Mu and the middle-aged man, they did not hesitate to kill them for no reason. The moment Xiao Chun entered this place, these loose cultivators immediately thought of using him to open a path. This showed how vicious they were. When the other loose cultivators saw the indistinct killing chi in Xiao Chen's eyes, they were all startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Ouch! Ouch! Right at this moment, in the deepest and darkest depths of the magma, an extremely tragic and shrill cry suddenly rang out. Xiao Chun looked back and saw a faint human-shaped flame burning in the darkness. It was the loose cultivator who dodged the strange snakes earlier. Bang! A clump of golden flame shot out from the lava below and struck that loose cultivator again. The miserable scream stopped, and the loose cultivator was burned to ashes in the air. That old Lu is too unlucky. He managed to get past the strange snakes with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, he got burned by the dragon flame. The dragon flame is the flame of a true dragon. Although it has already diluted significantly in the lava, once it touches him, he will die for sure. This lava is really difficult to deal with. If only we had come earlier. If we left with the Tianwu continent's 7 giants, we would have been much safer. He can only blame himself for this. Why was he so anxious? Now he is going to lose his life here. When the loose cultivators behind saw this scene, they discussed in low voices. They did not show any sorrow on their faces. On the contrary, they seemed to be rejoicing in old Lu's misfortune. Hearing the words of the loose cultivators behind him, Xiao Chun completely abandoned the thought of using these loose cultivators as stepping stones. He looked at the boiling lava silently. Ao Jiao, how strong is that strange snake? How confident are I of making it through? Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, thought for a moment before replying, "This is a fire flame snake. Their bodies are made of fire flame rock, not flesh and blood. Ordinary quintessence would find it hard to enter their bodies." Chapter 719. Xiao Chun understood something. He raised his head and looked at the boiling lava. He said, "That is to say, if I just use my vital qi, the effect will be much better." Ao Jiao nodded and said, "Yes, that is how it is. However, you need to be careful. If you fall into the lava, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to save yourself. You also need to be careful not to get sprayed by the dragon flame." The group of loose cultivators behind Xiao Chun communicated with each other with their gazes. They sized up Xiao Chun with malicious intent. Clearly, they had not given up on using him as a stepping stone. Xiao! Just as the loose cultivators were hesitating on whether they should charge forward and capture Xiao Chun, a loud whistling sound rang out. A whistling sound rang out. Xiao Chun rode on the azure dragon image and charged into the air above the lava. The loose cultivators all cried out in surprise. They all had strange expressions on their faces. This fellow is too bold. After advancing 500 meters, the fire flame snakes wandering in the lava felt the aura of a living person. They quickly moved and shot out, kicking up large amounts of boiling lava. Pooh! 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 In an instant, 10-odd fire flame snakes launched themselves at Xiao Chun from all directions. Flames flickered in their hole-like eyes before they shot out streams of bright red lava. The lava was so hot that it made the air crackle as steam spread out. Shao Chun stood on the blue dragon image and calmly took out 2 shields. Then, he placed one on the left and one on the right, wrapping himself up tightly. These were peak medial-grade defensive secret treasures. The lava did not burn through them immediately. However, they were incredibly hot. Shao Chun felt some pain in his hands as he held them. After a while, Shao Chen, who was hiding behind the shields, felt that the impact from the shields was gone. Shao Chun waved his hands and his vital qi surged. Then he tossed out the 2 shields. Bang! Carrying a huge force, the 2 shields spun and flew forward, each knocking down a fire flame snake and causing it to fall to the ground. The remaining fire flame snakes coiled around Shao Chun, trying to pull him into the lava. Shao Chen's face sank and he clenched his right fist tightly. His vital qi surged in his body like a surging river. His qi and blood surged to the peak. Facing an incoming fire flame snake, Shao Chun circulated his vital qi and executed the 3rd move of the Dragon Claw Fist, breaking armor. A cone-shaped vital qi formed in front of his fist. Then, Shao Chun punched out 10 times at the 10 fire flame snake flying at him. Bang! The wind generated by the punch was like thunder, the sound reverberating in all directions. The loud sound caused the entire space to tremble. Rocks in the cavern above continued to fall, falling into the lava and being burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The fire flame snake's body was made up of round fire flame rocks. Shao Chen's 10 punches landed on a fire flame rock each time. A huge force exploded, and the fire flame stones, which were so hard that they could survive in the lava, were destroyed by Shao Chun with a single punch. The 10 fire flame snakes tumbled in the air, and their bodies directly scattered into fire flame stones, falling into the lava. There were still 2 fire flame snakes left. Shao Chun retracted his fist and stood upright. He stomped on the blue dragon's phantom and kicked out twice, bursting the heads of the 2 fire flame snakes. Taking advantage of the rebound, Shao Chun recalled the shield that was still spinning in the air and shot forward like an arrow. What a terrifying power! Fortunately, we didn't attack him, otherwise we would all die here. I wonder where this ruthless person came from. He has a horrifying physical body and is a peak medial grade martial monarch. Even a peak late-stage superior grade martial monarch would not be able to deal with him easily. Let me take a look at this white-robed cultivator. He is far more than that. Aside from a half-sage, no one can do anything to him. When the loose cultivators on the shore saw this scene, they exchanged glances with each other, feeling a lingering fear. Unexpectedly, the fire flame snakes that gave half-sages a headache actually died so easily at Shao Chen's hands. Relying on the 2 shields and the horrifying 1,000 tons of force, Shao Chun swept through the place, shattering all the fire flame snakes that pounced at him. Soon, Shao Chen's figure vanished into the darkness. Once he dodged the attack of the dragon flame, he would be able to pass this stage. The rocks above him contained light-absorbing stones, which absorbed all the light from the lava. This resulted in darkness, preventing people from seeing the surging lava below. Medial-grade secret treasures were useless against the dragon flame. Shao Chun put away the 2 shields and carefully flew forward while standing on the blue dragon's phantom. Even though the lava had diluted it by 100 times, it was still a true dragon flame. Before this dragon flame, Shao Chen's rank 1 sage body was no different from an ordinary body. He would die upon contact. Shao Chun could not see anything in the darkness. The unforeseeable danger made him feel uneasy. Shao Chun held his breath and focused. He did not panic or get flustered as he quickly flew forward. A golden light appeared, disappearing in a flash. The light was piercing. Shao Chun could not help but close his eyes, leaving only a slit in them. However, he did not move blindly, as this dragon flame did not come from below. Boom! 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 The further Shao Chun went, the more frequent the dragon flame erupted. Furthermore, there was no pattern to it. The cave flickered with light, making it hard to remain calm. If Shao Chun panicked at this moment and dodged randomly, there was a high chance he would end up crashing into the dragon flame. Xiao Chen focused and guarded his qi, his heart calm. Along the way, the cultivation of his mental state was already much higher than that of his peers, and he would never be in a state of panic. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He gently pushed off the blue dragon's phantom and spun around, moving forward. Pu Si. The golden dragon flame instantly pierced through the head of the blue dragon's phantom, which was where Xiao Chen stood earlier. Z. The azure dragon image formed by veritable essence energy burned into nothing in that instant. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen stood in the air, another stream of dragon flame spewed out from below. It brushed past his nose and brushed past his shoulder. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the scorching heat. If he had used a little more force when he dodged earlier, the dragon flame would have burned him to ashes. That was close. After brushing past death, Xiao Chen calmed himself down. Then he moved even more carefully. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen finally made it through the dark region and landed on the shore. When Xiao Chen turned his head back to look at the pitch-black danger zone, he felt a lingering fear. Strength, mental state, and luck were all necessary to make it through this place. No wonder Xiao Chen could block the 7 giants group of proud talents for so long. After passing this place, Xiao Chen looked ahead. His field of vision brightened, and a vast expanse appeared. Dense immortal qi surged over, immortal qi even purer than spiritual energy. At the limits of Xiao Chen's vision, he could see the figures of several cultivators moving about, searching for spirit herbs and precious ores that grew in the true dragon cave. After walking for 1 kilometer, Xiao Chen saw the corpses of a few cultivators. Beside the corpses was a bare scarlet tree trunk. The spirit fruits on the tree trunk had already been picked clean. Only this tree trunk was left, devoid of any signs of life, looking like it had withered. Hey, it looks like a spirit tree that can bear blood flame fruits. It is not dead yet. Xiao Chen, bring it in. Your immortal spirit ring can support it. Ao Jiao, who was taking care of the lunar cassia tree in the ring's world, spoke up. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It will probably take another few hundred years for it to mature." Even though Xiao Chen said that, he still followed Ao Jiao's instructions. This place was not dangerous. Digging out the blood flame tree would not take much time, so there was nothing to complain about. Ao Jiao giggled and said, "Let's see if we can find a few more spirit tree trunks later. Not everyone has a peak-grade immortal spirit ring. If we are lucky, we can collect some spirit trees here and turn them into a simple herb garden. It will probably take a few hundred years for it to take shape," Xiao Chen thought to himself. The true dragon cave was indeed a land of treasures. As Xiao Chen continued forward, he found several more spirit trees that could not be seen in the outside world. However, all the spirit fruits on them had already been picked clean, leaving only bare tree trunks. No one cared about them, so Xiao Chen collected them all and moved them into the immortal spirit ring. The number of cultivators that Xiao Chen saw increased, gradually catching up with the main group. Glancing around, Xiao Chen discovered a familiar person far in front. It was Shimin Bao of the Shimin clan, one of the Tianwu domain's 4 great clans. Shimin Bao's appearance had not changed much. However, his arrogance was much more restrained than before. This was because none of the people around him were weak. Aside from Shimin Bao, Xiao Chen also saw the top genius of the battle realms, Niu Deng, and a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, a black-clad loose cultivator. The 3 stood in a triangle, separated by 500 meters. A glistening scarlet spirit fruit stood in the middle of the 3. It exuded overwhelming spiritual energy and looked very tempting. There were several cultivators around the 3. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the scarlet spirit fruit greedily. However, there were already 3 experts eyeing this spirit fruit. The others could only watch. They would not dare to snatch it even if they had the courage. The dragon mark fruit contains dragon energy. It can increase a cultivator's strength by 150 tons of force. Among the treasures in this true dragon cave, it would definitely rank within the top 20. So what if it is valuable? Shimin Bao, Niu Deng, and Dan Tianyu, who is ranked in the top 70 of the evil cultivator ranking, have their eyes on it. We have no chance at all. The surrounding people discussed in soft voices as they stared at the dragon mark fruit. Their words were filled with regret. I wonder which of the three will obtain the dragon mark fruit. I feel that Shimin Bao has the highest chance. He is from a noble clan and has a high cultivation. His strength is second only to the 7 giants. It is hard to say. Niu Deng deserves his reputation as the top genius of the battle realms. Before he came, he was evenly matched with Feng Xingxing. Dan Tianyu is the oldest and has the deepest cultivation. Furthermore, he cultivates a baleful aura. He should not be weaker than these two. It is hard to say who will emerge victorious. Everyone was very interested in who would obtain the dragon mark fruit in the end. They could foresee that it wouldn't take long. They could foresee that soon, the three would start a huge battle for the dragon mark fruit, fighting to the death. Shimin Bao glanced at Niu Deng, then at Dan Tianyu. He said, I advise you not to fight with me. If you offend me and provoke my great-grandfather, none of you will have a good ending. When the tall Niu Deng heard this, he smiled coldly and said, Shimin Bao, who are you trying to scare? Not to mention whether your great-grandfather will make a move over such a trivial matter. Even if he does, do you think the seniors of our battle realms in the Bushin Palace are just decorations? Chapter 720. The 10 great battle realms had been famous for a long time. Naturally, Emperor Wu held an important position in the Bushin Palace. Hence, he did not fear Shimin Bao. Furthermore, the Shimin clan's Emperor Wu would not teach them a lesson over such a trivial matter. Everyone could imagine how precious Emperor Wu's time was. Dan Tianyu smiled sinisterly and said, This old man is just a loose cultivator. At worst, I will just leave the Tianwu domain. Brat, you are too inexperienced to use this to threaten me. Shimin Bao's gaze turned sinister as rage burned in his eyes. This dragon mark fruit held a great attraction to cultivators who did not cultivate the physical body. Just think about it. If one could obtain 150 tons of force without enduring the pain of tempering the physical body, it would be equivalent to raising one's overall strength by 10%. Shimin Bao said sullenly, Give this dragon mark fruit to me. If you want to fight for any other spirit fruits, I, Shimin Bao, will do my best to help you. Niu Deng laughed loudly, and a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, Shimin Bao, who does not know what kind of person you are? How much is your reputation worth? This old man will tell you the truth. We battle realm cultivators are born with divine strength. With the help of the dragon mark fruit, we are like tigers that have grown wings. This dragon mark fruit belongs to me. No one can snatch it away from me. Dan Tianyu laughed softly and said, How unfortunate. This old man has a friend who cultivates the physical body. This dragon mark fruit can be used to exchange for a treasure that I have long been interested in. This old man will not give this dragon mark fruit to anyone else. The three's auras surged, not giving way to each other. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Xiao Chun, who was standing on a rock in the distance, saw all this. He smiled gently and said, Dragon mark fruit. Unexpectedly, after entering the depths of the true dragon cave, I immediately ran into such a good thing. Roar. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's chest. He stood on a blue dragon image and executed the blue dragon tail whip. Xiao Chun moved in a huge arc and moved like a gust of wind, flashing above everyone's heads. In an instant, he arrived above the dragon mark fruit. Before the three could react, Xiao Chun had already moved. With a suction force, the dragon mark fruit flew into his right hand. When the blue dragon swung its tail, it was like a gust of wind blowing past. It was incredibly fast. Shimin Bao and the other two were currently focused on their opponents. However, their attention on the dragon mark fruit had decreased significantly, giving Xiao Chun an opportunity. They had not expected someone to be so bold as to snatch the dragon mark fruit right in front of the three of them. By the time Xiao Chun reacted, the dragon mark fruit was already in Xiao Chen's hands. He had placed it in his universe ring. Seeing the dragon mark fruit snatched away, Shimin Bao immediately became enraged. He roared, Where did this dog come from? How dare he snatch my, Shimin Bao's things? Clang. The sword was unsheathed, and the surging sword chi, along with the faint sword intent, emitted a buzzing sound as it shot towards Xiao Chun. The sword chi was like a pillar, like a rainbow that tore through the sun, and it swept out in all directions with unstoppable might. Niu Deng's expression sank, and he immediately leaped up. He clenched his fist and activated the ancient giant's bloodline. Then he roared ferociously with a vast might. A sinister look flashed in Dan Tianyu's eyes. He drew a short sword and turned around, silently arriving behind Xiao Chun. The short sword gave off a cold light. Unexpectedly, Dan Tianyu wanted to cut off Xiao Chen's arm, which was wearing the universe ring. It was extremely vicious. When the cultivators below, who were originally anticipating the fight between the three experts, saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They had not expected such a scene to occur. Unexpectedly, someone was so bold as to snatch away the dragon mark fruit, offending all three experts in an instant. The three attacked at different times. Xiao Chun did not panic. He circulated the 1,000 tons of force of vital qi in his body and executed the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, breaking armor. A sharp shockwave formed in front of Xiao Chen's fist. When Xiao Chun punched, the breaking armor attribute of breaking armor shattered the thick and dense sword qi. After shattering the sword qi, Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu took advantage of this opportunity to charge towards Xiao Chun. One of them carried the vast might of an ancient giant. His fist was like a mountain descending, wanting to smash Xiao Chun into a pile of meat paste. The other person was sinister and vicious. He radiated a baleful aura as he brandished his short sword, wanting to chop off Xiao Chen's arm and flee. When the two arrived before Xiao Chun, their faces lit up with joy. At such a close distance, this white-robed brat of unknown origins would not be able to deal with the two of them at the same time. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, and the strong ancient sovereign's bloodline in his body instantly activated. An ancient, noble, distant, and epic sovereign's aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Before this mountain-like sovereign's aura, the ancient giant's bloodline and the baleful aura accumulated by loose cultivators were like fallen leaves in autumn, swept away. Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu showed startled expressions at the same time. The sovereign's aura at such a close distance struck them. They could not help feeling flustered, a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. Oh no! The two of them were experts who had experienced hundreds of battles. They immediately realized that something was wrong. They struggled free from the sovereign's aura and tried to retreat. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave and stern. How could he give the two an opportunity to retreat so easily? Xiao Chun stomped heavily on the blue dragon image. His body was like a ferocious tiger as he infused 1,000 tons of force into his right leg. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen's leg moved like lightning. The instant his body soared into the air, he swept out. A strong wind blew, and his momentum was like thunder. Two muffled sounds rang out as Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu each received a kick to their cheeks. They vomited a mouthful of blood as their bodies spun in the air and fell miserably to the ground. In a few breaths, Xiao Chun easily broke the attacks of the three experts. He even executed a beautiful counterattack, sending Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu flying back. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered, and his eyes remained calm like water. Then, he gently landed on the blue dragon image and looked at the three calmly. Damn it! Who is this person? Unexpectedly, he broke the attacks of three experts so easily. I have never heard of such an expert in the Tianwu domain before. Furthermore, he is so young. He seems to be cultivating his physical body. However, the quintessence in his body is very dense. Could he be a dual cultivator? The surrounding people were all stunned. They revealed doubtful expressions as they looked at the white-robed Xiao Chun. No matter how they thought about it, they could not imagine when such an expert appeared in the Tianwu domain. When Shimen Bao clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he became thoroughly enraged. A murderous intent erupted in his eyes like a flood. He said coldly, First you injured my Shimen clan's people. Now you are here to snatch my dragon mark fruit. It looks like you are tired of living. Xiao Chen's face sank. A large part of the reason why he did not immediately leave after obtaining the dragon mark fruit was to teach this Shimen Bao a lesson. The Shiman clan's people were arrogant and despotic. First, they wanted to snatch Xiao Chen's earth essence fruit. Then, when they failed, they tried to kill him, setting up an ambush to kill him. He had never been a kind-hearted person. Even when he was bullied by others, he still had to swallow the humiliation. Xiao! A strong wind blew, and to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chun took the lead. His aura was like a berserk dragon, not waiting for Shiman Bao to finish speaking before he charged over. The image of a blue dragon condensed on Xiao Chen's fist. The dragon head roared ferociously as it charged at Shiman Bao. Shiman Bao smiled coldly and withdrew his sword light. Then he swung his sword, infused with vast quintessence, at the dragon head, trying to shatter it. However, Xiao Chun was no longer the Xiao Chun of half a month ago. His vital qi had already broken through 1,000 tons of force. Every 500 tons of force was a threshold. With every threshold, there would be a qualitative improvement. On the surface, Xiao Chen's strength had only increased by 100 tons of force. However, it was on a completely different level from before. The dragon head and the sword clashed, neither giving way to the other. An intense explosion resulted in a strong wind surging out in all directions, kicking up a large amount of dust. The fist and the sword were evenly matched. Then, Xiao Chun opened his left hand and formed a claw. Then, he pressed forward and clawed at Shiman Bao's chest with the berserk dragon claw. Shiman Bao showed a shocked expression. He could not understand how Xiao Chun could improve so quickly. Just based on vital qi, Xiao Chun could fight him to a draw. However, the azure-colored dragon claw already arrived. Shiman Bao did not have much time to think. He pushed off the ground and retreated, trying to put some distance between them. The fist and the claw switched places. Xiao Chun followed Shiman Bao like a shadow, not giving him any chance to put some distance between them. Xiao Chun forced Shiman Bao back continuously. Xiao Chen's fist and claw contained 1,000 tons of force. When their vital qi exploded, the entire cave trembled. The rocks above them fell off. Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu had stood up long ago. When they saw Xiao Chun and Shiman Bao fighting, they did not make a move to help. Their gazes flickered as they searched for an opportunity. To them, both Shiman Bao and Xiao Chun were opponents. It would be best if the two fought to the death. Shiman Bao's expression turned increasingly unsightly. After Xiao Chun closed in, Shiman Bao no longer had a chance. He could only keep dodging, unable to find an opportunity to put some distance between them. Dan Tianyu, Niu Deng, how long are you two going to keep watching? Damn it! This old man is going to be crippled soon. Feeling helpless, Shiman Bao shouted at Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu. Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu could not help but show startled expressions. What kind of character was Shiman Bao? He was someone second only to the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Shiman Bao had always been arrogant, despotic, and unreasonable. Unexpectedly, he ended up begging for mercy like that. Dan Tianyu said sullenly, "Let's work together to defeat this brat first. Then we can fight for the dragon mark fruit." Niu Deng touched the footprint on his cheek with his right hand. A grave look flashed in his eyes as he nodded heavily. Xiao Chun had been observing Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu with his spiritual sense. He was very familiar with their actions. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, and he stopped wasting time with Shiman Bao. He used the armor-breaking fist to shatter Shiman Bao's protective quintessence before executing seizing the heart. Xiao Chen's 5 fingers turned into claws as he ruthlessly pressed them on Shiman Bao's chest. Dang! Xiao Chen's 5 fingers struck something hard. Xiao Chen's sure-kill strike did not succeed. He only managed to knock Shiman Bao back and vomit a mouthful of blood. It looks like the inner vest he is wearing is not ordinary. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He guessed that Shiman Bao was wearing a life-saving secret treasure. He looked coldly at Shiman Bao, who fell to the ground, and ignored him. The blue dragon under Xiao Chen's feet circled around and turned around. When he saw Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu pouncing over again, Xiao Chun waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand. It is too late to think of working together now. At this moment, Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu no longer held back. They both used their trump cards, heaven-ranked martial techniques. Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm, not showing any fear. He silently circulated his energy for Soaring Dragon, and his vast quintessence flowed like a river in his body. Chapter 721. Hidden Dragon in the Depths. A gentleman takes action after planning. Soaring Dragon in the sky. Its might shakes the surroundings. A surging energy surged throughout Xiao Chen's body. The blue dragon martial spirit hidden in his dantian moved gently and leaped out. Xiao Chen also took a gentle step in the air. With a light step, he caused the void to tremble and the entire space to shake. The blue dragon martial spirit soared up. Just as it was about to break out of his body, Xiao Chen finally drew the saber in his hand. Xiao Chen transformed into a true dragon. His body merged with his saber like a true dragon that had been in hibernation for a long time. The sharp saber light was like a soaring true dragon swinging its claws in rage. The dragon soared into the sky. The man and the saber merged perfectly. There were no openings at all. At this moment, Xiao Chen was like a dragon, a soaring dragon. No one could stop him or block him. Xiao Chen's saber was the claws of this dragon's rage. Xiao Chen completely grasped the feeling of drawing his saber when Soaring Dragon in the sky, which he had been unable to find. On the contrary, Xiao Chen's mental state was clear. Aside from Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu executing their heaven-ranked martial techniques, he saw nothing else. Bang! The unparalleled saber move disappeared in a flash, shattering Niu Deng's and Dan Tianyu's incomplete heaven-ranked martial techniques. Although they were both heaven-ranked martial techniques, one grasped the move while the other only imitated it. At this moment, they were on completely different levels. From a distance, in that instant, Xiao Chen looked like a true dragon, carrying an unparalleled might as he soared into the sky. Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu, who were blocking the true dragon, got knocked back in one exchange. The berserk saber chi easily broke their protective quintessence shields. The saber chi left countless wounds on their bodies, causing blood to spurt out. Horrifying wounds covered their entire bodies. They were so deep that their bones could be seen. Excruciating pain. Clang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then he turned around and stood calmly in the air. He glanced at the two groaning people on the ground. Then he looked at Shimin Bao, who was not far away, frightened silly when he climbed to his feet. An indiscernible look of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he remained silent. After a while, Xiao Chen rode on the blue dragon and left, leaving only his back to Shimin Bao, Niu Deng, and the others. These people didn't know that from now on, they could only see Xiao Chen's back. Once he surpassed her, she would never have the chance to catch up. Shimin Bao was very excited. Shimin Bao caught the imperceptible disappointment in Xiao Chen's eyes. That was contempt. Shimin Bao's talent was outstanding, second only to the 7 giants of the younger generation. However, today a 5th-ranked white-robed bladesman looked down on him. Shimin Bao's emotions fluctuated too much, affecting the wound on his chest. He could not help but cough a few times. The more he coughed, the more painful it became. In the end, he actually coughed out a large mouthful of blood. In reality, he didn't know that even before Xiao Chen's cultivation and strength increased, Xiao Chen was already able to easily escape from his hands. It wasn't as simple as he thought. Now that Xiao Chen's cultivation had increased significantly, his quintessence had refined twice. His vital qi had crossed the threshold of 1,000 tons of force, and he had comprehended the essence of Soaring Dragon. Naturally, it would be easy for Xiao Chen to defeat Xiao Chen. Everything was within reason. Now, among the younger generation of the Tianwu domain, only the 7 giants could suppress Xiao Chen. I know who he is. Suddenly, an excited shout came from the crowd behind Xiao Chen, sounding very anxious. He is that white-robed bladesman from the Haoyan sect, the one who challenged Bai Wuxia. The challenge that Xiao Chen issued to Bai Wuxia at Giant Sword Peak had already spread throughout the Tianwu domain. Everyone knew about it. However, most people just took it as a joke and did not care too much about it. Some even called Xiao Chen a madman. However, at this moment, after seeing Xiao Chen defeat Shimin Bao, Niu Deng, and Dan Tianyu, no one dared to look down on Xiao Chen and say that Xiao Chen was a madman. Is that him? This is incredible. No matter what, he is now qualified to challenge by Wuxia. It has been so many years. The 7 giants of the Tianwu domain are like a mountain, suppressing the younger generation. Perhaps the situation of the Tianwu domain, which has not changed for many years, is about to change. He should be going to the burial grounds. Bai Wuxia went there long ago. Come, let's go and take a look as well. Let's stop searching for treasures and go take a look. I really want to see what kind of sparks will fly when Bai Wuxia meets this brat. The disciples of the various sects felt excited, their blood surging uncontrollably. They all gave up on searching for treasures and chased after Xiaochen. Soon, all the cultivators in this place had left. Only Shimin Bao, Niu Deng, and Dan Tianyu remained, making the place seem rather deserted. Previously, the 3 of them had been the focus of everyone's attention when a huge battle was about to erupt. Who could have imagined that, in the blink of an eye, everyone's attention would be snatched away by Xiaochen? They no longer paid any attention to the 3 of them, losing all interest in them. Niu Deng struggled to his feet. His earlier rage had already vanished. His gaze was calm as he cursed softly. For a heaven-ranked martial technique, power is the most important. I have to go back and comprehend my own power. Otherwise, I am nothing. After Xiaochen spoke, he did not care about anything else. Unexpectedly, he headed back, giving up on the fortuitous encounter in the true dragon cave. Shimin Bao suffered a heavy blow as well. He muttered, I finally understand the difference between me and the 7 giants. The experts of the Tianwu domain second only to the 7 giants. Smiling self-mockingly, Shimin Bao said, In the past, I was very happy about this title. Now that I think about it, it is really laughable. There are at least 80 people who are second to the 7 giants. However, there are only 7 of the 7 giants. What do I count for? Shimin Bao felt incomparably fatigued. He shook his head and followed Niu Deng's footsteps, heading back. Perhaps losing the dragon mark fruit this time was not a bad thing. As for Dan Tianyu, he could not just leave like that. He was already very old. He needed to make use of this opportunity to see if he could find an opportunity to break through to half-sage. If he could not find one, he would remain a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch for the rest of his life, until he died. The burial ground has the remains of a true dragon. However, the competition is too intense. I will definitely not get a chance to obtain the good stuff. Coincidentally, the people here are all gone. I will search around. Dan Tianyu treated his injuries and started to search around the area. He hoped to find a few good treasures that he could exchange for some resources when he left. Riding on the blue dragon, Xiaochen moved up and down. With the map to guide him, he moved very quickly. The burial ground had the remains of a true dragon. The entire skeleton of a true dragon was a treasure. Any piece of true dragon bone could be forged into a superior-grade bone weapon. It could also be ground into medicinal powder or refined into all sorts of precious medicinal pills. As for the vertebrae on the back, they could be forged into a bone dragon whip, a powerful bone weapon. To Xiaochen, what he needed was the dragon marrow hidden in the vertebrae of a true dragon. However, the dragon marrow depended on the probability. Not every skeleton had the dragon marrow, which was why it was so precious. If nothing unexpected happened, all the half-sage experts who came for experiential training would appear in the burial ground. Not only the 7 giants and loose cultivators of the Tianwu domain, but also the half-sage loose cultivators of the fiend race. Xiaochen could foresee that the competition in the burial ground would be incredibly intense. With so many half-sage experts watching, it would be incredibly difficult for Xiaochen to obtain the dragon marrow. Whether he could obtain what he wanted was still unknown. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the burial ground appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. It was an extremely spacious cave. When Xiaochen looked up, he saw that the ceiling was at least a kilometer above the ground. The vast cave was filled with dense true dragon qi. A vast dragon might was everywhere, assaulting one's face and making breathing difficult. There were 5 true dragon remains in the cave. There were at least 2 teams fighting intensely for each true dragon skeleton. This was especially so for the largest true dragon skeleton in the middle. There were 7 or 8 half-sages engaged in a horrifying battle. No one dared to approach rashly. The terrifying energy ripples in the air did not stop for even a second. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. The scene was extremely chaotic. Occasionally, the miserable cries of cultivators rang out. For the sake of the most precious treasures in the true dragon cave, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot. Xiao Chun looked around and finally found Shui Lingling. She led Hu Hai's group and fought with the extreme insect disciples led by Wuxia, fighting for a true dragon skeleton. However, the situation did not look good. Xiao Chun and Wuxia were evenly matched. However, the extreme insect disciples forced Hu Hai and the others into a retreat. The situation was grim. If Hu Hai and the others were defeated, the remaining true inheritors of the extreme insect would be able to free themselves and break the stalemate between Xiao Chun and Wuxia. Then, they would no longer be able to obtain that true dragon skeleton. When Xiao Chun noticed Wang Cheng, he paused for a moment and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Then, he grasped his lunar shadow saber and calmly flew in the direction of Shui Lingling and the others. The extreme insect was one of the 9 ranks of the great families in the north. There were 2 publicly known Emperor Wu in the sect. They had deep accumulations and were stronger than the Haoyin sect. The true inheritors of the extreme insect were stronger than the Haoyin sect. Hu Hai, Junsi, Wang Cheng, and Chun Shao each had to fight 1 person each. It was very taxing for them. All of them had a few wounds on their bodies, and their combat prowess plummeted. The situation was dire. Hee. Hu Hai, you can't hold on for much longer. In that case, you should give up. This true dragon skeleton is definitely our extreme insects. The one fighting Hu Hai was a tall and skinny disciple of the extreme insect. He wore blue robes and held a 1-meter-long sword in his hand. His exquisite sword techniques and deep cultivation completely suppressed Hu Hai's huge axe, preventing him from bringing it out. The huge axe was originally focused on large swings, advancing indomitably and tyrannically. However, at this moment, Hu Hai's movements were flustered and he could only defend passively. The extreme insect swordsman completely grasped the rhythm of the battle, forcing Hu Hai into a sorry state. If he was not careful, his protective quintessence would break, and a sword wound would appear on his body. Hu Hai clenched his teeth and did not say anything. He stubbornly resisted the other party's attacks, doing his best to find an opportunity to turn the situation around. Chapter 722. The cultivations of the other 3 were even lower than Hu Hai's. Clearly, they were in an even worse state. They were surrounded by danger, like fallen leaves in a strong wind. They could fall at any moment. Shui Lingling, who was fighting Wuxia, wanted to help. However, she could not free herself. After all, Xiao Chun was best at mid-range and long-range combat. If she could distance herself from Wuxia and fight one-on-one, she would definitely be stronger than him. However, at this moment, Shui Lingling was in close combat, swinging her purple bow. She simply could not free herself to do so. It was already very difficult for Xiao Chun to remain undefeated against Wuxia. Wuxia had a relaxed expression. Snowflakes drifted around him as he stood amidst the wind and snow. He smiled faintly and said, Shui Lingling, I admit that you are stronger than me. Unfortunately, your junior brothers are not up to standard. I advise you to give up on this true dragon remains, lest you humiliate yourself in the future. Shui Lingling showed a slightly angry expression as she thought to herself, if Xiao Chen were here, I would not be in such a passive position. Thinking of Xiao Chun, Shui Lingling immediately blamed herself. If she had not insisted on going through the true dragon storm back then, Xiao Chun would not have died in there. Xiao! Wuxia's eyes lit up. He immediately caught on to the opening that Shui Lingling revealed while she was distracted. He pressed forward, and snowflakes gathered in his palm. His palm immediately turned as smooth as jade as he pressed it towards Shui Lingling at lightning speed. It was silent and contained a strong killing intent. By the time Shui Lingling reacted, it was already too late to dodge. She could only receive this palm strike head-on. The cold chi poured into Shui Lingling's body like a gust of wind. Her red lips turned pale, and a faint layer of frost covered her fine black hair. Shui Lingling vomited a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated 100 meters. Then, she quickly circulated the profound yang art, and a white mist rose from her body. Only after she expelled the cold qi from her body did her complexion improve. The wind and snow did not stop, and cold qi spread everywhere. Bai Wuxia smiled coldly and said, "Shui Lingling, to think that you would make such a low-level mistake. You really disappoint me." Bang! Suddenly, a painful cry came from below. It was the Haotian sect's Junsi. She finally could not hold on any longer, and her weapon was knocked out of her hand by her opponent. After that, Junsi was sent flying with a palm strike. She vomited a mouthful of blood, her face pale. The person who injured her laughed sinisterly. With a flicker, he wanted to give her the final blow. When Bai Wuxia saw this scene, he could not help but laugh loudly. He shouted coldly, "Shui Lingling, you have already suffered a crushing defeat. Are you still going to persist?" Reluctance appeared on Shui Lingling's pretty face. However, now that the situation had turned around and she no longer had any chance, she could only give up. The hearts of Hu Hai and the others were filled with despair. It was not easy for them to arrive at this burial ground, but in the end, it was all for naught. They could not obtain anything. Huff! Just at this moment, a gust of wind blew past and swept up Junsi's body. The wind spun around and pounced toward the person who had injured her. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded in the calm air, causing space to tremble. That extreme insect disciple cried out miserably. His ribs broke, and he went flying back in a sorry state, crashing into the huge true dragon remains. That extreme insect disciple's face twisted in unbearable pain. Blood flowed out of a corner of his mouth like a fountain, and a deep reluctance appeared in his eyes. The sudden appearance of a strong wind shocked everyone. They could not help but pause as they looked over. The strong wind stopped. Xiao Chun, who was riding on 3 blue dragons and executing the cloud-soaring art to its limits, slowly revealed himself. "Junior brother Xiao Chun, you are not dead." Jun Si, who was in Xiao Chen's embrace, opened her eyes wide, filled with boundless joy. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, he extended his hand and sent out a gentle energy, slowly pushing Jun Si's body down. Hu Hai's and Chun Zhao's faces lit up with joy. When they saw that Xiao Chun had returned alive and that his strength had improved significantly, even injuring an extreme insect disciple with 1 palm strike, their spirits were lifted. Only Wang Cheng paled. His heart trembled as if he had seen a nightmare. He muttered, "How can this fellow not be dead?" However, Wang Cheng's opponent did not care at all. Taking advantage of Wang Cheng's state of confusion, he kicked Wang Cheng's face and sent him flying. Xiao Qin gently drifted over to Shui Lingling's side. He said, "First senior sister, leave this person to me. You go down and deal with those bugs." When Shui Lingling saw that Xiao Chun was not dead, the knot in her heart immediately loosened. A smile finally appeared on her cold face. However, when she heard Xiao Chun say that, she asked somewhat worriedly, "Can you really do it?" Xiao Chun smiled confidently. Then he looked at Bai Wuxia and said, "Naturally, it is impossible to defeat him. However, blocking 100 moves from him will be easy." After 100 moves, Shui Lingling would definitely deal with the problem below. At that time, she would surround Bai Wuxia and defeat him without a doubt. "I believe in you." Shui Lingling smiled gently and floated down. She gently pulled back her bowstring and forced Hu Hai's opponent to retreat quickly. Bai Wuxia was expressionless as he looked coldly at Xiao Chun. He smiled in disdain and said, "I really wonder what fortuitous encounter you had to give you such confidence that you want to die so badly." Xiao Chun smiled gently and drew the lunar shadow saber with his left hand. Then he stood on the blue dragon image and said calmly, "I will stand here. Let's see how you are going to kill me." Great ice palm. The snowflakes drifting in the air suddenly gathered together and formed a huge ice palm. It appeared out of nowhere and pressed towards Xiao Chun like an ice mountain. This move appeared out of nowhere and was untraceable. However, it was extraordinarily mighty. It had once reduced Xiao Chun to a sorry state. The purple clouds gathered in Xiao Chen's dantian scattered and turned into surging quintessence. They flowed through Xiao Chen's meridians like a surging river. Instantly, Xiao Chen's quintessence surged, and his clothes fluttered without any wind. He circulated all his quintessence at this moment. The immortal state of thunder and the perfect 70% comprehended saber intent all gathered together. Xiao Chun was extremely focused. A saber light flashed, and a purple bolt of lightning tore through the sky. It lit up the dark burial ground. Saber intent, state, quintessence. Everything gathered on the lunar shadow saber and turned into a resplendent purple saber light surging out. Kasie. The light paused, and the great ice palm was chopped in half. It brushed past Xiao Chun and shattered, turning into ice shards filling the air. The residual static in the air crackled and exploded into water droplets, falling to the ground. Pointing his saber at by Wuxia, Xiao Chun stood on the blue dragon. His white robes fluttered, and a boundless fighting spirit filled his heart. Seeing Xiao Chun break his great ice palm so easily, Bai Wuxia's pupils constricted. He was clearly surprised. He clearly remembered that half a month ago, when Xiao Chun faced his great ice palm, he was in a sorry state. Xiao Chun had to use his trump card before he could barely block it. How could Xiao Chun improve so much in such a short time? They're fighting. They're really fighting. When the sect cultivators who had chased after Xiao Chun saw Xiao Chun pointing his saber at Bai Wuxia, they immediately cried out. There were 5 true dragon remains in the burial ground. Naturally, the place where the most intense battle took place was the one in the center, where the Thunder and Lightning Palaces and Juanshi fought against 5 fiend race loose cultivators. And Juanshi's strength was as strong as the rumors said. As electric light flashed around, he easily fought against the 5 fiend race loose cultivators. And Juanshi stood proudly on the dragon skeleton. With 1 person and 1 whip, he firmly suppressed the 5 fiend race half-sage loose cultivators, keeping them at bay. However, and Juanshi had been famous for a long time already. Although such strength was shocking, it was within reason. The fight was not as exciting as the one between Xiao Chun and Bai Wuxia. The 7 giants of the Tianwu domain had not met with a proper challenger for many years. These 7 giants held noble statuses and were famous far and wide. There were rumors of them everywhere. They had stood strong for more than 10 years, and their golden reputation was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Originally, everyone treated Xiao Chun as a joke. However, when they saw Xiao Chun defeat Shimen Bao, Niu Deng, and Dan Tianyu, 3 experts, no one dared to think that way anymore. Chapter 723. The many cultivators who followed all focused their gazes on Xiao Chun and Bai Wuxia, clearly excited. After not seeing you for some time, you have become more capable. However, in the end, you will not be able to escape death. Bai Wuxia snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and a boundless snowflake appeared. In an instant, he arrived before Xiao Chun and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen's head. 3 azure dragons circled around Xiao Chun as he took 3 steps back. His saber light danced around, giving off resplendent electric light. It blasted the drifting snowflakes into raindrops, which fell to the ground one by one. The other party's state of ice was extremely strong. It had already touched the boundary of the will of ice. If Xiao Chun could not use his state of thunder to neutralize it, it would severely affect his speed. When the cold qi entered the body and accumulated to a certain level, it would turn into a cold poison. At that time, he would lose even if he did not lose. Although Xiao Chen's state of thunder was weaker than his opponent's, it contained the immortal attribute. It would not crumble that easily. Bang! Bai Wuxia's palm was as smooth as jade, giving off a cold light. When it touched the saber, it gave off a cold light and instantly sealed the lunar shadow saber in ice. A frost-like white mist spread from the tip of the saber to the hilt, trying to seal Xiao Chun in ice. Xiao Chun clenched 2 fingers on his left hand. His expression did not change as he placed them on the bottom of the saber. The dense lightning-attributed quintessence turned into a lightning-attributed fire that soared upwards. The fire immediately melted the cold qi, and the hot qi scattered like a white mist. However, Bai Wuxia did not even bother to look at it. He continued forward and used his palm as a saber, hacking at Xiao Chen's head. The drifting snowflakes condensed into a line and formed a saber light that was as cold as metal. When the cold light appeared, it gave off a dazzling, snow-white light. Xiao Chun leaned back and quickly dodged, not giving Bai Wuxia a chance to get close. Xiao! Bai Wuxia's earlier saber light turned into an ice mirror. If Xiao Chun had been too fast, he would have been stuck in the ice mirror. Snowflakes drifted down, and lightning flashed everywhere. The two people in the air moved faster and faster, so fast that it was hard to distinguish them. He could only see two blurry shadows, one white and one blue. The blue shadow was cold and threatening, while the white shadow was filled with electricity. The saber chi and the palm wind clashed. Boundless energy flew in all directions and blasted deep pits on the ground. Strange, who exactly is it? Even after Bai Wuxia used his full strength, he could not land quickly. Wang Meng, who had already won, stood on a true dragon corpse, looking confused. Wang Meng was the most flamboyant of the 7 giants. Even if he met Nguyen Muyun, one of the 3 holy masters, he would not back down. He asked his fellow disciples behind him, "Who is that white figure? Do any of you know?" The others scratched their heads, unable to figure it out. A younger female disciple said uncertainly, "Could it be that madman from the Haoyan sect? That person also likes to wear white. He is also a bladesman." When that female disciple finished talking about Xiao Chun, Wang Meng's expression changed slightly. An excited expression flashed in his eyes as he said, "Interesting. Unexpectedly, such a madman appeared in the Tianwu domain. Unexpectedly, I, Wang Meng, did not know about it." Across from Wang Meng was another of the 7 giants, Zhang Ziyuan. He had lost to Wang Meng in the fight for the true dragon corpse. At this moment, he focused his attention on the battle between Xiao Chun and Bai Wuxia. Zhang Ziyuan held a spear and revealed a contemplative expression. He smiled and said, "This person's saber intent seems to have reached 70% comprehension as well. Are you not afraid that he will surpass you?" Wang Meng carried a dragon-tooth saber on his back. He smiled and said, "Aside from Feng Xingxing, I look down on all the bladesmen of the Tianwu domain. I can't wait for more people like him. The more, the better. My saber has not met an opponent for a long time." On another true dragon corpse, Feng Xingxing, who defeated the scions of the Zhang clan and the Jun clan of the Tianwu domain's 4 noble clans, entered deep thought as he watched Xiao Chun fight with Bai Wuxia. A disciple behind Feng Xingxing said with some astonishment, "First senior brother, this white-robed bladesman really fought with Bai Wuxia. Furthermore, he did not lose." Feng Xingxing slowly sheathed his saber and sighed softly. "Originally, I intended to challenge Bai Wuxia among the 7 giants. It looks like I will have to change to someone else this time." Back when Feng Xingxing learned that Xiao Chun was going to fight Bai Wuxia, he had been interested in taking a look. However, he had not expected Xiao Chun to win. Now that Feng Xingxing saw Xiao Chen's strength, it was hard to say. Given another half a year, even if Xiao Chun could not defeat Bai Wuxia, he might be able to match Bai Wuxia. If that was the case, there would be no point in challenging Bai Wuxia. The scions of the Zhang clan and the Jun clan focused their attention on this battle as well. Challenging the 7 giants was the dream of many outstanding talents of the younger generation. However, after so many years, as the 7 giants became more and more dazzling, no one had taken this step for a long time. They were all afraid of humiliating themselves and losing their reputation. Now, there was a person who was only a medial-grade martial monarch, yet he could fight with Bai Wuxia to such a degree. This was a huge blow to both of them. And Juanshi, who was currently fighting with the 5 fiend race half-sages on the skeleton in the center, also paid some attention to the battle between Xiao Chun and Bai Wuxia. And Juanshi did not think much of the 7 giants. The main reason was the immortal state of thunder that Xiao Chun used, which attracted his attention. The immortal state of thunder. If I have time, I should exchange pointers with this person. Even several sage elders of the Thunder and Lightning Palace have not comprehended the immortal state of thunder. Hu Qi. A fiend race loose cultivator wanted to take advantage of the moment, and Juanshi was distracted to forcefully charge in and take him down, snatching away the most precious dragon skeleton. And Juanshi smiled coldly and flicked his wrist. The electric whip became like a berserk dragon, showing its ferocity. The other 4 loose cultivators cried out in pain. Originally, this was in Juanshi's opening. However, when the 5 worked together, one of them left the formation and immediately turned the situation around to his advantage. The fiend race loose cultivator who sneak attacked in Juanshi was startled and quickly fled. The 5 fiend race loose cultivators regrouped, no longer daring to move rashly. Dance of Snow, 100 Flowers Bloom. Bai Wuxia attacked for a long time, unable to take down Xiao Chun. Finally, he got angry and executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, wanting to take down Xiao Chun in one move. If Bai Wuxia could not take down Xiao Chun in front of so many people of the same generation, then his reputation would be ruined. Under Bai Wuxia's control, the snowflakes drifting down from the air all turned into white flower buds. The flower buds bloomed and quickly absorbed the ice-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings. The formless ice-attributed energy seemed to turn solid at this moment. Thousands of tiny, crystalline white lights appeared in the air, reflecting the light. The light illuminated the ice flower buds, making them crystalline and beautiful. The thousands of flower buds covered the sky, preventing anyone from dodging. Bai Wuxia looked at Xiao Chun and smiled coldly. 100 flowers bloom. Bloom. Right after Bai Wuxia spoke, many crystalline ice flower buds suddenly bloomed. They were like pure and holy women revealing their charming faces and smiling faintly. The thousands of flowers bloomed. This scene was pure and beautiful. However, it contained a fatal threat. The thousands of flower petals danced around, forming a bone-chilling wind current. The ice flowers shot towards Xiao Chun. Every petal contained a formidable ice-attribute true essence. These tens of thousands of ice flowers were like ice flowers. These thousands of ice flowers were like a snowstorm. As long as one landed on a person, it would result in severe internal injuries. Xiao Chun could not let the ice flowers get close to him. Not even one. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. At the crucial moment, he held his saber with his right hand and executed the upgraded version of Saber Light Thunder Shadow, Ghostly Image Chop. Saber lights danced around. In an instant, Xiao Chun sent out 72 saber lights. Each saber light quickly split into 3. Instantly, saber images containing the state of thunder filled Xiao Chen's surroundings. The saber images were densely packed, encasing him tightly without any gaps. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, one ice flower after another collided with the blade shadow, causing a loud sound to erupt. It was like an avalanche, dull and deep. In the spacious burial ground, the sound reverberated unceasingly, causing the entire ground to shake violently. The snowy mountains exploded, shattering like rocks for 500 kilometers. Such a scene seemed to appear before everyone's eyes. They felt like they were there. The dull sounds did not stop for even a moment. Every time an ice flower exploded, it would release horrifying ice-attributed energy. Dance of Snow, hundreds of flowers bloomed. They were as magnificent as light, so beautiful that they could break one's heart. The many cultivators watching from a distance were astonished. Bai Wuxia truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 7 giants. A strong wind blew, and snowflakes fell. Xiao Chen's figure was completely hidden in the snowstorm. No one knew if he was dead or alive. It's over. This Xiao Chun will probably be severely injured even if he does not die. Bai Wuxia is getting serious. It's been so many years since I saw Bai Wuxia use a heaven-ranked martial technique. For this Xiao Chun to be able to force Bai Wuxia to this extent, it is worth it. After all, he is one of the 7 giants. Xiao Chun was too rash. He should have stopped while he was ahead. The disciples of the various sects outside the burial ground discussed the situation. They all felt deep admiration for Xiao Chun for being able to force Bai Wuxia to this extent. However, they all thought that this was as far as he could go. Jiang Ziyuan, one of the 7 giants, held his spear and smiled gently. This fellow is still a little rash. However, since he did not die and managed to survive, he is quite a character. However, Wang Meng, who was on the true dragon remains, shook his head slightly and said, "It might not be what you think." Jiang Ziyuan frowned and said, "Could there be other variables? Bai Wushua's dance of snow can already bring out 70% of its might. If he executed it, it would be difficult for us to deal with him." Wang Meng did not bother to argue. He smiled and said, "Keep watching and you will know." As the ice and snow flew, Bai Wushua's expression relaxed somewhat. He was very clear on the might of his dance of snow. Bai Wushue glanced at the battlefield below. Two powerful people from the extreme insect were currently holding back Shui Lingling. She would not be able to extricate herself for a while. Good. In that case, I will take this opportunity to end this scourge. Bai Wushue's gaze turned cold. He made up his mind. After this move was over, he would eliminate the severely injured Xiao Chun, not leaving behind any future problems. Just at this moment, a strand of purple electric light suddenly appeared in the white world of ice and snow. Following that, the sound of surging water came from the ice and snow. Boom! The sound of water grew louder and louder. It was like a boundless ocean, vast and boundless. When it erupted, it crushed all the ice and snow into dust. Chapter 724. A purple sea appeared in front of Bai Wushue. This was a sea made purely of electricity, sweeping away all the ice flowers. What's going on? A sea of lightning has appeared. The Xiaochun. That sea of lightning is a phenomenon created by Xiaochun. He actually blocked that move. Exclamations rose one after another. Everyone's expression was slightly startled. They never expected Xiaochun to be so powerful and unexpectedly block the attack. Jiang Ziyuan was stunned and said, "Wang Meng, you already knew?" Wang Meng smiled faintly and said, "I am the same as you, unable to see through that world of ice and snow. It is only the purest feeling of a bladesman." Shoo! Suddenly, a strand of saber light shot out of the sea of lightning from somewhere. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, disappearing in a flash. It was so fast that no one could catch it. This elusive saber strike made Bai Wushue feel the threat of death for some reason. At this critical moment, Bai Wushue's rich combat experience, which he had accumulated for many years, made him feel the threat of death. Coupled with his half-saint cultivation and sharp reflexes, he quickly dodged to the side in the time it took for a spark to fly. Chi! A dim light flashed, and a few strands of hair fell from Bai Wushue's forehead. They drifted to the ground, brushing past the Grim Reaper. Dragon subduing slash. Blue Dragon goes to sea. Seeing that his first move had failed, Xiao Chun immediately switched to another one. His feet stepped on the Blue Dragon's shadow. Xiao Chun suddenly braked in the air and flew past Bai Wushue. Then he immediately stopped. The sudden stop produced a thunderous sonic boom that exploded in everyone's eardrums. The mysterious phenomenon of a vast sea materialized behind Xiao Chun. 990 dragon pillars soared into the sky, and a blue dragon leaped out of the sea. Xiao Chun brandished the dragon-shaped saber chi and used the aura of a blue dragon emerging from the sea to attack Bai Wushue. The battle happened in a breath of time. That strand of saber light chopped off Bai Wushue's hair and immediately turned into a dragon-shaped saber light, attacking. He did not give his opponent any chance to execute his martial technique. At the crucial moment of life and death, Bai Wushue remained extremely calm. He brought out his half-sage cultivation to its limits. His clothes fluttered wildly, and his hair suddenly turned white. A cold light blossomed on his hands, and the radiance overflowed in all directions, dazzling and glaring. Ka! When Bai Wushue saw the incoming saber blade, he shouted. His hands, which were glowing with a cold light, clapped down and clamped down on the saber blade. Boom! A horrifying clump of energy immediately burst out behind Bai Wushue. 100-meter-wide pit appeared in the cave wall, turning pitch black. However, Bai Wushue's body did not move at all in midair. He used his strong cultivation to receive Xiao Chen's heaven-ranked martial technique head-on. People couldn't help but sigh at the profound cultivation and courage of the 7 tycoons. Blood leaked out of a corner of Bai Wushua's lips as he clamped down on the saber. He looked at Xiao Chun and smiled. "White-robed bladesman, you really surprised me. However, suppressing the cold qi in your body must be very painful, right?" Xiao Chen's lips paled slightly. It was indeed as Bai Wushua said. There was no way to completely dodge that dance of snow. Even though Xiao Chun managed to dodge the ice flowers, the cold qi that appeared from the start had already silently entered his body. "Just take care of yourself." Xiao Chen's blood surged as he instantly activated the sovereign's bloodline in his body. A distant, noble, ancient, heavy, an epic sovereign's aura surged towards Bai Wushua. With the sovereign's aura at such a close distance, Bai Wushua could not help but take a step back. However, he quickly recovered. However, Xiao Chun took advantage of this opportunity to draw the lunar shadow saber from Bai Wushua's hand. Then, he quickly executed the second move of the dragon subduing slash. Xiao Chun turned into a true dragon, and his body merged with his saber. Then, he stomped on the air, causing space to tremble endlessly. A saber light flickered like a true dragon baring its claws in rage as it flew at Bai Wushua. Bai Wushua's expression changed slightly. With one glance, he could tell that this move was different from the previous one. It required a martial technique. Dance of snow, 100 flowers contend. Bai Wushua's hands formed hand seals, and the dancing snowflakes in front of him suddenly condensed into all sorts of ice flowers. There were azaleas, peonies, roses, white flowers, and hundreds of other flowers. They formed a 100 flowers formation made of ice and snow. They competed with each other and formed a strange aura, firmly locking down the space. The true dragon and the 100 flowers formation clashed and gave off a loud sound. The two each took 100 steps back. For the first time, the aura of soaring dragon did not knock anyone away. Instead, it barely managed to fight evenly. The flowers withered and turned back into dancing snowflakes. The blood at the corner of Bai Wushua's lips was very eye-catching in the white snow. What kind of monster did I provoke? Unexpectedly, he even grasped the aura of a heaven-ranked martial technique. Bai Wushua stared at the pale Xiao Qin. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. Incredible. Unexpectedly, he even comprehended the aura of a heaven-ranked martial technique. The passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng, who fought to a draw with Luo Zixiao on a true dragon corpse, gently waved his folding fan. Luo Zixiao, who was holding a sword beside Murong Lingfeng, said calmly, "However, his situation is not optimistic. The dance of snow contains cold poison. The cold poison that has accumulated in his body has probably reached a certain level already." Murong Lingfeng smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Shui Lingling is already free." Bai Wushua gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. Then, he looked at the pale Xiao Chun, who was clearly suffering from the cold poison. Just as Bai Wushua was about to make a move, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous gaze on him. As long as he made any strange movements, he would immediately face death. Bai Wushua already guessed what was going on. He looked around, and it was indeed as he expected. Shui Lingling, who was on the ground, had already dealt with the few ruthless people of the extreme Yin sect. She had already drawn her purple bow, which contained immortal qi, into the shape of a full moon. An arrow made of pure, profound sun true flame was knocked on the bow. Shui Lingling's purple robes fluttered as she looked at Bai Wushua coldly. Her meaning was clear without saying. Bai Wushua glanced at the extreme Yin sect true inheritors lying on the ground, firmly subdued by Hu Hai and the others. He knew that he had lost his advantage. The priceless and inestimable true dragon corpse was no longer of any use to him. Then Bai Wushua raised his head and looked at Xiao Qin. He sighed ruefully. When he first met Xiao Qin, he had used less than 50% of his strength to force the other party to flee. When Bai Wushua heard the other party challenge him, he had treated it as a joke. He felt that it was an insult to his reputation and only wanted to kill this person casually. Bai Wushua had never truly treated Xiao Qin as an opponent. He had never felt that Xiao Qin was dangerous, so he had not taken Xiao Qin's challenge to heart. However, in a mere 2 months, Xiao Chen's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Bai Wuxia had used close to 100% of his strength, but he had still failed to deal with Xiao Chen quickly. Instead, he had gotten injured. Now, Bai Wuxia had no choice but to seriously consider this challenge. Bai Wuxia withdrew his hand and scattered his state of ice. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said in a cold voice, "The Haoyin sect's Xiao Chen? As the top true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect, I ask you, are you really willing to challenge me?" Xiao Chen waved his hand and scattered his immortal state of thunder. Then, he sheathed his saber and said calmly, "I already said it long ago. I will not repeat myself." Bai Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. "Very well. In that case, I formally accept your challenge before all the younger generation of the Tianwu domain. I'll give you 1 year. Within this 1 year, the extreme Yin sect will not send anyone to seek trouble for you." After saying that, Bai Wuxia flung his sleeves and led the extreme Yin sect's true inheritors away from the burial grounds with cold expressions. Looking at Bai Wuxia's departing figure, the disciples of the various sects were deep in thought. Since Bai Wuxia became famous, countless people had challenged him, wanting to use him as a stepping stone for their own fame. However, without exception, all these people fell at his feet, seeking their own humiliation. Bai Wuxia had accepted hundreds of challenges. However, he had never formally accepted any of them. Today, he had accepted Xiao Chen's challenge before all the younger generation of the Tianwu domain. This was truly surprising. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they all felt envious. After this, the name of the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen, will spread throughout the entire Tianwu domain. That goes without saying. Bai Wuxia officially accepted this challenge. This is unprecedented. In the future, this battle will definitely attract everyone's attention. Strange, Bai Wuxia has met opponents before as well. However, he never acknowledged them. Could it be that Xiao Chen is really that strong? Bai Wuxia gave Xiao Chen 1 year. I wonder what he is thinking. As one of the 7 giants, he definitely has his own pride. He does not fear a true challenge. He probably did not take Xiao Chen seriously in the past. Bai Wuxia's acknowledgement of Xiao Chen's challenge was like dropping a bomb into a calm lake. It immediately incited a lot of discussion, making the place extraordinarily bustling. Xiao Chen's gaze was as calm as still water. He did not think that Bai Wuxia's acknowledgement was a big deal. Xiao Chen had always been indifferent to his reputation. He only knew that Bai Wuxia had injured him, bullied him, and humiliated him, so he should return the favor. That was all. Xiao Chen gently drifted down and landed beside Shui Lingling. He said softly, "First senior sister, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I managed to block a few moves from Bai Wuxia." Shui Lingling smiled and said, "Don't say anything first. I'll use the profound Sun True Flame to help you purge the cold poison in your body." Bai Wuxia's cold poison had already entered Xiao Chen's body. However, it was not as severe as others guessed. Xiao Chen's physical body had already reached rank 1 sage body. His skin, blood, bones, and meridians had all been tempered several times. It was extremely difficult for the cold poison to break through the layers of defense and enter his internal organs. Furthermore, Xiao Chen cultivated lightning-attributed quintessence, which was somewhat effective against this cold poison. As long as Xiao Chen did not continue fighting and did not purposely treat himself, the cold poison would slowly be purged over time. Xiao Chen was aware of his own situation. However, since Shui Lingling wanted to help, it would be unreasonable of him to reject her. So, he allowed Shui Lingling to send a clump of gentle, profound Sun True Flame into his body. Qi! Qi! The profound Sun True Flame circulated through Xiao Chen's body and easily purged all the cold poison. The process was so smooth that it shocked Shui Lingling. After the cold poison left his body, Xiao Chen's somewhat unsightly expression immediately recovered its luster, and he became spirited. Shui Lingling withdrew her hand and smiled. "Your physical body is really terrifyingly strong. I wonder if you are a half-sage, who in the younger generation of the Tianwu domain can stop you?" Chapter 725. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled faintly. However, He looked at the true dragon remains in the center without any pride in his eyes. The 5 fiend race loose cultivators there had already revealed their fiend forms. However, and Junshi still held the initiative. He stood on the head of the massive true dragon skeleton and lashed out with a lightning whip, beating the 5 fiend race loose cultivators into submission. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's split this true dragon remains. Hopefully, we will be lucky enough to find a few drops of dragon marrow. Shui Lingling smiled as she called everyone over. The others had already gone far away, but Xiao Chun did not move. Everyone could not help but look at him strangely, not knowing what Xiao Chun wanted to do. This person, he is not qualified to split the true dragon remains, Xiao Chun said calmly and coldly as he looked at Wang Chang expressionlessly. When Hu Hai and the others heard this, their expressions changed. They felt very confused. Xiao Chen's words were rather hurtful, not in line with his character at all. Sweat appeared on Wang Cheng's forehead as his heart trembled. What should have happened had finally happened. Xiao Chen really did not intend to let him off. When Wang Chang saw Xiao Chun return and the strength he displayed, he had already anticipated his ending. However, now that it really happened, he could not help but feel extremely nervous. Chun Xiao said, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, although Wang Chang said some unpleasant things and was somewhat disrespectful to you, we are all from the same sect. There is no need to be so ruthless." Shui Lingling's gaze wandered around. When she saw the pale and trembling Wang Chang, she felt that something was wrong. She frowned and said, "Don't say anything first. Let Xiao Chen finish." Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stared at Wang Chang. Then, he enunciated every word clearly. "Back in the true dragon storm, I did not fall down by accident. Instead, he sneak attacked and kicked me down." Buzz. Right after Xiao Chun said that, everyone's minds buzzed. They could not believe that what Xiao Chun said was true. Jun Si's pretty face turned cold. She immediately said angrily, "Wang Chang, is what junior brother Xiao Chun said true?" Hu Hai remained silent. He looked at Wang Chang helplessly. Given Hu Hai's understanding of Xiao Chen's character, there was no need to accuse Wang Chang. Furthermore, when Xiao Chun fell into the true dragon storm, it was indeed very strange. Even Jun Si, the weakest among them, had not been pulled out. How could Xiao Chun have been pulled out by the storm? However, despite their suspicions, no one thought that it was Wang Chang. No matter what, they were Wang Chang. They were Xiao Chen. Wang Chang glanced at Shui Lingling's expression. Shui Lingling's murderous aura was restrained, without the slightest trace of emotion. The last trace of hope in his heart was completely dashed. Now, there was Shui. Wang Xiao Lingling Xiao No. And he, Shui. Ling. Xiao Chun Tian. Chun. Chun. Xiao and Ling Xiao Chun of Chun Xiao. And Ling. Run. Wang Chang could not be bothered with Jun Si's question. Without saying anything else, he turned and ran. Only by leaving this place could he survive. Given Wang Cheng's movement technique, as long as Shui Lingling did not make a move, he would not be able to catch up to him in this chaotic burial ground. If the others wanted to catch up to him, they would have to put in a lot of effort, including Xiao Chun. Boom! However, Wang Chang underestimated the rage in Shui Lingling's heart. He had only moved 200 meters when a fiery light flashed like a meteor. Then, Wang Cheng's head exploded into a pool of scarlet light. Shui Lingling gently put down the bow in her hand. She had a complicated expression as she sighed. "Originally, I prepared the flowing light arrow to deal with by Wuxia. Unexpectedly, I used it on my own people." Wang Cheng's headless corpse slowly fell over. When the people in the surroundings saw this scene, they were startled, not knowing what happened. How strange. Shui Lingling would actually attack her own people. Murong Lingfeng said suspiciously as he jumped down from the true dragon's remains. Luo Zixiao, who fought Xiao Chun to a draw, said indifferently, "The internal affairs of the Haotian sect have nothing to do with us. Let's see if this true dragon remains have dragon marrow first. If there is, this trip will be worth it." Murong Lingfeng counted the vertebrae of the true dragon remains one by one. When he reached the 9th vertebrae, he stopped. "Ha ha! I advise you not to get your hopes up. These are all secondary dragons. The chances of them having dragon marrow are not high. The one that Juanxi is fighting for is the one with the highest chance. Murong Lingfeng said calmly as he removed the 9th vertebra with a faint smile. Among the true dragons there were also ranks. Generally speaking, a true dragon cave would only have one master, and the rest would be its subordinates. Clearly, in this burial ground, the largest true dragon skeleton under Juanxi's feet was the true master of this place. The chances of this true dragon skeleton containing dragon marrow were also the highest. Otherwise, the loose cultivators of the fiend race would not have worked together to make a move. Nor would Juanxi be so interested. Naturally, Luo Zixiao understood this as well. He walked forward with his sword in hand and gently stroked the true dragon's skeleton. Then, he said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Along the way, the spirit fruits, herbs, and rare ores I picked are enough. Just treat it as a pleasant surprise if there is dragon marrow. It is not a loss even if there is none." Murong Lingfeng held the segment of true dragon skeleton and shook it up and down. However, the bone was empty. There was no sound at all. He could not help but feel disappointed. If there was dragon marrow in it, when he shook it gently, the dragon marrow would flow. It would give off a resonant and vast true dragon roar, resounding throughout the world. Extremely shocking. Clearly, there was nothing in this true dragon skeleton. However, this true dragon skeleton was already very valuable. Even if they split it evenly, they would not lose out. Be it exchanging it for resources, selling it for spirit stones, forging bone weapons, or refining medicinal pills, it would be very useful. On the other side, Wang Meng held the 9th vertebra of the true dragon skeleton as he looked at the white-robed Xiao Chan. However, he did not make a move. Jiang Ziyuan, who was at the side, frowned slightly. He said unhappily, "Wang Meng, are you afraid that I will try to snatch it if there is dragon marrow? Why are you not testing it yet?" Wang Meng recovered his wits. However, he ignored Jiang Ziyuan's words. His gaze turned grave as he muttered, "So, it is him, that white-robed brat who snatched my half-drop of dragon marrow. It looks like I have to negotiate with Shui Lingling later." When Jiang Ziyuan saw the situation, he could not help but repeat what he said. He did not mean anything else. He just wanted to see whether there was dragon marrow or not. If there was, he could use resources to exchange for it with Wang Meng. Physical defense had always been Xiao Chen's weakness. He really needed the help of dragon marrow. Wang Meng laughed loudly and casually tossed the vertebra over. He said, "In that case, do it yourself. Why would I, Wang Meng, be afraid of you playing any tricks?" Jiang Ziyuan could not be bothered to say more. He caught the vertebra and shook it. It was empty. There was no sound at all. Xiao Chun could not help but reveal an expression of extreme disappointment. He looked at the huge skeleton in the center, where Juanxi and the fiend race loose cultivators were still fighting. "It looks like only that set of dragon bones will have dragon marrow," Jiang Ziyuan said calmly. Wang Meng's lips curled up slightly. He said, "That might not be the case. However, even if there is, you would not be able to exchange for it. And Juanxi wants to use the entire vertebra to forge the true dragon lightning whip. Taking out the dragon marrow would destroy the integrity of the whip." Jiang Ziyuan sighed slightly and said, "I know that as well. However, Juanxi is becoming increasingly stronger. He will probably comprehend the will of thunder soon. At that time, he will be able to face the 3 holy scions head-on." Wang Meng said sullenly, "It is not that soon. He has already comprehended it. The problem now is how much of the will of thunder he has comprehended." When Jiang Ziyuan heard this news, his body paused visibly. He asked, "How do you know? Have you fought with him before?" Wang Meng's expression slowly turned grave. He nodded gently and said, "Do you think I am the kind of person who would give up the title of the strongest of the 7 giants so easily? I fought him once 3 years ago and lost within 100 moves. I fought him again 2 years ago and lost within 100 moves. I fought him again 1 year ago and lost within 10 moves." Defeating Wang Meng in 10 moves, Jiang Ziyuan could not help but reveal deep shock in his eyes. He said, Their cultivation and martial techniques are about the same. There is only one explanation for losing so quickly. Wang Meng casually waved his hand and put away the entire set of true dragon remains. Then, he looked at the set of remains in the middle and said, "Just wait and see." In the next Sage War of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, the top 3 positions will probably change. Before the anticipating gazes of his many junior brothers and sisters, Feng Xingxing gently shook the 9th segment of the true dragon bone. In the end, it was still empty. There was no sound at all. Aside from the one in the middle, 3 of the remaining 4 sets of true dragon bones did not have dragon marrow. The rarity of dragon marrow was evident once again. A true dragon cave would not be exposed at any time. Even if it was exposed, most of the dragon bones would not have dragon marrow. It was even possible for the entire true dragon cave to not have dragon marrow. First senior sister, don't touch this segment first. Shui Lingling had already removed the 9th segment of the true dragon bone. However, Xiao Chun stopped Shui Lingling from doing so. The blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body had recondensed. He had a strange connection to this true dragon bone. His spiritual sense and mental energy could not see through this true dragon bone. However, Xiao Chun had a hunch that this segment of the true dragon bone might contain dragon marrow. Once it was exposed, it would definitely attract attention from many places. At that time, there would be endless trouble. Shui Lingling was stunned for a while, but she still obeyed. Then, she handed the true dragon bone to Xiao Chun for safekeeping. As for the remaining true dragon bones, Shui Lingling divided them according to their individual strengths. Xiao Chun and Xiao Chun each took 40%, and the remaining 20% was divided equally among Hu Hai and the other 2. No one objected to such a division. Without Xiao Chun and Shui Lingling, it would be impossible for the others to obtain even 1 segment of the true dragon bone. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely resonant divine thunder resounded. That thunder imprinted itself in everyone's sea of consciousness, reverberating endlessly and causing their seas of consciousness to churn endlessly. There was clearly only one thunder, but it resounded endlessly in everyone's minds. It was like they were in a sea of lightning. Everyone felt like bolts of lightning were circling them. The sky changed color, and the winds and clouds churned. It felt like the heavenly might of the lightning could shatter their souls at any moment. Xiao Chun stabilized his mind. His surging mental energy instantly allowed him to extricate himself from the illusion. Chapter 726. After that, the other 7 giants woke up from the illusions one after another. When they looked at the owner of the shocking thunder, they all appeared somewhat dazed. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "Will of thunder!" And Juanqi really comprehended the will of thunder. Xiao Chen frowned and entered deep thought. The might of a will was truly terrifying. Could even intimidate a cultivator's soul. If Juanqi really made a move, even if everyone here worked together, they would not be a match for him. He had already left the others far behind. If they could not comprehend a will as well, then even if they were half-sages, they would be like ants before him. And Juanqi's lightning whip flickered with a silver electric light. The whip looked like a dignified, silver holy dragon as it swept out. The whip knocked the 5 fiend race loose cultivators, who had revealed their true forms, into the air. Their fiend bodies trembled in the air. After they landed, they reverted to human form. Strands of black smoke came out of their bodies, making them look very miserable. "Why are you still not scramming?" And Juanqi shouted as he stood on the dragon's head. He had a stern expression as he held the silver lightning whip. After exposing the will of thunder, and Juanqi was not in a good mood. He did not show any politeness when he spoke. If these 5 fiend race loose cultivators dared to continue pestering him, he could only kill them. The 5 half-sage fiend race loose cultivators trembled as they climbed to their feet. Their eyes revealed deep fear as they headed out of the burial ground without looking back. When Juanqi landed on the ground, he casually swung his whip and shattered the huge true dragon skeleton, leaving only the 9 segments of its spine intact. As the skeleton shattered, the entire burial ground shook violently. Rocks continuously fell from above, rumbling as they fell. "Quick! Let's go. This place is going to collapse. If we do not go out, we will be buried forever." Shui Lingling's expression changed slightly. Then, she led Xiaochun and the others towards the exit. The cave collapsed, and huge rocks fell from the sky. The entire place turned chaotic. Fortunately, the cultivators who came here all had high cultivations. In such a crisis, other than some extremely unlucky cultivators who could not circulate their quintessence in time and got crushed by the rocks, most would be fine. After exiting the cave, the ground behind Xiaochun and the others collapsed. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the true dragon cave was completely covered in dust and turned into ruins. He could no longer continue searching, and it would be impossible for him to continue trying his luck here in the future. Several cultivators stood in front of the rubble, unwilling to leave for a long time. Some people obtained heavenly treasures and mystical resources that they wanted. It could be said that they had obtained their own fortuitous encounter. There were also people who paid with their lives here, turning into the earth, falling just like that, dying on the path of martial arts that was filled with difficulties. Shui Lingling sighed gently and said, "Let's go. The demonic barrier around the savage battlefield will recover after a while. At that time, it will be difficult to leave." The crowd slowly dispersed. At Xiao Chen's suggestion, Shui Lingling took an extremely desolate path. 1 hour later, after scanning the area with his spiritual sense several times and confirming that there was no one within 5 kilometers, Xiao Chun took out the dragon bone. Junsi smiled gently and said, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, you are so cautious. Could it be that there is really dragon marrow in this dragon bone?" The others looked at Xiao Chun curiously as well. They did not understand why Xiao Chun was so insistent. After all, the chances of dragon marrow appearing were extremely low. This was especially so for a subordinate dragon. It was practically impossible. Previously, when Wang Meng and the others checked for dragon bones in front of so many people, they had not held much hope. If they were sure that there was dragon marrow, they would not have shown it to so many people, seeking trouble for themselves. Xiao Chun smiled faintly as he held the true dragon's 9th vertebra with his right hand. He said, "That is hard to say. Perhaps a miracle will happen." Drip. As Xiao Chun held the dragon bone, he shook it gently. The crisp sound of liquid sloshing came from the dragon bone. The 4, including Shui Lingling, all showed astonished expressions. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. Roar. Before they could question it, the crisp sound of liquid sloshing suddenly turned into a resonant dragon roar. That dragon roar contained a boundless dragon might. True dragons had long since disappeared, and the ones that still existed in the world were only some drakes. Even the draconic might of the most powerful draconic dragons was worlds apart from this. This was the purest true dragon might. The instant the dragon roar appeared, aside from Xiao Chun and Shui Lingling, the other 3 were immediately sent flying. Right after the dragon roar sounded, another dragon roar followed. This time, Hu Hai and the other 2 could no longer hold on. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, trembling. Even Shui Lingling had a somewhat grave expression. She shuffled her feet slightly. After the dragon might dispersed, Shui Lingling walked over joyfully. She said, "2 dragon roars. There are 2 drops of dragon marrow in there. Xiao Chun, how did you discover it?" The others walked over with pale complexions. Their eyes were still filled with disbelief. Hu Hai muttered, "2 drops of dragon marrow. If Wang Meng and the others knew about such a harvest, I wonder how jealous they would be." The value of 1 drop of dragon marrow was sufficient to offset all the precious spirit fruits and ores that those people had collected along the way. 2 drops of spirit stones completely surpassed the gains of the others. This was especially so for the genius cultivators who came here specifically for the dragon marrow. This was a fatal temptation. To them, if they could not obtain the dragon marrow, no matter how many treasures they collected, it would be useless. 5 kilometers away, Wang Meng's body paused for a moment. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he carefully sensed the faint fluctuations in the air. After a while, Wang Meng's eyes lit up. His lips curled up in a smile as he said, "It's dragon marrow. What a coincidence." After Wang Meng recognized Xiao Chun, he wanted to end his relationship with Xiao Chun. He did not want to lose half a drop of dragon marrow for nothing. However, when Wang Meng followed Xiao Chun, he quickly sensed a spiritual sense that was much stronger than mental energy. Wang Meng was very knowledgeable. The first possibility that came to his mind was that Shui Lingling had obtained a rather powerful mental energy martial technique. After Xiao Chun dodged once, he chose to follow far behind the group of people. Back to where Xiao Chun and the others were, Hu Hai and the others rejoiced at first. However, they quickly calmed down. No matter what, the 2 drops of dragon marrow would not end up in their hands. First, senior sister, we will not split this dragon marrow. You and junior brother Xiao Chun can have a drop each, Hu Hai and the others said calmly. Shui Lingling nodded and said, all right, I will compensate you with some medial grade spirit gathering pearls later. However, I have no use for this drop of dragon marrow. Xiao Chun looked at Shui Lingling suspiciously. Since there were 2 drops of dragon marrow, he definitely had to give one away. He did not know why Shui Lingling did not want it. Dragon marrow mainly strengthens a cultivator's physical body's defense. 1 drop of dragon marrow can raise my defense by about 20%. Shui Lingling carried the purple bough on her back and stroked the hair on her forehead. She chuckled and said, however, I mainly cultivate archery and movement techniques. The dragon marrow is not very useful to me, so I might as well help you, junior martial brother. In the future, you have to take out a natural treasure of equal value to the dragon marrow and return it to me. Xiao Chun never liked to put on airs. The dragon marrow was indeed very useful to him. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, many thanks, senior sister. Xiao Chun will remember this favor. Just as Shui Lingling was about to say something, she frowned slightly on her pretty face. She looked up and said, someone is coming. The group turned their heads and saw a dim light shooting through the air, looking like a beam of light rushing over. This person did not hide his strong aura at all. Before he even got close, a strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. Xiao Chun and the others could not help but close their eyes. When the strong wind dissipated, the arrogant and tyrannical Wang Meng carrying the dragon-tooth saber on his back appeared before the group with a smile on his face. Shui Lingling, congratulations to your Haoyan sect. You have gained another proud disciple. Wang Meng casually drew his dragon-tooth saber and placed both hands on its hilt as he stood upright on the ground. Of the 7 giants, Wang Meng had the most arrogant temper. He never hid it, so his relationships with others were poor. Shui Lingling could not be bothered to speak nonsense with him. She removed the purple bough with her right hand and said coldly, you are here for the dragon marrow, right? I really do not know where you get your confidence to appear before me in such an open space. Wang Meng, who had fought alongside Shui Lingling in the Bushan Palace, knew better than others how mighty the bough in Shui Lingling's hand was. Many cultivators of the foreign races and demonic world experts had died to this bough. Wang Meng looked at Xiao Chun with some fear and smiled faintly. Then he pointed at Xiao Chun and said, I am here to look for him, not to cause trouble for you. You should know that he won half a drop of dragon marrow from me, right? Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that half a drop of dragon marrow would not be that easy to obtain. Trouble finally came looking for him. Shui Lingling narrowed her eyes and said coldly, you can't look for him either. As for the matter of the half a drop of dragon marrow, if you want to look for it, go look for Nguyen Muyun. What is so great about looking for my junior brother? Wang Meng had not expected Shui Lingling to be so unyielding. His gaze turned cold, and he released an indistinct killing chi. He said, no matter what you think, we have to settle this grudge. Otherwise, I will not be able to calm down. Bai Wuxia gave him 1 year. I will not bully the weak. As long as he can receive 1 move from me, this matter will be settled. If he does not want to receive it, that is fine. In that case, give me 1 drop of dragon marrow to end this matter. Otherwise, Shui Lingling did not show any fear. Her gentle and pretty face was covered in frost, and her killing chi had not been released yet. She asked indifferently, otherwise what? Wang Meng smiled coldly and said, otherwise, He might not be able to live past 1 year, unless he stays in the Haotian sect and does not come out. Good. In that case, I will kill you now. Earlier, when Bai Wuxia threatened Shui Lingling in the cave, she had already been suppressing her anger. Now that she was in such an open area, she was in danger from Wang Meng. Shui Lingling could no longer hold back her rage. She did not say anything more and unleashed all her killing qi. Her purple robes fluttered, and her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Then she suddenly released the bowstring in her right hand. A fiery light flickered like a meteor, illuminating the dark space of the savage battlefield. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Wang Meng. The fiery light illuminated the sky. The light disappeared in a flash, and the dark space returned to normal.